Hello, hello, hello. It's time for more Factorio. Factorio time. And also, what time it is for a sound check. So allow me to be quiet for just a second and see how it sounds. Alright, that seems good to me. I moved it just a smidge, but I don't think it'll even be noticeable. But, let's just... Oh, mute stream. There we go. And let's get rid of these loud gun turrets. Let's see. Okay, just making sure I did correctly load, or save both of those. So, last time we left off on Fulgora. You can see I've got myself a little bit of starter equipment, but mostly we're starting completely from nothing here. I mean, we've got the drills and such, but I have to actually get the building. So let's go ahead and grab the first bits and pieces. I already have some stuff in my inventory, but like drills, I already have some power poles, so I'll leave those there. Yeah, we'll see what we need. I do want to leave some things for the robots. Oh, and I have nuclear fuel reprocessing, so let me start the stream by immediately getting distracted and setting that up. I guess this is a good opportunity, if you're unfamiliar with where the base is at the moment, to give a brief tour of where we are. Let me just make sure... Okay, that is purposely not set to request from buffer chest so that Kovrex gets, priority. Yeah, okay. So, here's the Nauvis base. It's nothing all that impressive, but we are fully walled off this time, as opposed to last time I played Space Age, where I just kinda left everything open. We've got another little copper patch here that I might need before long, but I think we're doing okay for right now. The big mining drills helped a lot. Of course, so did the foundries. Stacked productivity everywhere is such a game changer, and that's what I'm hoping to get on Fulgora as well, is more productivity for circuits. Lignumus, the starter planet, we've got walls on ships blowing up, that's just part of the game. I couldn't be bothered to close the wall through the stone patch, and I couldn't push it out, really, without it being a massive inconvenience, so instead we've got a little bit of floating wall in front, and that should be fine. The expansions on Lignumus were really aggressive, oddly enough, so I've got a Spidertron that patrols around our borders, and these things have no fuel for some reason. Not really sure why. But allow me to do this. Have fun, guys. That should last you a good long time. And you also starved yourself somehow. Maybe there was a time when I didn't have fuel on the belts, and maybe they worked their little starter bits of energy through before they were able to pick up fuel. Like, the guys below this are fine, is the interesting thing, but these guys, not so much. Fine. Good. Let's see. Ignumus is all cool. Good. And Spidertron's off to go restart its patrols and keep the Wrigglers off the base. These are marked for deconstruction, but I guess they decided to deconstruct the Roboport first. Inconvenient, but I'm not gonna go rescue him. It's whatever. Vulcanus. We've got a little trickle of yellow science coming in. Let's just make sure that's all running okay. You are missing blue circuits. Because you're missing greens. Because you're missing iron. Because you can't output. I mean, I could just move this swap in closer, but I thought I did the math and these were enough to fill half a belt. Certainly doesn't look like it, though. Each one outputs 6 per second, so it should be after 5. So 1, 2... oh, for half a belt, not a full belt. Yeah, okay, this is enough for a full red belt, so this is enough for half a blue belt, actually. So let me just, I know I'm supposed to be on Fulgora, but, you know, we're at the very beginning. So let's just go ahead, mark all that for upgrade, and since I do have blue belts unlocked now, which I did not the first time I was over on Vulcanus, let me just find a spot. Where did I have all the other belts? Here's other belts. A little cramped though, but it's all bot supplied. It's all bot supplied, so maybe I don't need to build view here? I wanted to though. If I just moved the RoboPort, it looks like I could put it there. And that wouldn't be too bad. Let's see. Yeah, I can do that. No problem. Okay. And then I'll just put these right here. And I want them to be blue, of course. So let's swap that out. So blue underground and blue splitter. You do take red circuits, and you just take lubricant. Okay. Oh, I don't have... Oh, I will once that gets placed. Okay, I was like, did I move that out of robo coverage? But no, we're cool. So I can just do that. Let's see, where is iron coming in from? Okay, so that can stay there, but the lubricant does have to move. It can come in from the top, that's not a big deal. We'll just add an underground for the iron. And let's see, what else do I need? Okay, I do need red circuits in here, so let's go ahead and request red circuits as well. And just gears. Okay, we're all set. We just gotta actually get you power. You'll be cool. Then just lubricant. Just lubricant. Alright, let's get some lubricant into these guys. Let's do that way. Because right here the RoboPort's in the way, so it has to come from at least that part, and that's a perfect fit. You love to see it. As for lubricant, I don't actually have a lubricant pipe running anywhere. I've just been running heavy oil and making it on site. Why am I blind? There we go. So let's just pop you in there and get some heavy oil in here. Oh, and look at that. We're pretty much right on top of a supply of heavy oil. If anything, can I get that to line up any better? No, not really. It'll just be what it'll be. Of course, I still need the standard blue belt. That's only going to give me the undergrounds and the splitters, which I'm gonna just kind of throw over here somewhere. Oh, and I need limits. Definitely... Oh, and chests, of course. So let's grab that, put you in. And there we are. You can see when I initially set up production for red belts, I also forgot the limits, and now we have 2.3 thousand underground belts, and that's not exactly desirable. I mean, I guess I'll never run out, and resources are mostly free on Vulcanus, but maybe let's not do the same mistake again. Right, I should probably set your recipe. Would be smart. And there we go, okay. And you? Are you also cool? Okay, you're coming in, you'll be fine. So, let's get blue belts over here. Which will also need lubricant, but I'll deal with that in a second. Let's get this all set up. And you need gears and red belt and lubricant, and that's it. Okay. You will get your own gear manufacturer. Let's see, that only just overlaps right there. Grab this guy. And in you go. Then we just move the underground down a bit and connect them in. So, lubricant. let's find where I can deal with that. If I move the heavy oil out this way, then I can just grab one of these guys and pop them in over here. Maybe right there? And this can just be regular pipe, sure, why not? I wonder, just out of curiosity. This is very much not necessary, but I can prod these. At this point I have the better, oil recipe, the advanced coal liquefaction, so this is not, strictly speaking, very necessary. But if I can get more prod out of my patches, then I would like to. It's not like it's gonna cost me anything. We're golden. I might actually... Let's see, you produce 9, you take 160 per... I was kind of considering maybe buffering the lubricant since it produces so slowly compared to how quickly this can consume it. But I mean, we're gonna have a pretty decent stockpile of blue belts. It's not like we build on Vulcanus very often, so we should be fine. Anyway, that's going to start getting placed up there, and I think we're good. I'm not going to add blue belts to what I ship out of Vulcanus, but I will be adding turbo belts to what I ship out of Vulcanus shortly. At any rate, I think that's enough distraction. Let's get back to Fulgora. So let's see. I guess I'll go ahead and break you. And let's see. Thank you for the 2 stone bricks. We need stone bricks for the lightning rod, so those aren't completely useless. It's more a matter of where I want to start now. So, I did already grab the vault, so I can already craft recycling machines. I just need processing units, which I did not bring with me, actually, so I guess I will have to do just a smidge of scrap handcrafting. Let's see. Oh, I have no more scrap on me. Okay. Then let me look at my little transport ship. Do you ever request? You do occasionally request blue circuits. I'd have to send you out to Vulcanus first, though. Yeah, go ahead, head out to Vulcanus. And I would like the silo ingredients anyway. That's going to be helpful. And let's see where I want to grab a scrap spot. That's 21, that's nothing. I might like to go ahead and mine this out, though, to start clearing the way. Probably a good idea. I do have accumulators also, so I should be storing some of this electricity, even if just temporarily. Empty bots. And get rid of that. Okay, so even if I wind up moving these accumulators in not too long, let's go ahead and get some down. Oh, and power, of course. Yeah, there's fine. So let's gather some of this power. There we go. And I'm not exactly going for a blueprintable design yet. I'll get there before too long. This is just to tide me over for a little while. Oop. Misplaced a little bit. And a little bit more. Okay, oh cool. So let's start chaining some lightning rods down this way. Actually, most of this lower island's already covered, so that's kind of cool. Of course, I can't generate power from the World Gen lightning rods. So let's do that. And what does it take to craft you again? I can make a couple of those. In fact, I should probably go ahead and just start making a couple of those. There we are. And I believe I can just head straight down pretty much. I should probably rework my hotbar if I'm going to be working here. So give me just a moment. There we are. And anything else I want to change out. Probably don't need fish here. Probably don't need this Spidertron remote. And I don't need walls right now. So that gives me a little bit of... oh, and walls. So that gives me a little bit of hotbar space to work with. In fact, I should probably go ahead and move you down somewhere like that, and then get recyclers in here. There you are. Okay, it's time to go get set up. So let's grab some big miners. I'm going to use big power poles for the time being, just to connect back to my big, well, my tiny, for Fulgora, energy stockpile back here. And just start making my way down to this patch to the south. There's so much junk in my way. Let me just go ahead and give the bots the task to start cleaning some of this stuff, so I can go ahead and start getting it picked up. And from here, we'll just continue down. Okay, let me go in the map view. That's just much easier. There we are. So there's the scrap area we're trying to get to, so I'll go ahead and give that a deconstruction order as well. Just clear some of this stuff in the way out. One of the things about Fulgora, there's just always more junk in the way. Go ahead and run around and pick some of this up myself. Let's meet back up for a second. We are technically exposed out here, so maybe I'll slap this guy down here. Surprisingly, I'm exposed there as well. There's a little area, like, right in there. I'm being a little inefficient with these, but whatever. We'll cover the whole island in these guys before too terribly long, so we'll redo all the connections at some point. Thank you, bots. Let's get all that picked up. I really don't like leaving the bots to pick up all the little bits and pieces themselves, just because there is so much of it. Like that. Letting them just tap it, and then it breaks it all on the ground, and I can just run through it, really speeds the process up. Like that. That takes forever to mine, but they can just tap it and break it, and then I can just run through it. Especially over this patch here where we want the miners to be, it does save some time. Okay, I think that's probably just about enough cleanup for now. We'll go ahead and get this last little bit that I'd marked, and pick up all the bots. There we go. So once again, some of these power poles are exposed. The range on these, the tier 1 lightning collectors, not super large. Put the next one like here so I can get coverage over the whole field. And then I'll just bring this guy over here. I might move that. I'm probably going to add substations over here. But just for now, in case that lightning rod takes a hit, I would like for it to be able to supply energy. And I'm missing one of those already. Okay. Well, let's grab big miners. And this is not a super large field, but it is more dense than it looks. So we'll just go ahead and set up something to be able to mine from it. And I would like a pretty dense coverage, unlike a lot of our other ore fields. Because, again, I am trying to get this to go away. And I don't know why I was placing those miners in such a strange way. Break this. And let's see. Power armor is finished. That's cool. So, belt. I guess I'll place the belt and then worry about the substation coverage. So, where do I actually want things to go? I was running that belt up, but actually it might be better to run it down and have all of my scrap recycling done kind of at the bottom of the base, and then we can have manufacturing and all at the top. That seems like a decent idea. So let's just reverse all that. Pick up the excess. And bring everything down. And I never did make a recycler, but I have a lot of scrap in my hand I can start handcrafting. There we go. And I'll get a blue circuit before too terribly long. I wonder if I could make a substation grid across this island. Just out of curiosity. I mean, obviously I could, I'm just wondering if it would be worth my time. And I don't really know if that's something I want to set up right now. Let's see, where can I get a connection from there? That's actually terrible, because then the next one wants to be like in the middle of the patch. So let's see if I can't put you more like right here. Okay, there we are. And then we'll do matching poles on the side, though even still you don't reach over the whole patch. That is inconvenient. This is one of the reasons why I always kind of felt like substation grids were a little overrated, because they never quite work out the way you want them to. But I can just drag power that way, and it's good enough. Can I make that longer at all? No, that is maximum range. Okay. Just because I would like it if it could connect from both sides, but unfortunately, it will not. So we'll just have to do something like that and live with it, I guess. Break a little more of this stuff. It doesn't take that long. If you're only doing like 5 or something, you can just break them. Continue this down, continue that down. Let's see, I did get a few blue circuits so far, so let's go ahead and queue some recyclers. Can I get enough for one more? I need one more processing unit and a little bit of concrete. Let me run up and see if I have any concrete. And that'll allow me to chew through a little more of this scrap at the same time. Any concrete? No concrete. Okay. Well, let's just stop all that and make however many recyclers I can at the moment. And it seems like that's going to be 3. So let's go ahead and pop those guys down. Let's bring a substation down. There we are. So I don't have a good plan for this first little starter bit, but I do have an idea for how I would like my final later game Fulgora base to come in. Which is, I would like to have trains coming kind of along the bottom here somewhere and start dumping products. But I would like to do my initial recycling actually at the ore patches, so that I'm loading trains with product rather than raw scrap. And that might sound strange, but the reason I want to do that is that then I can filter the train cars to have a certain ratio of certain products, and then any excess product from the islands will just be voided on site, and that should save me some space on the main island for voiding. And I'll still have to have some voiding on the main island, I'm sure. I'm just trying to think of ways that'll save me a smidge. So maybe start recyclers like right in here, and then the flow will come out this way and up. Maybe out this way and up, so that I miss the main hub here. Looking back, a centrally located hub is kind of right in the way. I might wind up having to move that at some point, but we'll build around it for now and see what happens. Anyway, let's get some recyclers in here. And where could I place these that they would feed onto a belt together? I could do something like this, I suppose. And that fits perfect, actually. That is absolutely perfect. So let's do this, and I'm sure I have bulk inserters. I've got to have bulk inserters, right? Let me just come up here, check the hub. Yeah, I do. There we go. Knew I had to have some. Let's go ahead and lay a trail of roboports. Maybe bring another substation out this way so that I can have power. He does want to sit right on top of the cliff, though. So, won't do that for now. I'll just grab a regular power pole somewhere. Yeah? Yeah, there we go. Look at that. I knew I could do it. Okay, then start running down this way. And I'll just bring it along this line with the large power poles. And of course, we are one space off from where the accumulator, or the substation could reach. But that might mean I can just lower you a little bit. Yeah, look at that. Okay. And now I can just pick you up and move you down a little bit. There we go. Okay, let's get the inserters in. Drag the belt down far enough, of course. And we've got the first little bit of scrap coming in. Very nice. Now, of course, I'm going to need scrap to make more recyclers, but I'm also going to have to deal with scrap. Missing bots. I think I have bots on me. Let me put these in the riboport so I don't accidentally lose my personal bots. Same with some logis. There we go. And you aren't going to have storage chests. Hold on. I guess I will go build some storage. As for where, that's a good question. Again, all of this is temporary right here, so maybe I'll put some storage chests right here. And then start running accumulators down this way. If I have them, I might as well use them. So there we are. And let's just see what kind of stuff we're dealing with down here. You should be filling up pretty nicely. Let me just snipe the blue circuits, and I guess the concrete also out of you, since I am going to need that. And does that allow me to make... It does allow me to make another recycler. Okay. Now is the fun part. How do I actually want to design this base? I've got a single belt of scrap coming up. In longer term, again, I think I want a different approach to this, but for the time being, I think I'm going to use almost a very Gleba-like design, where, almost like a big sushi belt, where I run the belt past production. Production can pick off whatever it likes, and maybe that'll pass around, like, twice, and anything that's passed around twice goes and gets recycled. That's kind of the idea for now. We'll see how well that works. Like, if I just start planning some stuff out, like simple production, I need recyclers and I need lightning rods. So if I were to go somewhere without bot production and just start planning stuff, do I not have night vision on my suit? I never put night vision in my suit. I really should have. I mean, I'm certainly not flying to Nauvis to go do that, but I can just make one. Look at that. What would I swap out for night vision? I guess I don't need any of these personal lasers, so all of these can come out. There we are. And if I could make personal batteries, look at that, I sure can. How many do I need, actually? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I could fit 8. I'm making 5. Let's go for 6 total. And then one more pair of legs, which I can't make yet, but I'll just keep room for them. This is Fulgora, of course, so energy is at a premium. Wonder if I can just do that. I did not leave room for legs, actually. Let me just cancel 2 of those. And then I can do that. And last one. There we go. Okay. Okay, let's actually do the thing I said I was going to do. And let's figure out a cool design for some stuff. So, for example, you need steel, gears, processing units, and concrete. Now, in theory, all of that does come from scrap. But scrap isn't going to give me all of the things that I need. In the correct ratios, that is. So, I will need to adjust this later, but we're in bootstrapping scenarios right now. So, you take a bit of time to produce, but I don't think I'm gonna need more than one of you long term, but I'll go ahead and make 2. The next thing I'm gonna want is lightning rods, which, again, we should be able to get everything we need from the scrap. Like, we got copper cable, we've got steel, we got, red and blue circuits, and stone bricks we should have. I believe you get stone bricks. Maybe you just get stone, so I might actually have to smelt that. Yes, okay. In which case, maybe I will plan out a small smelting area as well. If this is going to be where my scrap is, and it's not like that's ever going to get any larger, then maybe this area in here can be a smelting area. So let's go ahead and get some steel furnaces marked out. If I could see, if I wasn't blind. And I'm okay with steel furnaces, not electric, because steel can run off the solid fuel we'll be making. And I can just upgrade them to electric at some point in the future. So let's see, if steel furnaces started like maybe here. I should probably count these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then another 8 on the other side, which is, don't get me wrong, overkill, but, we'll see what happens. Because I don't think I'm going to be able to pull that much stone out of this patch, but maybe I'm underestimating it, in which case all I have to do is just continue dragging the stack up. Or maybe even just putting another one on the side. So down the middle is going to be where my output is. So let's go ahead and mark that in. And then we'll just take that and, well, I'll put the input over here as well, and then I'll take it and flip it for the other side. And you can also see that we're already in the way of stuff, so I'm already going to have to move this, but that's why I'm just sketching it out first. So let's go ahead and grab it and move it over just a smidge. Like, here's fine. And then there's my input and input. And we'll do the same thing we always do when we have furnace stacks like this, where we have a fuel belt coming in, say, here. And we will split, and split, and split. So here is my stone input from down below. Here's my fuel. And maybe this is a little too much. Maybe I don't necessarily need this much thought put into a smelting stack on Fulgora, but here we are. Anyway, solid fuel's gonna go up here, and stone's gonna go here. I do want to leave room for a lot of recyclers. They can recycle 2.5 a second, and they do output just as fast, I do believe. Nauvis, why are you being damaged? Okay, it's those that we decided to abandon earlier. Let me go ahead and mark those for deconstruction so that I at least don't get ghosts later. And the bots don't try and rebuild them if I do expand out that way. We do have things like right up against the walls, it looks like. Spidertron, if they try to expand out this way, will take care of them, so that's not a big issue. Yeah, we're fine. Because his next pass should take him right through. No, he's gonna go refuel first. Well, he does have a path that takes him right through this area, so if they're trying to expand out into here, it will take care of them. Anyway, we'll deal with it if it becomes a bigger issue. I'm not that concerned about Nauvis this time. I think it should be capable of holding its own, as long as it has ammo. All of these should have ammo by now, correct? Yes. while they are certainly not full, they do have ammo. So all of the extra wood production I created should be sending wood into ammo sometimes. Though it still doesn't look like all that much. Like, it's still all being eaten pretty much constantly. How's science? Is that still running like full uptime? Okay, wood science has backed up, which means wood products should eventually back up. Like, basic circuits are running, but I think that's just feeding blues. Maybe what I should do is I did have it priority split up here. I think I should just take the priority off, because I was trying to prioritize science production and everything like that, but if that means we get no ammo, then that's not good. Let's not do that. I still haven't destroyed these yet. They're just chipping away at them. The Lignumus enemies really don't do that much damage until you get the big guys. The big ones kind of hurt. Anyway, once again, enough getting distracted. Let's get back to making stuff. So bots should be able to clean all of this up. It's gonna take them a minute, but they'll get there. Let's go ahead and figure out where I want stuff to be sorted. So that's what I was figuring out just a second ago. So they take 2.5 input in, and I believe they only ever give like an equivalent amount of output, but I could be mistaken. Like, if we come up and look at it, we've got a bunch of percentages that should sum to 100. No, it'll be less than 100, won't it? So, I'm not going to do the math right here, but actually it looks like way less than 100 now that I look at it. I was just kind of assuming it would be. So maybe we only actually get about 1 item out for every 2.5 items we put in. Just something like that. In which case, I don't have to worry about the belt speed in here as much as I do out here. So, anyway, before I get too distracted, the whole point is at 2.5, that means 2 of these are doing 5 items a second. So we could do 6 groups of 2, or 12, before we are consuming a full red belt. So let's go ahead and mark out 12 of these. So 4, and then 6, 8, 10, 12. And as you can see, that pretty much puts us right at the edge of the island. So we'll go ahead and say that is good enough. Make a couple more lightning rods. I know I am going to need them. I might as well go ahead and get on it. So that should be capable of fully consuming a red belt of input. There we go. And then it'll be the same on this side. We'll have recyclers down this way. And now I can go ahead and start splitting things off. So if I want to smelt stone, I can have a split for stone. Just trying to be intelligent about this. Because I am going to want rails on Fulgora. I'm not going to want to have to ship in all of my rails. So I am going to want some raw stone as well. So let's say I filter stone first. So filter stone. And afterwards, I'm going to want to filter solid fuel. Ooh, something blew up. Okay, the other laser on Lignumus. We're fine. And maybe actually I want to reverse these. So your stone, and then this is solid fuel. Because solid fuel actually is on top of stone, if I were to go look. So bring those out, bring those out. And, yeah, I'll worry about other things when we... Look at the gears! It's only gears! What? Oh, I guess it's because it's built up. Okay. I was like, what are the odds? What kind of bizarre RNG am I rolling here? But that's fine. Okay. Anyway. So, solid fuel comes up this way. Let's maybe move the smelt down a little bit. Where does this want to be? I mean, that does fit perfectly, so maybe I'll just keep it there. And then the next one wants to be right here. Yeah, right. Huh. Right in there, huh? Yeah, ish. Ish. Maybe what I want to do then is let's do one final move. Grab you, put the substations down first. Maybe one more row over this way, just for placing purposes, so that I can see well. This long pole doesn't really need to be there anymore. Like, it's cool if it can stay, but it doesn't need to be there. You over there. And let's get rid of this as well. Because you're still in range, you're cool. You're still providing coverage to everything. I do want to get rid of some of these World Gen lightning rods, because they don't give me power when they take a lightning strike. Like this one over here, for example. We're still mostly okay, actually. Maybe just put you, like, right there. Okay. So the whole point of doing that is to figure out where this can go without being in the way of one of the substations. And I think right here is perfectly fine. So in you go. I do need to make the steel furnaces naturally, so I'll go ahead and make however many I can. Which, for now, is 4, but I need stone bricks to make stone bricks, so that makes sense. There we are. Fuel input goes here, so let's bring it about down, and that one's for stone. So fuel comes up, and then stone over this way somewhere. And that works for me. There's so much stuff in the way on Fulgora, let's go ahead and clean up just a little more. Fortunately, it's not like doing that is worthless. You do get supplies, like some of this is good stuff to have. Also, I should probably work my way through some of this crap I have in my hand. Just start chewing through it. Anyway, that's going to give me stone bricks, and that is going to take all of the stone at the moment and all of the solid fuel, but when I need regular stone and solid fuel, I will come back to deal with that. What am I seeing here? Oh, that was my character build range. Okay. I saw a gap in there, and I was like, that doesn't look right. What I do want to do, you have a stop over Fulgora, but at the moment, Fulgora does not request anything. So let me come up to the landing pad here and make sure you have requests. So let's do planet icon Fulgora. Hold on, I'm blind. There we are. So first up is Fulgora requests for Vulcanus. And what do you want from Vulcanus? Probably belts. Belts would be reasonable. I did just say earlier that I wasn't going to be shipping blue belts off Vulcanus because I wanted to wait for turbos, but maybe a little bit of blue action would be cool. What else might I want from Vulcanus? Cliff explosives, certainly. That would be cool. Do I want to request bots, or do I just make bots? I think I just make bots here. That's fine. I've got plenty to get me kickstarted. I have some foundries and some drills, but maybe keeping a stockpile of drills and foundries would be a good idea. Just something like that. It's not like we need a lot of boundaries on Fulgora. That's really just for holmium processing. Trying to think if there's anything else in here, and I can't really think of any that I want just offhand. We'll leave it there for now, I think. Yeah, okay. So that is my Vulcanus requests for Fulgora. So let me go to Hack Kid, because right now you are the only one who travels around to all of the planets. And just give you that section as well. So this is Fulgora requests for Vulcanus. There we are. Now we will just continue building out this way. So everything that isn't stone or solid fuel will be coming this way and heading up somewhere around in here. Let's say like this height right here. There we are. And again, pick up the trash. I'm better at doing it than the bots are. And you'll just come up this way. So, as I was saying before about a sushi belt solution, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have splits every now and then. So, let's say I wanted a production, like right here, for recyclers, right? I'll just throw you... I'm trying not to build anything in the way of where I will want trains coming in later to drop off resources once these mines are exhausted. But honestly, this might be too high. So maybe I'll put you more like here. And the idea is, I'm going to send you around this way. I'm going to have assemblers lined up. Let's grab substations so I can keep the grid going. Of course, there's trash in the way. And I'll just put you over there for now, that's fine. Assemblers. Somewhere leave a little bit of room for more built in the future. And I can't build right underneath the substation, so I guess I'm going out to at least here. So you will come around. You will make, let's say, recyclers. In you go. And out you go into provider chests. And again, maybe I don't want two of these. Maybe that's a little silly. So we'll keep a few of these. I'll keep a rocket's worth. That just seems like a reasonable limit. Rocket capacity is 10. Maybe I'll keep 20. This is Fulgora. We do need recyclers, so 20 doesn't seem unreasonable. Of course, you don't actually have robot coverage, so let's get on that. You're this level right here. There you are. Maybe I'll just bring you in. You can go like here. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So then I might have a few more things that need production over here. Like maybe this can be more of a mall type area. So this can also produce, say, I was gonna say assembling machines, but assembling machines take wood. I really don't want to be shipping wood into Fulgora, so I might just supply assembling machines to Fulgora. Which does mean maybe that's something I want to add to your requests up here. Yeah, good. Which does mean I'm not easily going to be able to make, inserters either. Without shipping wood in. Yeah, okay, so maybe that's also something I want to do. But maybe those can come from, Nauvis. I think that's fine. Because I don't want to request a lot of things that need wood from Vulcanus, because Vulcanus also has to have wood shipped into it. So this one can be base, Fulgora, requests for Nauvis. And all I'm going to request from Nauvis are yellow inserters, and then I'll just make my other types. That way I can make reds, I can make blues, I can make bulks, you know, whatever I want. So I'll just request, you know, some inserters and call that good. Is there anything else from Nauvis I'll want while I'm here? Maybe like one Spidertron would be cool. Anything else? Nothing else is really coming to me at the moment. Like, I can't think what I would want from Nauvis specifically. So let's just leave it there. Yeah, okay. So if I'm not going to be making assemblers, I guess next up would be inserters. So, inserter, and then blue inserter, and green inserter. And then just copy you and change what kind of inserter you are, and then so on down the way. So, you may be thinking, of course, these require green circuits and iron plates. Well, at the moment, I don't have green circuits or iron plates on this belt, but once again, I do plan on making this just a giant sushi belt. So we will get to that eventually. For now, I'm just going to leave this here and continue the belt a little more to the left. And let's see. So you need processing units, that's fine. We'll get to there in a moment. Hey man, how's it going? Good to see you today. How's your day been treating ya? I do want to pick out new research. Maybe I'll go ahead and research turbo belts. Robot worker speed actually seems pretty nice, along with some inserter capacity. Lab speed... I mean, I don't have important research to do right now, so I might as well. Artillery shooting, artillery range, artillery damage sounds kinda nice. Since nests now do gain health with evolution, artillery damage is actually kind of important. LES productivity and steel productivity actually seem very good right now. And then keep my ships from blowing up quite so much, maybe just more physical damage. I think that's fine. And there's a full queue. Okay, we'll just let that run. As you can see, I'm just getting my Vulcanus bootstrap base, or not Vulcanus, I'm getting my Fulgora bootstrap base up and running and trying to figure out exactly. And we'll keep like 200 pipe, I guess, sure. And one stack of underground pipe. There we are. And in you go. Anything else? Anything else? Off the top of my head, I should make chem plant. What does a chem plant need, actually? Chem plant is green circuits and pipe again. Maybe I'll reverse these just for fun. Make pipe over here, and then this can be my chem plants. Mostly, again, just for fun. Why not? So, production and chemical plant. There we go. So keep about 50 chemical plants, sounds reasonable. Yeah, that's cool. You need bot coverage. So we'll just continue dragging this over some way. Surprised that still reaches. Okay, you reach until all the way over there, so I guess I'll take it. You know what? Maybe I won't. You get to be right in range. There we go. Go ahead and pick up a little more junk. There's always more junk in the way on Fulgora. Just how it goes. Okay, so with this kind of mostly done, what I will do now is just run the belt back up and over this way. So anything that I actually want will be picked off, and then just split back onto the main belt with priority. That way this inner belt should always keep moving. Same thing with more and more little production loops. And once we get to the end, then we start recycling stuff. And we send it all the way back around and loop it through on a second belt. So the second belt will be one belt lower. And this will be all the recycled products. So things like green circuits or things like iron plates. And then those can just be either long-handed, or if we need them in like large amounts, then we can just underground the first belt and weave it in. How is Fulgora? I'm not entirely sure yet. We're gonna find out. I am trying an entirely new strategy that I've not attempted before. I'm totally intending on doing that for this stream, actually, but unfortunately, life has prevailed, and I don't have the ability to do that. I think it works out much better on a Sunday than a Wednesday anyway. So my plan is next Sunday. That is going to be the 24-hour stream. I'm not entirely sure I want to hard commit to that. I still have one or two things I have to take care of before I can absolutely certainly say that, but that is my goal, is Sunday. Just because that's when a new month starts, that's really when I should be stopping, so just like I did with the Bobs and Angels map, that's going to be my first overtime day, so that's going to be my first 24-hour one. Let's see, where does this fit? Right there, okay. Of course you take a lightning strike right there, not that I'm really struggling for power, but it's mocking me. Vulcanus is low on acid. There's no way. There's just no way, man. How could you possibly be low on acid? I have speed 2s unlocked now. Let me make tier 2 modules. Just real quick. I can also go ahead and make tier 3 assemblers, I believe. So I guess I'll do that. Tier 2 speed. Might as well do tier 2 prods now that I have them. I've not been playing for quality, and I don't think I'm starting now. I just gotta be real. But the alternative is tier 2 efficiency, and that seems silly. I do make tier 1 quality, so I guess I'll also make tier 2 quality. I don't even have it researched yet. That's fine. Okay. But yeah, something like the 24-hour stream, eventually being the keyword, right. I mean, there are things I have to get done, so they are, believe me, getting done one way or the other. Good day. But yeah, they're just, they're things I have to get done one way or the other, so if I, don't get them done, then I just have to postpone the stream. But that is the goal for now, is Sunday. And there we go. Okay, so that's speed tier 2s and all those guys. That's hopefully going to increase the amount of sulfuric acid that I get. And then I guess I might as well do these guys as well. Just kind of hard to believe I need even more sulfuric acid than what I've got. I forgot I could click and drag this, so I guess I'll just make sure these all get put in. There we are. Technically, there are a few more vents over here. They're just in worm territory, so I can't go claim those without killing this worm. I haven't felt like it. Anyway, let's get back to this guy. So you come up here and underground like that, and then we'll have another underground like that. Maybe right there? Right there. Okay, and then that's going to give me my secondary products that you can only get from recycling. So green circuits, iron plates, copper plates, things like that. Bring you around, and You also want insertion priority, so let's get that in place. And up. Okay. I don't actually know how many red belts I have at the moment, so I might temporarily also request the red belts. Don't know why you're waiting. All requests satisfied. Oh, you're waiting for, like, assembling machines. Okay. Assembling machines and inserters and things like that. That's fine. Let's go ahead and request some red belt. I'm being a little leery of how much space is left. Semi-automated purple science and C... Ooh, purple and C block. That's not bad, man. I mean, purple science is interesting. I've never quite figured out exactly how I feel about purple science. Like, I like it. It's just such a weird chain of requirement, if that makes sense. Shapes 2, Shape side quest. Oh, did you see, I'm gonna guess you saw Neuroplastic's video about Shapes 2 and that gave you the itch to play? Because I've seen that one pop up a time or two. Okay, that's just rocket stuff. That's fine. How is Vulcanus doing on rockets, by the way? Why am I out of power? What is happening here? What is happening on this planet? Okay. Pure tier 3 ore sorting. Oh, the purple science. Gotcha, yeah. Being able to get the catalyst recipes up and going is definitely a game changer. It's very nice. Yeah, I have no sulfuric acid, so this pump has disabled because I require sulfuric acid to make power. But that still doesn't tell me why power itself is dropping. I guess because I have this on. A single accumulator would solve that problem, honestly. And I'm really curious if I just have one accumulator. Like, could I possibly request a single accumulator and maybe something in orbit can just drop one? Yes, look at that. It is on its way. And I'm Kibit's video. I haven't seen the Kibit's one. I'm familiar with their videos, I just haven't seen that one specifically, I guess. There we are. And let's get this placed in somewhere over here. Where is that switch? There you are. So, make sure you're placed here. That's in range of this substation, which is the power network. Connect you in there. There we are. And then I will gate this based on power instead. So A is accumulator. So if you are less than, like, 20%, then I want power to cut. I guess it's the other way around. I want you greater than. Okay. And now I can get rid of this other thing. Guess you come up to here. Oh, cool. Okay. All good. Doing some hex as I am counting C block as experience. Hold on, I don't quite follow. Doing some hex? What do you mean by that? I do not quite follow. Also have power armor Mark 1. Power armor in something like C block. I'm trying to figure out if that's more or less useful than it is in a standard game, because usually the big thing in power armor for me is either laser defense or exoskeleton legs. But I think the only thing you get in C block is personal roboports, which is of course also important, but I was trying to think of things that, you know, only C block would be important then. Oh, hexagonal shapes, gotcha, okay. Gotcha. I have a little experience playing shapes when it first dropped the trains update. Just wanted to see how that played, because I played a lot of OG shapes when it was out, but this is in the way. I've built this entirely wrong. Hold on. Like, very nitpicky, but allow me to be nitpicky for just a moment. There we are. And there we are. Okay. So that one's the solid fuel, and that one's the stone. Okay. Oh, cool. Bots and exoskeletons. Yeah, I was wondering if exos would be as useful in C-block, just because C-block tends to be pretty dense and it's hard to walk around in. What am I even trying to do? Okay, so I've got my general loop in place. So the second belt will be coming right around here, let's say. So that's going to be coming down maybe here, just for fun, which means that's where my secondary recycling is going to have to happen. And I don't really know how many recyclers I want for that, so let's just lay down a lot. Do want some substation coverage, and I might have to move this, actually. Yeah, the next substation wants to be literally right there. So maybe that's fine. I'm not super opposed to that or anything. Let's go ahead and get the bots working on that stuff. And some inserters in here. There we are. And then there's my secondaries coming down this way. And then I'll have the same on the other side, of course. So let's see, maybe... Okay, I'll have to get rid of the substation, but I'll just do this so that they're all lined up. And then bring you in. Something like that should work just fine. There we go. Okay. And then this comes up and in. And that's my my secondaries. Got shapes today. 10x vortex cost, but no platform limits or copy-paste cost. So basically 10x research, but you can have as many platforms as you want, if I'm reading that correct. Building very big, yeah, that'll definitely be very big building. That goes in there. Do I have any more? I don't have any more. What would I need? I need stone bricks. Okay, let me go explore over this way and see if I wound up with any more stone bricks. No, it doesn't look like any stone ever actually made it down here. Do I have stone? I have stone myself. So let's get that distributed around. There we go. Everything is free. That is one of the things about shapes that I did like from the beginning, is that it allows you to build without restriction. So it feels almost artistic in a way, the way that your factories are able to come together. Like, you're able to just truly do whatever you want. Thank you, Lachibot. How many collectors? Just the one? Okay, just missing the one. I've really got to get this loop closed in soon. What I might do is just temporarily go ahead and close it so that I can start getting a few more things on the go. So let's see. So here's the belt. Let's drag it up this way. And I guess I'll go across the top of Roboport right there. There we are. And once again, this is temporary. I just need some of those secondary resources like iron plates and all. So go ahead and get that on the go. Also, all this storage. They're taking all that junk and throwing it in storage, and I'm not entirely sure if I'm super on board with that. Like, there's lots of scrap, lots of stone. I'll probably have to go and sort that out later. Anyway, I do seem to be out of belt for the moment, so let me go check on my platform. How are you doing? You're waiting on assemblers, waiting on long hands, waiting on those guys. On planet... Okay, that's just because I don't actually make enough of those for a rocket. That is something I've done several times now, and it keeps biting me. But that's just because my blueprint here keeps half a stack of items, and so these items that their rocket launch limit is a full stack, just keeps being inconvenient. So let's up the limits on these guys. Same down here. So 50 of you, and 50 of you. Anything else? Assemblers. I did need to mark assemblers as 50. I should probably do the same for tier 3s. There we go. And there we go. Wonder what the rocket limit is for you, just in case. Rocket capacity 10. Let's mark you as 10 then. And, chem plants. I doubt I'm ever shipping chem plants off this planet, but, you know, might as well be prepared. Chem plants ship off in stacks of 10. So, 10 it is. 10 seems low for chem plants, funny enough. I would think it would be more. Although C for the pipette feels weird coming from Factorio. I have figured out how to install multiple Factorios. C for pipette. Yeah, that's... I guess they were thinking, like, copy, maybe? But, yeah, especially, pipette, to me, funny enough, I still have, like, Minecraft keybinds on the brain, so I have, like, a triple translation there, where I go Minecraft first, then Factorio, then whatever the game I'm playing is. Considering a base with Rampant Run with Arsenal. I do enjoy Rampant. I'm one of those strange people where I kind of enjoy the process of building a giant, like, turtle base that is near indestructible. I think that's kind of fun. Q and E for layers. That does make sense. I do follow that logic. Why are you guys not going? Why are blue circuits dead? Oh, well, of course, sulfuric acid. Okay, I did kind of forget that part of sulfuric acid. I guess that does make sense. We are getting some of the tier 2 speed modules put in. I should have beacons by now also. I think I have beacons being crafted in here. Yeah, there we are. And I do keep some. Maybe I'll keep a rocket size in case I ever want to ship them off planet. This will probably eventually be like my Aquilo supply base, so things like that I do want to keep on hand. Let's see. If I can get these modules in, and that's still not enough sulfur, then I will turn to beacons. But I am kind of stressing power already. So I'm not really sure how thrilled I would be to do that. Though perhaps, if I can see anything. Yeah, that substation is right up against it, unfortunately. Perhaps I just need more turbines, though, was what I was thinking. So maybe I'll just place some down this way. There we are. And just kind of keep these running down that way. Can I get more up here? I can get another layer up here as well. Okay. Could also put a turbine there. There's actually no power connection up this way, so let me take care of that real quick. That doesn't connect to anything. There we are. There we are. Okay. That might cut power to this stuff real quick. But I still have this pole, so once these get placed, it should be fine. We're just momentarily going to be without power. Josh felt pain in the third rampant video. Oh yeah, I saw that. Make modules and E-implants, make a couple gigawatts. Yeah, I mean, E-implants are definitely on the agenda today. And I did see the most recent Josh video. He was not having a good time, I don't think. I think he was definitely pushing himself to the limits there. Yeah, when I said I like rampant, I enjoy normal rampant, not whatever unholy mess he was doing in there. That was definitely something else. Also, I have no idea how many turbines this is. I'm just kind of throwing some down. I have steam output limiting. If I've placed too many turbines and my power demand gets too great, it will just cut steam off to other things requesting steam. So that's a whole separate limit. You can see the alarm right there. That'll let me know. But I'm just giving myself a little power headroom because as these tier 2 speed modules start getting placed, oh boy, that's going to be a lot more power demand. Anyway, back to Fulgora. Oh yeah, that's why I wasn't doing anything on Fulgora. I'm out of belts. So, Tech Kid, how's it going? What are you waiting on? You have red belts. You don't have assemblers. You don't have those. And right now Vulcanus doesn't have rockets. So maybe I'll just go ahead and send you off. So go drop by Nauvis real quick. And then, after Nauvis, you'll drop by Fulgora. In the meantime, I guess I'll just go ahead and plan out the rest of the stuff. So, I do have stone bricks coming in, and I believe stone bricks I'm going to want to insert into the secondary belt. I think that makes sense. Which means I might want them to just come down. Because if I send them down this belt, they're going to get recycled, and that just doesn't seem like a good idea. So let's actually send you down. Oop. There we go. So you come down this way. And how do I want to insert you? Because I don't want like 1 trillion stone bricks on here. And I'm almost questioning if I should circuit control this somehow. Because I don't want all of my stone turning into stone bricks. Starting to design the train base. Train base, when I played Bobs and Angels in January and February, I made some very questionable decisions in my train base, so give your design some thought before you commit to anything. What needs stone bricks? Just specifically. So you need concrete. Okay, nothing in here needs stone bricks specifically. I didn't put the electric poles in here, so let me go ahead, expand this by just a little bit. There we are. So let's at least have the electric poles in here, which take stone bricks, copper cable, and steel plate. So there we go. And there we go. Copy you in, and let's grab lightning rods. And what is your stack size? You stack to 50. That's a lot of lightning rods. I don't know if I want that many, but whatever. We'll keep 50. Okay, now up and in, and then set ghosts on this guy. Oh yeah, you do need a red. So there we go. Okay, so that should give me what I need. What I'm thinking I want to do is maybe have some radars here to track global demand. Which does mean I need iron plate. So do I have the ability to make one of these guys again? I can make 3, look at that. Okay. Personals off so I don't wind up placing them somewhere. And let's grab a chest and just throw some of this steel in there. Just so I personally can start having some iron just to do stuff with. And maybe I want another one of these guys. And throw a little more steel in there too. Oh wait, I don't think... steel doesn't give you iron. I'm just dumb. Circuits. Circuits would, gears do, these iron sticks do. I think we're already through on those, so let's throw some of these iron sticks in there, and that'll start giving me some iron. There we go. Okay, and now that I have a little bit of iron coming in, what was I trying to do again? I've already forgotten. Oh no, I literally already forgot. What was the point of any of this? Well, I'm sure I'll figure it out. So, I've got this going. I wanted radars, that's what it was. Let's make a couple of radars. No. You can go down here. And then, I think I can do this. Read. No, even then, I still need to do a little bit. Need to do a little bit. Okay. I can do that. Read ingredients. Outputs the ingredients required. That's not what I want. Read contents. Yes, I do want read contents. Okay. So reading contents is going to output what's actually in the machine. And then on the red wire, I can't really mix these. I'm just trying to think what the best way of doing this would be. Without, like, super over-engineering this. Like, I'm just playing around a little bit. So, you require 4 stone bricks per recipe. 1-2-1 trains. 1-2-1 trains are kind of the king to me, because that way you don't need giant loops for them to turn around all the time. 2 cargo wagons. Like, less than 2 cargo wagons makes sending the train not worth it, but more than that and the stations start getting unwieldy, and yeah. I do think that's kind of the sweet spot. So, 4 stone brick. All the other stuff will just happen, that's fine, but stone brick, I need 4. So let's say 8. Okay. And then, let's say you are -8. Yes, automated insertion limit is 8. So then, I can feed how many stone bricks we want into the radar. And then I'll just do the same for all of these guys. I don't need pipe, because pipe's made on site. I do need green circuits. Insertion limit here is 10. And I think I'll just do this for all of these guys. And of course, this is not the most efficient way to do this or anything. I am 100% right now just having fun. I'm just messing around. Fulgora is one of those planets where I kind of feel like no matter what approach I wind up taking here, something's going to break. So I might as well just be a little silly with it, you know? Oh, It is going to output other things into here, but that's fine. I only care about the crafted items. Okay, we're cool. Over here, let's say you automate insertion limit 3, 15, so that's 18. That's 40, so that's 58. So let's do -58 here. There we go. Wire those together. Make sure they all read contents. I think I misclicked one. Yes, I did. Okay, so those are all good. Connect you in, and just connect you together. Okay. You need green circuits. Let's just add that to the existing green circuit one, so 45. So add 45 to this one, so that's going to be -55. And there you are. Make sure you read. Let's go ahead and connect all of these together, I guess. And all of you read contents. There we go. You're gonna add 6 more circuits and 6 more iron. So let's add 6 to each. So that's going to make you 1 full stack, and then negative 61. Okay. And then you are also going to want iron. You're 3. And you don't take anything. Okay. So another 3 to iron. Okay. And then last thing, I kind of just started throwing these around. Let's organize just a little bit. So I'm going to move them over this way to keep them all organized. There we are. And the radar can come over this way as well. And there we are. And I don't know if you needed stone bricks. That is actually one more thing. I don't know if I ever did. I did do stone bricks. Okay, so you're all cool. Yes, okay. So as we add more production that needs secondary products, I will just continue doing that. And the whole point of doing this is that allows me to see what we are short on, and then down this way, I can insert stone bricks only if we actually need stone bricks. So somewhere in this area, I can have a merge point to throw things onto this belt. Let's just bring you up this way and in, but I will only allow this to go through. There. I'll only allow that to go through if we need stone bricks. Intermediates. Let me just search. Oh, you're not in intermediates? Okay. I guess you're flooring. I guess that's why you're in there. So if the stone brick signal exists, if demand is more than 1, then we output stone bricks. Otherwise, we do not. So let's go ahead and also read from the belt. So you are going to... Can I do this all in 1? Yes, I can. Look at that. Okay. So obviously this will have to get placed first, but let me actually do that. Read all. There we are. So notice -8. That is actually the way I have it set up, yes. So actually I want you to be less than 0. Okay, that works. And then we'll see if that's helpful or not. I might have to redo this at some point, but, you know, as I've said a couple times now, we're really just having fun. I was also waiting. I was assuming this was going to arrive with stuff, but for whatever reason, Nauvis is also not sending rockets. So let's just go ahead and ship you off to Fulgora. Maybe something I want to look into. Oh, we have rockets. So why wasn't not sending anything? I have plenty of circuits. I have no idea why I wasn't sending stuff. I thought maybe I should have looked into that a little more, but... Well, I don't really care right now. I'll get to it eventually. Let's get a little more iron on the go, just for me. So we've got belts on the way. We've got our mall of building products, at least our simple stuff, to allow us to build more base, ready to go. We have our belt loop ready. Let's go ahead and lay down the second loop here. So the second loop is pretty much just going to get destroyed. I'm trying to think if there's anything we need the second loop for. And I don't think there is. I don't think there is. I am going to back it up just a little bit. Because I want another layer like this over here. I don't know if that makes any sense or not, but you'll see what I mean in just a second. So let's grab this guy. And then we'll just get the substation to line up. You can be mirrored, I guess. Yeah, you can go there. That works. Let's break some of this belt away. Bring that down a little bit because we want it to be at that height. And I do need another lightning rod in here somewhere. Let's place you like there. Yeah, that works. Okay. So the bots should get all that picked up. Yeah, we'll get that cleaned. That's no issue. So then we have our second belt of recycled materials coming in. And that's going to come this way. And let me think exactly how I want to do this. So what I'm thinking is we already know what secondary products we want. So we know when we want circuits, we know when we want iron. So what if I read from a belt and only send products in here if we actually need them? So like if I have a splitter here, for example, and then still priority merge the first guy, but then somewhere down in this area, let's say like right here. How do I want this to work? That's a good question. Okay, first things first, let's grab an arithmetic, bring him down this way somewhere. I have power here, so that seems like a good option. Can't reach there. If I do this, just barely no. If I do, can't reach there. Okay. What if I just move the radar? Probably have personals on. Oh, we're out of power finally. So I will have to worry about power starting about now. Anyway, bring this in, and now that works. So we have all these signals coming in. Interesting. I have a lot of junk signals. I guess I do want to filter those out. So let me come up here, and how can I actually do this? I think I want a decider combinator, and then this radar is going to have to move. Let me do that, and then move them like there. Okay, so decider. I only want to output negative signals. So let's grab 4 each. And you have to be less than 0, and then output each. Yes, okay. That way we can filter out all of the junk signals, the stuff that we don't want to keep track of. And then down here, we multiply every signal by -1, and output it. Is that even still necessary? Yeah, we'll see what happens. I think this is necessary. Anyway, the whole point being, I want to set a filter somehow. So things that pass the filter will proceed in and get mixed into the belt, and things that fail the filter will be sent backwards and recycled into oblivion. That is the goal here. So I'm not entirely sure how to do that. Like, I wonder what the throughput of a setup like this is. Like, can I use filtered inserters, for example? Would that be reasonable? Like, Okay, hear me out. Oh, What did I get? Rail building. I guess I haven't made rails until now. Okay. So, use the double filter inserter. Yeah, that's kind of the idea I'm going for. Is I want inventory stack inserter sizes, though maybe that's overkill. They're going to be picking up from belts and then putting back on belts, so maybe the train car is unnecessary here. I'm just I'm still kind of thinking it through. But if I instead bring this down, maybe this way, clear out a little more room down here for work. One filter leads into a priority splitter. Yeah, I think we're on the same page. I'm not entirely sure, but I think we are. What I'm thinking is I can just put however many filter splitters over here. And the priority splitter's non-priority side goes back on the plus. Okay, I think I see what you're saying, yeah. Just got here. No, you're good, man. I always appreciate people giving a hand. Believe me, sometimes I can use it. That's way too far down. There we are. Total game changer. The filter splitters. So I could do a filter. That is very true. But the problem with the filter splitters is you can't actually set them from the circuit network. Like if I connect this, for example, I could set a filter, but you can only set one filter at a time. And I do need multiple products. That's why I'm trying to think, if I use inserters, they can have multiple filters on them, and I think that's enough filters to get the behavior that I want. But I don't really know myself. We are very much so just playing this by ear and seeing what happens. So what I'm thinking is I'm going to use filter blacklist for these guys, and then use filter whitelist for these guys over here. And then I can bring this signal down. Of course this doesn't reach. Why would this not reach? I can reach here, but I can't reach them. Sure, whatever. But I can do that. And then the signal on the line right now. Okay, so this is going to be reading from this belt, but that is intentional. So these are going to be positive numbers, and we're reading negative numbers from the radar. So those should sum together. So for example, if we need 8 bricks, but there are 8 bricks on the belt, then it goes to 0, that's intentional. Ooh, you don't like making combinator monstrosities. I mean, don't get me wrong, I've definitely made some combinator monstrosities before, but simple's often best, you know? keep the KISS principle, and then work up when you need it. But that way, our need is a negative number. So if our need is satisfied, or even over-satisfied, it's either 0 or positive, then we feed it into this guy who multiplies it by -1, so now our need is positive, and our oversupply is now negative. Positive is fed down here, and that becomes a filter on these guys. So these guys are going to be blacklisted iron. These guys should be blacklisted for iron. I just have to set filter blacklist and set filter whitelist. And that works beautifully, I think. So now iron, when we need it, will be sent this way, and anything that isn't what we need will be sent this way and further recycled again. In fact, I can just send it through the same line up here. I don't see why not. Let's just bring that in and down, and then we'll have another line in here somewhere, so I'll have a splitter here, and I believe this has to be priority input, otherwise it will back up. Up we go. So there's my loop back point. So right here. This is quite space inefficient, and we are on Fulgora, so this will probably be revisited at some point, just not immediately. Thank you guys. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay. And somehow, it seems I am out of belt again. We go ahead and turn personal requests on. Anyway, now we need circuits, so circuits should come down this way. Yeah, we're fine. We're cool. That's all gonna come up here. Make its way in. I should probably priority output these splitters here. Make sure they go this way if they can. I'm not even necessarily sure if I need to maintain this straight. Maybe the straight doesn't even need to be there, but my thinking is if... yeah, the straight doesn't even need to be there. Honestly, I think that might just complicate things, so let's just get rid of this section through here. Because this serves no purpose. So, you go in that way, and then around, and then come back out this way, and up and in. And there we are. We are out of power. I wonder if I have more accumulators. I don't see any more. I'm not requesting them. That would probably help. I don't make accumulators on Vulcanus, so I will have to request them from Nauvis. Which is unfortunate, because Nauvis's rocket supply is not ideal. How far away am I from being able to just make an accumulator? Hold on. Your full sushi belt straight into production. Oh yeah, absolutely. I've never tried that attempt on Fulgora before, and I thought it sounded fun. It might be something I come to deeply regret before long, but it sounded like a good time. Also, accumulators, extremely doable right now. Bots are bringing me all kinds of stuff. I think I can squeeze like one more row in here before things get too tight. So let's go ahead and get that in place. Right in here. Ooh, something blew up. We lost the Logibot. There's no lightning rods in this area, so let's go ahead and extend this up and over. Just make a nice little grid here. Where do you want to be? Fortunately, you're not in the way of the belt. What are the odds? Okay, there we go. Let's get lightning rod coverage over this way. Again, a lot of these lightning rods will likely need to move, but for now, that should be cool. Let's get one more row up here. And where does that leave me? I think I can manage that just fine. Just in range. Ugh, there we go. For some reason I chose to do Fulgora with a ton of belts with the mod that makes belts harder to produce, yeah. I usually do fully bot-based. Idea why I thought belts would be good this time. Fully belt-based is kind of the only way I ever tackle Fulgora, because I know you can just do fully bot-based, but I don't know, that's so powerful on Fulgora it almost feels like cheating. Which is silly, of course, in the factory game. That's kind of the whole point, is, you know, make the most efficient designs, but a part of me does enjoy just making the silly designs also, and full sushi belt on Fulgora is definitely a silly design. Automation limit 4, really? Only 4, huh? Oh, okay. I guess I'm bumping you up by 4. Okay. And I'll probably be bumping these numbers up to keep production going a little better before too terribly long, because at this point it's going to take a while for the iron plates to actually make it up here. I'm just betting on the fact that anything that needs materials will be able to draw materials from other things also requesting materials. In we go. And in we go. There we are. There's plenty of interesting circuit things to do with bots. Fair enough. belt-based everything unless it's exceptionally hard to ship it in or out. The dumbest thing is I caved and just filled boxed from my 5-lane bus anyway. I mean, I think that's borderline how I saw Fulgora the very first time I played Fulgora, I'm not gonna lie. How are these guys doing? Okay, we do have some up and running. I definitely need a lot more though. So let's see if I can help this guy out just temporarily. Concrete. I have 4. That's not a lot. Maybe a little hand sorting of scrap is in order. I have so much stone. Maybe it wouldn't be a horrible idea to go ahead and start on the next lowest section, or the next lower section. Right here, there we go. And there, and then you aren't going to fit, so that's fine. We'll figure something out over there. Have you tried 24 plus lane bus? Unironically, kind of. My very first time attempting Fulgora, I fell into a trap. Neuroplastic, actually, if you've seen his playthrough of Space Age, used exactly the same design that I did, where you have a belt of input coming in, like this, and then for every possible product from scrap, you do a filter in filter splitter, and then you have sorted products coming out. And that seems like a great solution, until you realize that you wind up with a solution that's like this wide, and you only have effectively one belt of throughput. That's not ideal, especially on Fulgora, where you are usually very space limited, but this is a pretty generous island. Let's go ahead and start the next area down here. So let me just copy this for spacing reasons. I might even just put production here, because you can still feed off of stuff. No, that doesn't make any sense. Hold on. I could vertically flip you, though. The problem is that then the secondary belt is the belt that's close to production, and the primary belt is far away, and I don't know if I want to do primary belts with long inserters. That just, that seems a little goofy. So, I don't think I want to do that. But it does make everything really weird if I don't do that. Whatever. If I need to change it later, I can change it later. It's not exactly a big deal. So let's do that. Now, of course, none of these recipes are actually what I want them to be, which means none of these inserters are going to be correct. So let's just take all of that off. And then, actually, this really was only for spacing reasons, so none of that really worked out very well. But oh well, here we are. I'll deal. So fortunately, you only need to output into... I also didn't actually leave proper spacing. Like, literally the whole point, I did every step of that incorrectly. And there we are. Okay, so what do I still need? I always do a hybrid approach to Fulgora's Sushi main bus, branching out with filter splitters, plus I just ship in anything that I can build on Nauvis. Nauvis, for me, is not in a very good state, I've got to be real. Shipping things in from Nauvis would be unsustainable for me if I was trying to rely on it for production. If I go and look at Nauvis right now, actually, the base is mostly idle, weirdly enough. I don't really know why that is. What are we We're waiting on green science. Why are we waiting on green science? Excuse me? Why are there no wood gears? Okay, where did you usually get wood gears from? What? Hold on, huh? I'm so confused right now. Hold on. What is possibly broken? This has been working for so long. Oh, there is a missing belt right here. So I guess there were wood belts or wood gears over here. Wait, it looks like there is a wood gear assembler here. How did I remove a wood gear assembler? I'm so confused. Okay, whatever. Cool. Let's just get that replaced, I guess. In you go, buddy. Well, I guess that'll do it. I guess when I was replacing all this with foundries, and I was removing belts and stuff, I must have accidentally removed the lumber mill, making wooden gears. Oh well, wonder how long that's been a problem. Well, we just finished science earlier, so I guess it couldn't have been that long. Interesting mods. Yeah. Telescopic recipes for belts and inserters has made it interesting, but Lignumis is a very fun starter planet. Definitely recommend it to anyone who hasn't tried it yet. This was where my starter ship was, but the Wrigglers decided to destroy it. You can see them chilling out over here. But I did, at one point, completely lose Lignumis. I've had to completely rebuild this base. That was cool. I did not know deep miners could run out of ore. I kind of thought those were to lower this just a smidge here. Did it cut out? Okay. Are we back? Are we okay? I think we're back. Okay, we cut out for just a second. I'm going to just assume we're okay now. If we do have issues though, I hope you'll let me know. As I've said before, it's not like there's really anything I can do about it, but man, I guess I can complain about it. I can commiserate. Anyway, let's get some, let's figure out how I want to do this. So, solid fuel and stone are primary resources. They should go on the primary belt. But that is going to be somewhat challenging to do, so I might just shunt them down onto the secondary belt. It's not like very many things need solid fuel or stone anyway. But I don't really like that as a solution. So, what if I raise this whole thing up by one iteration there, and then I can remove those two, and that gives me a little more room down here to play with. And if I need this room, I did just blow a chunk out of the cliffs. So this moves up a couple places. Remove this here and this over here. So that's my main belt. That just goes out. Everyone's happy. Let's cut you and bring you down a few places. Because what I want to do then is put you here. And then another splitter there. And just let me cook. Let me cook. So output priority to the left. That means solid fuel will try to go this way when possible, but if it can't, it just gets shunted back onto the main belt. And then I can send solid fuel that way to be used as fuel, and we're all cool. Which means I could actually lower this one if I wanted. In fact, let me just raise that there. And then have you go that way. And then I should be able to do mostly the same thing with the stone. So cut you. And then you go there. And this goes here. And pick up the gears, and then there's stone going out that way. Okay. And that should be everything sorted. I am gonna wait and watch. But yeah, that does seem to be everything working correctly. Yeah, okay. I do believe everything is fine now. So we still have stone going in. We have solid fuel going in, but what we can't use will just continue along the main belt and eventually get recycled. Okay, very cool. So for the time being, I am using steel furnaces just because the solid fuel is free, and I can make solid fuel for free from heavy oil if I really wanted to. So I think this is one of the few instances where you don't want to use electric furnaces. I think steel furnaces are just better. So I'm going to grab this from up here. And I'm really thinking through how I want this to work, because what I'm thinking is not very smart. I don't really like the way that I'm thinking about doing this. One step at a time, one step at a time. So let's break all of this. Break this, just making some room. And maybe the idea here is I actually raise this back to where it used to be, which was this height right here. And then I just have another row below that. That is in the way again. Because here's what I'm thinking. I can bring the secondaries in this way, and the primaries in this way, and then I can have it loop back this way. We're just gonna see what happens. So if I cut all this down through here, then cut all this because it's unnecessary anymore. There we are. So here's my primaries, and here is the secondaries. And you go. So this can pick off whatever it wants to grab. We make our way over here. Not outside of lightning range, so let's grab another lightning rod or 2, or 5, that works. Where's your range? Okay, your range is exactly where I'm standing. There we are. That should give me plenty of coverage, yes it does. And then all of this will just go the opposite direction. So there we are. Let's just get all of this to flip around the other way. And then secondary and primary. And primary... Primary and secondary kind of have to flip here, it looks like. Will they, though? No, okay. They definitely do, though. So I can just do that, and then bring you in here, and it's kind of ugly, but oh well. It works. It works, sure. That's fine. And then just bring that down, there we go. What do you take? You are steel and stone bricks. Okay, so you do need both. And then we'll set a limit on you. There you go. And what's your stack size? 50? I don't really know if I need 50, but whatever. We can keep 50. Alright, is there anything else that I want on Fulgora right now? Not that I can think of off the top of my head. Like, I'm looking through things, maybe, like, combinators and stuff, but I think I just requested 50, and I'm never using more than 50 on here. I think 50 is a fine number. None of these things are really calling to me. Okay, let's leave it there for now. Which does mean I want to pick up all of this stuff over here. Just clean up a little bit. And there we are. Okay. So that should be all of the building materials that we need for Fulgora. That should be pretty much the jumpstart coming online. I do need rails. I suppose I should go ahead and get rails on the go. So rails go here, and that is going to take iron sticks, but iron sticks do appear. Steel and stone. Okay. So that is all primary products. I'll go ahead and give you 2 inserters. And one of these takes regular rails, yes? You do, okay. So let's do that. Make sure we do limit rails. I don't want to make just an unlimited number of rails. But I do want a lot. Let's keep like 400 or something. I think that should be enough for any little bursts, any projects that I need to do. We need refined concrete, steel, and rails. Refined concrete's actually kind of a pain. It needs water, regular concrete. Okay, that's all stuff we can get, actually, other than the water, so I just have to get water in. Not that water is easy, but it can be done. Put you over there so I can put you in. And don't forget to set a limit on the elevated rail ramps. Let's keep like 20 of you or something. I think that's more than enough. More than fair. Do you need anything that isn't a primary? No, in fact, you only really need steel from the main belt. Okay, oh cool. So you need a couple products from the main belt. You just get 3 inserters. Have fun. Now let's see. I do still need water, which is going to be a chemical plant. And I think I'll just do that on site, rather than trying to do, like, some central water line through the whole base or something. I think it's much easier just to do water on site right here for this one guy. In you go. And let's see. Does that make everything? That should make everything. Iron sticks do just come from regular scrap. Even though I'm not seeing any. I know they do because I've got so many. Hold on. They do. I know they do. I'm just trying to find it to confirm. Wait, do they not? They don't come from the regular scrapping recipe? Maybe those were ruins I was picking up. Maybe some of the ruins have iron poles on them. If that's the case, and it does seem to be, then I might actually have to go and recheck some things. Yeah, so many from the rubble. I kind of thought I had a lot because that came from hand cycling scrap, but I guess not. Oh, there's my last accumulator getting placed. Why don't you count? Oh, I guess I never got those substations plugged in. Okay, let me give the bots a couple more substations. There we go. Okay, well, let me quickly just run through and see if I've made that assumption anywhere else. I don't think I did. You need iron sticks, and rails need iron sticks. Okay. In that case, I might just make iron sticks somewhere and throw them on the secondary belt. I don't think that's a horrible idea. Also, are there any secondaries that need to be made in here? No, you're all primaries. Okay. So what I might do is come up here and make one for iron sticks. So that's going to be you. And I am going to need these for power poles also, so I know I am going to need them. Let's just put that here, I guess. I guess that's fine. Your iron sticks, your only input is from the secondary belt. There you go. So I don't have an output on this guy yet, and that is intentional. You're 16, and you're 3. Let's go ahead and get the power poles placed in. Well, I'll set it first. So negative 19, that was the total. Get you connected in. There we are. So, I don't know if I know. Yeah, I think I like the way that looks better. Anyway, that's negative 19 there. So, you can connect down to this guy, and then the substations connect together, and then the substation into there. The reason being, now I can read contents from you, and then that's also going to allow me to read contents from all of these guys. There we go. Okay, sticks. Sticks are negative 11, because I am reading contents from you, so that is working properly. Everything's good. What I do want to do, though, is go ahead and disable you on that limit. So as long as sticks are less than 0, you should be enabled. And then I can just output you. Yeah? Seems good? Seems good. Okay. Naturally, none of these guys actually have input for that, unfortunately, so let's just go ahead and do that. Designing charcoal. Charcoal design was something I had to revisit several times when playing Bobs and Angels. For whatever reason, I just never quite seemed to be able to get it quite right. Let's come down this way. So I do read off this belt, but now that I have a splitter in here, I no longer read this belt, which I should. So let's do that. Read and hold. There we are. And that should work in both directions, because now this guy should also be reading that. Though that's actually not going to allow this guy to read it, funny enough. So maybe I don't want to do it from up there? Or maybe... Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm entirely happy with that, but it's iron sticks. We'll see what happens. Let's see, this guy is full. Why are you still outputting? This guy's full. You're full. Oh, these aren't going to be marked to read contents. I'll just go ahead and mark all of them to read contents. There we go. Now are you done? Yeah, now you're done. Okay, okay. Now we're cool. And let's see, do we still wind up with wasted iron sticks? Because iron sticks are iron. We are only allowing so much iron through. And it does look like that works. Yeah, that works. Okay. We're all cool. So, of course, we still have no stone up here, but that's just because, at the moment, all of the stone is being turned into stone bricks. These guys have fairly large buffers, but you can see it is starting to build up on the side. Also, stone bricks don't get incorporated, it seems. This is positive, which I think is wrong. No, okay, until this point, our requests are negative, so this is set correctly. This guy just isn't being accounted for up here, that's the problem. So you request 20, so let's add 20 to stone. So that'll be negative 28. There we are. Also, Redeemer doesn't have enough storage. Oh, why do you have so much carbon? What? How? What? Hold on. Let me check some of these other guys. Oh, you don't have wires. Because I didn't want to copy the schedules, so I didn't copy the hub, but that means I didn't get the wires. Okay, that is my fault. So let's see, we've got splitter. This belt So, there you are. We also have you up to you. Let's see, who else? All of... Okay, so those two outputs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wires total. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. What are you in orbit over? Nauvis? Yeah, Nauvis might just have to deal with some of this carbon, I think. Yeah, that's, I think Nauvis might just have to deal with some of this carbon. There we go. We just need room. There we go. Sorry, Nauvis. Yeah, I don't really know what you're gonna do with all that, but, have fun. Let me see if I can just make a request somewhere. Blue chest, just like right here, and request all the carbon, I guess. And that'll at least keep the carbon out of here so it doesn't take up our storage space on Nauvis also. Might even just go ahead and make another one in case that one fills up. But there we go. Okay. This all does seem to be working. We still don't have any stone, but again, that's just buffers in the unusually large buffers of the stone brick furnaces filling up. And once that's full, we will be all cool to go. We still need the elevated rail supports, so let's see if I can't get those on the go. Those take refined concrete also, and steel. Let's do that. Set a limit on you. So, refined concrete. What's the rocket size on you? 100. Let's keep, like, 1,000, I guess? I mean, we are on Fulgora, everything here is free. So copy that, flip it, and pop it there. And that way I can put the supports right there. So you're just steel, and the other guy, so in you go. And let's see how many of these I want to keep. Let's say... I don't actually really know how many of these I wind up going through usually. Let's say like 60, I guess. That way, really anything I want to do, I should have plenty. That shouldn't be holding me back at any time. And then something I do want to do is substations and large power poles. Those are also important. So first up, substations, and then large power poles. So you're all first row items again. So there you go. And there you go. Of course, we are going out of range here, but I can just barely get that to fit. And that's close enough for me. So, substations. Let's keep, I don't know, like a stack of substations, I guess. That's cool. And large power as well. There we go. Okay. I think that's the entire bootstrap base setup. I think we are just about ready to start actually building stuff, which will be cool. Also, you don't have yellows, I'm just now realizing. I do have to bring those in. I also don't know why... I guess scrap is counting towards that? I guess that makes sense. Anyway, I can't actually make yellow inserters on Fulgora due to the wood requirement. So for these guys, I am going to have to request yellow inserters, and they are just going to have to be delivered, because I'm not dealing with that. So, you get yellows, and you get yellows. And we'll just have to wait for those to get supplied. Let's actually see. If I come up this way... None of this actually... Okay, there's yellow inserters. You're requesting them from Nauvis, that's fine. I just have to come up and check on Nauvis and make sure you're actually doing stuff. Do I have yellow inserters? Yeah, okay, so I keep a fair few yellow inserters, that's fine. Yeah, everything looks okay. We should be fine. Science is running. Okay. Since Nauvis has been a little weird recently, I did want to just give it a little status check and make sure it's doing alright. Actually, can't believe green science of all things had died, but you know, that's just the world we live in, I guess. So Hackid is the one doing deliveries right now. It's chilling out over Fulgora. Let's just go ahead and send him off to Nauvis and see if he can make any pickups for me. Mostly it is the yellow inserters that I'm worried about. Also, you don't have the category for, whatever this planet is. Fulgora, there we are. So let's get that in you. Okay. Should be making its way and it'll send the delivery in when it feels like it, so there we go. I don't know if I still need those, but I'll leave them there for now, just in case I need to handcraft stuff. We are filling out some of the recyclers, that's nice to see. Still need more concrete up this way. I think a lot of the concrete's probably being eaten by these guys up here. Have you attempted to find a second tungsten patch on Vulcanus? Not yet. Like, not to tap it. It looks like I'd have to go pretty far out, though. It doesn't look like there's, anywhere nearby. Yeah, that's multiple worms I would have to kill to go and take a second patch, it looks like. Yeah, there's nothing even within my explored map coverage, it looks like. Couple sulfur spots, but nothing beyond that. Speaking of sulfur, it is finally full. I guess some of these speed modules have been getting placed. Oh yeah, looks like a couple of these are good. Okay. Why is this, like, half of this belt backed up? I guess just because I don't have enough recyclers over here yet. I mean, that does make sense. Do I still have scrap on me? Let me just go ahead and churn through that. And can I make recyclers? I can't just make some recyclers myself, so I might as well. Thank you, bot. Thank you, bot. As we continue expanding, of course, we do need more and more of these. Let me see if I can just go ahead and throw you in there. That'll get another mate over there. Yep, okay. Yeah, it doesn't look like that would be very friendly to me if I did have to go in and find some more. So that's my mall all set. I do need roboports, I guess. That's one more thing I should make. Can I fit you? Just barely. Just barely. That's gonna be over here, and I guess I should have bots produced on planet as well. Why am I so blind? Roboport, there you are. Not close. It certainly didn't look like it. Limit you to like 20 or something. There we go. And set. I guess I also need chests. Chests would probably be a good thing to have on planet. I'll probably leave this area down here for bot constructed things. So let's go ahead and get a roboport down this way. And then I'll just get my standard bot ball blueprint stamped down over here. I don't make medium power poles. And I don't know if that's a bad idea or not. It might be a bad idea. Maybe I'll make medium power poles in the bot mall. Anyway, the whole reason for doing this is so that I can get the different types of chests in here. There we are. that does mean I need storage for things set up. So let's go ahead and find some providers. Maybe I'll do storage chests. Filtered storage chests seem nice. Just like across the top here. How many products do I get from recycling? I should probably check. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And how many is this? 9. So I need 3 more. There we go. 2 of you are outside of logistics range, and I think I'll just put you over there instead. It's perfect. Okay. All of these need filters. So maybe actually I won't place those inserters yet. So, filters. Let's just start from the top. I remember... Maybe I should do this in some sort of intelligent order. Gears, solid fuel, concrete, ice. So, gears. Solid fuel. Concrete. Then ice, I think it was. That's going to be intermediates, I think. Let me just look for... Oh, there it is. Okay, so that should be the first 4. What was next? Steel, battery, stone, red. Steel. Also, go ahead and get these guys in and set their filters before I forget. Concrete. What I wanted. Okay, you get to be special. You are concrete. And then ice. And then steel. There we are. Okay, and then keep on keeping on. So it's actually easier to do these guys first, I think. That way I can see what they're supposed to be. So where is scrap? Okay, so after steel, we've got battery, stone, red, cable. So, battery. Stone. I think red circuit or copper cable. I want to do them in order, so let me check. Red circuit, copper, blue circuit. Okay, so red circuit. Copper cable, and then blue circuit. There we are. And then the last one I remember is holmium. I'll go ahead and put holmium in here. Unfortunately, I have no idea what this one's supposed to be. So, one more. What are you? LDS, of course. LDS, there we are. Okay, so now let's go ahead and get all these in as filters. Okay. Get the cable put in. Get the blue circuits put in. And so on down the line. That way, we can just request all of this stuff also whenever we happen to need it. I just have to come down and place the inserters, it seems. I also don't have inserters, which is a problem because I also can't craft inserters. So we are 100% just waiting on a delivery of yellow inserters, which should have happened. We're above Nauvis. We have the inserters. Okay, go to Fulgora. Okay, so once that arrives, we will be a-okay. I do need a thing down here for steel chests, so let's go ahead and get that down as well. So, steel chest. And, what else? Bots, I guess? I'm not gonna do robot frames in here, because that's engines and stuff. Lamps. Probably cool. There we are. Just things that we need in low supply. Things that, you know, we don't really need to fully automate. Just we will need every now and then. Go ahead and rip you up and replace you with a real guy. Oh, we're already covered? Okay, let's get rid of these. And there we are. Good? All good. Okay. Break a little more room. I'm sure we're gonna need it at some point, so let's go ahead and make it useful. Is there anything else I wanted to do in here? Now that we have filter chests, let's see, can I get the bots to move this stuff into their filter chests? I would just deconstruct this entirely, but there are some things we still don't have designated filter chests for. So I'll just do that for now. Ice. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Oh, cool. How would you refill trains in 1.1? Whenever I had an unloading station, and it was always my unloading stations except for weird circumstances, like if I were feeding an outpost or something, like ammo or whatever, my unloading stations always had fuel. And that's just how it worked. Anytime they went to unload, they would get fueled up. I do want to go to each of these inserters and set a limit on them. So, take that, put it in, and what is the stack size on a gear? 100. So what if I just keep like 2,000 in storage? That seems reasonable. And then solid fuel is a stack size of 50, I think. Yes, it is. So you can keep 1,000. That's for the storage chest. Whoops, let me make sure I didn't do that over here. No, okay, just had to make sure. So, solid fuel. Keep like 1,000. And that way we don't fill up our storage chest, because that would be unfortunate. I guess I don't need the wire on these. Like, strictly speaking, I could just also do logistics network and that's fine. Whatever. They get to be wired. Whatever. These are storage chests. This is where all this stuff should be anyway. So, you get to be 2k. Ice. What is the stack size on ice? 50. So you get to be 1k. And so on down the line. That way, I think I already said that already, but if I didn't do this, then we'd wind up filling these chests and then having nowhere for the extra storage to go. And that's usually not something that you want to do if you're feeding directly into storage chests. So you always set a limit. This is a 200 stack size, so this one's going to be 4k. Stone is 50. So you get to be 1k. Oh god. Thank you. 1k. 200. Forgot the wire that time. There we are. So, 2k. Actually, 4k. And then wire is also 200, so also 4k. I can just queue you. I keep forgetting to do that for some reason, but there we go. Also, all of this really needs to move, unfortunately. So what I'm going to do is copy this, the top. Let's see, I already did wire, so here's blue circuit. So you're a stack size of 100, so you get a 2k limit. You are a stack size of 50, you get a 1k limit. And if you're not sure why it needs to move up, I will show you in just a second. I just want to get all these limits in first, and then I will reveal my master plan. Yeah, so you're 1K. Okay, finally finished. So the reason I needed to do that, so that I can move all of this up a space. And that way I can put a priority splitter here to prioritize output to the bottom. That way, we supply what needs to be supplied, and then here we will have an input priority from the bottom as well. That way nothing gets stuck in here. If I didn't have this return splitter, then things would get stuck. Like all these batteries in here, if we made it past the battery inserter, then batteries would stick here and we wouldn't be able to store anything anymore. Where am I? Can I go help with this? Yeah, there we go. And then all that will come in as it needs. Also, where on earth is Hack Kid? Did you not send the yellows down? You should have sent the yellows down. Like, products finished 13, products finished 24. Okay, you have yellows in you. You don't. I should have had 100 yellow inserters coming in. I still request yellows. That's the problem. Let's do that and get rid of those. There we are. Okay, now those can get made. I have a little iron on me myself, so let me just help out. There we go. So that's going to get these inserters down here placed, and then we'll actually start storing stuff. And once we start storing stuff, then these things can start getting made. Let's see, what do you need? Okay, that's all cool. And then I'm going to do the same thing over here for the secondary products down this way. So I'm going to have a... I do read from the belt right there, which actually makes this a little inconvenient. Maybe I want to read from, like, over here then. Copy that, paste it there, and then just get rid of the green wire down here. And it's effectively the same thing. It doesn't matter where you grab from. So then this is going to priority output to the top. Maybe I'll priority output to the bottom then. Have that turn up that way. And again, where am I standing? I can go build this. How do I send you an image of the base? You can send it over Discord, I guess, if that's cool with you. I guess you could also put it just on the reply thread. Or not the, like, the main thread, the map thread right now, because reply thread's not for another couple days. So let's see, we have priority output going this way. Let me break a little more down here. What are things we only get from doing this? We've got copper plate, iron plate, green circuits. All I can think of off the top of my head. So let's just grab a couple of these guys. And then change your filters. So you're going to be copper plate, iron plate. And I have to come and change some of the stuff, but I want to change the filters first. And green circuits. Okay. And then change you to match. Change you to match and increase your limit. And change you to match and greatly increase your limit. There we are. And then change all the filters. It's cool with me, the C block base. You can just DM me on Discord if you want. I certainly don't mind. I'm pretty active in the in the community map Discord, so it won't be difficult to find me. Can't build on ocean. I do know. Would just be nice. Okay, you can go there, I guess. Anyway, that gives me more room for these guys if I do need them. And that does fit. Okay, very nice. And then this can just come back over here. I'll leave myself room. I'm sure there's something I'm forgetting, and if not, then whatever. So priority input from the bottom, just to make sure that keeps flowing. But yeah, that's all good. Okay. Okay, I feel like I've been almost done getting this bootstrap base up for like an hour now. Let me take a sip of water, mentally reset, and see where we are. Okay, let's finally get these guys picked up. Don't really need that anymore, and the bots can go build stuff with those. So everything should be flowing okay. We certainly need more recyclers down here to handle the overflow and turning it into new products, but, you know, we are working on it. Everything else, let's see. So this is working well enough. That's coming up here, making steel chests. That's supplying all that. Very cool, okay. We have yellow inserters being made into blue inserters. We have long arm inserters. We even have green inserters. We have pipes and everything. Okay, I think what I need to do now is start looking towards science. And speaking of science, let me go ahead and queue up a thing or two so I can focus for a minute. Implants require me to make holmium plate, which is not that bad. I will be making that in a foundry, and I do have foundries. Let's go ahead and queue up turbo belt. Bot speed. I guess quality tier 2, why not? Projectile damage for the spaceships, and that'll take a long time. So we're good there. Let's go ahead and break this. Just making a little bit of room up top here. And start thinking about holmium production. There we go. I also want to break these natural lightning rods when I think about it. Just outside of range. Just in range. Okay, oh, cool. The natural ones do give you lightning protection, but they don't give you power. So every time lightning strikes one of them, you're just losing an opportunity to charge your accumulators. And they're a little hard to see. So unless you're going by and breaking like every single ruin that you come across, it's hard to make sure that you're not leaving them up anywhere. Like this down here. Oh cool, okay. Let's go ahead and break some of these larger stuff. And my inventory is getting quite full. I might have to start worrying about that just a little bit. But there are some of these natural ones still left that I do want to pick up. Which does mean I need another one of these guys over this way. Where do you reach? Right here. Okay, let's put you right there then. There we go. And good. Okay. Coming up with error messages. Trying to send me a DM on Discord? Maybe, that might be a Discord specific thing. Maybe, you can set Discord servers up so that you can't allow people to directly DM people in there. Just send a friend request or something. I probably won't be able to get to it for a little while, but, you know, I certainly will. And by a little while, I don't mean, I mean end of stream. Let's see, these are cool, we've got all that in there. let's go ahead and start breaking some of these cliffs through here. I know I'm going to want to, and getting cliff explosives is a little bit of a journey. So let's go ahead and start doing that so I can continue stocking up on cliff explosives. Like, the sooner I start breaking these, then the sooner I have more cliff explosives to break more cliffs with. And I'm also just cleaning up a little bit. These ruins are going to be in the way eventually, so I'd rather just go ahead and break them all now. I don't want to use all of my cliff explosives if I can help it, just because, you know, sometimes you need those. I have so much stone. Can I please get rid of all of this junk? I do have dedicated storage chests now, and that's what they're for. I forgot plastic. Okay, let me set up a chest down at the bottom for plastic. I knew there were going to be more. So, plastic. Plastic. And plastic. There we are. What is your stack size? 100, so let's set you to 2k. Oh good, okay. Take all of this. And send. Okay, I'll, like I said, I'm not gonna be doing it, like, not gonna go take a break and go accept it, but I will get to it later tonight. I have a lot of accumulators on me for reasons beyond my understanding. I don't think I request those. Interesting. I guess I probably picked those up earlier so that I could build stuff with them. Let's go ahead and get a blueprint of accumulators done. So let's put this up here. Grab accumulators. And just make a little box. Ooh, not like that. Just trying to force place them to clean up a little bit, and then I wound up off-grid anyway. Okay, let me slow down just a little. I guess I was going too fast. There we are. Okay. Then I can just cut that and paste it around. And finally have actual permanent power storage. So let's start maybe here. And maybe I'll make that a blueprint, actually, so I can grid place that. Let me bring that back up here and blueprint you, and then you can be snap to grid. Make you relative. Very good. Okay, and then you can go here, I guess. Sure. Let's go ahead and delete that so that never gets placed. And now I have a nice little relative grid I can place down. Why did that not work? What? Maybe I hit paste instead of grabbing the blueprint. I kind of thought I grabbed the blueprint, but maybe that's just me. Hold on. Okay, that works. I don't know. How long will the stream be? I'll be streaming a good long time, my man. I usually stream like 11 hours. So, you know, it'll be a minute. I do plan on today streaming. My, like, tentative goal would be, it would be really cool if I could get to Gleba today. I don't know how feasible that is, but that's kind of my stretch goal, I guess you could say. Can I put you there? Can't build on ocean. Okay. I wanted to put a roboport in there somewhere. Wonder... Yeah, I can get that to work. So this is placed weird. So let me go ahead and place you in here. That's gonna take some of this junk away. That's not gonna have power anymore. I lost a lightning rod, so let's get you in there. You don't have power anymore. Not super cool, but I can do something like this, and then move you over here, and over here. And that should do. Hello there. Looks like a nice chill stream. How's it going? I mean, chill stream's a good way of putting it. I've just gotten to Fulgora. I'm using just pretty loosely there, I suppose, but I've got my bootstrapping Fulgora down. I've got a sushi belt coming in that's supplying all of my assemblers. I have no power right now, but that's what I'm trying to solve literally right now. The sushi belt flows around, gets recycled, stuff I need flows back out, stuff I don't need is cycled back around and recycled until it disappears. And that's kind of my strategy for Fulgora for the moment. If there's anything you'd like to see, I'm happy to take you on a tour if you want, but for the time being, it looks like the bots might need my help. Let's see what I can do up here. Okay, well that's all placed again. I can put that up here, but it's not going to have power. Unless I do something like that, that works. Okay, can I just make one of these? Does look like I can. Yeah, power on Fulgora is an easily solved issue. Power just means you need more lightning rods. Whoopsie. Speaking of lightning rods, I forgot to put lightning rods in my blueprint up here. That's probably something I should have done. So let's just force place that underneath there, and then let's get the blueprint out. There we go. And let's update you. So how tall are you? 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So select new contents. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Okay. And now let's just get that replaced for all of these guys. There we go. Very cool. Okay. So I do need a roboport in here. That should be no issue. Build however you like. Here for a nice chat, some smooth gameplay. Yep. Well, I don't know how much smooth gameplay you'll get, but you will get me making do with what I've got. And if that sounds nice to you, then I guess that sounds nice to me. I do love these little flowers that are scattered around Fulgora. Just a nice little touch. I think it's funny of all the planets to wind up with flowers, that it is Fulgora. You know, the desolate wasteland desert planet. It's the one that gets the nice little pink flowers. Anyway, none of this looks like it's connected, so let me come over here and see if there's something I can do. You have no power, that's the problem. That's okay though, all you need is a lightning strike. If you have a lightning strike, you'll be able to power yourself, though I do need to get this over here to connect. Oh, and you're one off. Of course you're one off. Let's make sure this can connect. Which does mean this needs to move, but this is all temporary anyway, so I'm perfectly okay with that. Do this. And this. And that should be okay. Yeah, that's okay. And now this is all connected. Gameplay, but smooth, yeah. Maybe we'll both be in for a surprise. We'll see what happens. You never know. Why did you not get updated? All the rest got updated. Oh well, I guess I can do that myself. Let's go ahead and... Ooh, maybe not that many. Maybe just one at a time is okay. And in you go. Okay, personal bots don't want to do it, but there we go. That way this stuff doesn't get absolutely destroyed. Some hiccups are part of the fun, you know? I think you've got something going there. Do I need that? I don't need that, okay. Placement prevented on space platform. Platforms cannot have holes. What are you on about? Okay, for some reason you do have holes. Good. Oh good. Okay, that was weird. This is the same design I've been using for all of these guys. Oh, you are for my Fulgora base though, so I did throw just a little extra solar on the side. Ignore my spaceship, it's not exactly pretty. Is it supposed to say Lincoln Park? Uh, Probably. I've got to be real with you. As far as descriptions and stuff like that on things like Discord, that's likely something that was set, maybe not even by me, probably by a friend who was just messing around on my account or something one day, literally like 12 years ago, and I've just never changed it. That's very possible. I have a lot of things like that. Are you okay, you need efficiency modules, and other than that, you are completely good to go. For some reason it says on planet 0, but you should be in orbit over Nauvis, and I really doubt Nauvis has 0 efficiency modules. Oh, interestingly, I have 0 tier 1 efficiency modules, because they're all coming up here. Why are you in here? I don't know why those are in there, but they're all being made into tier 2s. That's a problem. You're set incorrectly. Yeah, I have 326 tier 2 efficiency modules. Yay! Awesome. Okay. Well, that's fine. I'll start building up regular efficiency modules now. Okay. Well, you know, that's fine. I wonder if I go to HackKid. Where are you? You're chilling out over Fulgora. Why are you just hanging out here? Because you're waiting for a passenger? Don't think you're gonna get one. Let's set you to... I think all requests satisfied is okay for drop-offs as well. I'm not 100% sure. I'll just leave the 30 seconds in there, that seems fine. Gonna drop the Lignumus time down to like 30 seconds now, because it doesn't need nearly as much time. All good. Okay. Let's go ahead and start removing the stuff through here, though maybe not the lightning rod. Maybe I want the substation as well. You can go here. There we are. And let's start removing these guys. This was just the starter field, after all, to get me jump-started on something. Let's see, everything is okay over there. Move this over. And, of course, this grid is not at all going to fit the main grid. Do I care? Yes, but not enough to do anything about it. Okay. Let's just set a request for logistics bots and construction bots in here so that I always keep some. And I'll go ahead and copy you, do the same down on the side and the side. That way I'll always have some construction and logistics bots in the system without anything too complicated going on. I also need repair packs. Some things have taken damage. I might just handcraft a few repair packs and just throw them in. Here you go, guys. Have fun. Go get things patched up. Okay, that should be all cool. We are currently making everything now, so we should be making our own accumulators. We just need iron. Yeah, just the 18-year-old with wilds. Yeah, uptime for now running channel. It's totally understandable. Yeah, I get you, man. It's really weird for me to look at a YouTube video and see that it was uploaded like 18 years ago. That just doesn't feel right. That's like something is very, very wrong when you see something like that. It doesn't feel right at all. Clean up a little more of these ruins scattered around here and there. Get a little more holmium. I never did set up holmium production. I said I wanted to do that. So let's go and do that. Power should be in a better place. At least they're placing accumulators and all. Let's see. Probably right around in here is fine. EM plants need holmium, science needs holmium, so anything that needs holmium can be built north of here. I think that's okay. I have foundries. I don't remember exactly how the full stack works here. So holmium plate comes from the holmium solution, I do remember that. And then holmium solution is stone and water in a chemical plant. And is there anything else? I do need holmium solution for electrolyte also. So maybe what I should do here is work backwards. Well, in order to do that, I actually need to make my first holmium plate, so let's go ahead and make... I would like to be able to make like a holmium plate, but that's not really feasible since you have to work with liquids and all. It just makes it annoying. Also, I'm missing lightning coverage down here, so let's sort that out. There we are. So maybe instead what I'll do is I will come up here and just look at how much holmium science requires. So you require 25 holmium solution and 25 electrolyte, and a supercapacitor. So supercapacitors themselves need an electrolyte and 2 superconductors. And then you need a holmium plate. So working backwards, and the recipe makes 2. So 1 holmium plate, 3 holmium plate, and electrolyte. 35 electrolyte, 3 plates, and 25 holmium solution. Okay. And a plate is 20. So 60 plus 25, so that's 85. And then that's 1-to-1. Okay. So I think my math's already off, but I think it's about 100. It's about 100 holmium solution to 1 science pack. 120 per second charcoal block. Ooh, that's a lot of charcoal. Not bad, especially in a C block world. Anyway, about 100 per second. So let me just see how many chemical plants that winds up being. So kind of figured I would have chemical plants on me, but I guess not. I just put you down. One of you makes 10. So let's plan for 10 of these guys. Also, the science. How many science does that actually make? Just 1. Okay. We do get the 50% productivity from an EM plant, so that is something to consider. So 100 is a little overkill, but I need a little headroom to be able to make the EM plants themselves also, so 100 is probably a respectable amount. So do that, and then that. So that's enough. Let's find space for it. Building big using trains. That's where the game always kind of picks up. That's the fun part. Let's say maybe right in here. Might as well try and line it up with the start of production down that way. Ooh, that wobbled all over the place. It's at the same level as the edge of the roboport. So let's say right there is fair. We'll have the holmium come in on this belt, which can be a filter splitter, because we only need holmium. And holmium isn't used for anything else, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, holmium... Ooh, there's a better holmium plate recipe once you have the hydro plant. That's very interesting, actually. Wait, hold up. Isn't this worse? Hold on. Hold on, isn't this worse? No. Wait. Wait, hold on. Let me grab a foundry and just put that up there. Holmium plate. Okay. So you take in 80 to make 6, and that's even with your inbuilt productivity. Okay. I was thinking it was 10 to a plate, but it's actually 20 to a plate. Okay, I don't know where I had 10 coming from. Okay, so the hydro plant recipe is better then. I was very surprised if it wasn't. Um, let's do this smart. Let's set the filter first. Filter you to holmium ore. There you are. But then I need to do one of these because I don't want this to back up. So priority output to the left. And priority input left. That's completely unnecessary, but I might as well. Cut. And then let's put this in place right there. That'll start sending holmium this way. I do need water, of course, so let's go ahead and get the pipes in place. And then I'll come back and do all of the undergrounds. There we are. Then I just have to get water in here somewhere. Doesn't really matter where. I'm just going to focus on inserters for now. Maybe I can do this in a more aesthetic way. You... Yeah, that works better. So let's see. I also need stone. I did forget that this needs stone. That is true. That is true. I've lost the sushi spirit. If you're gonna go all sushi, you gotta go all sushi. There we go. Sushi away. Then up. That is producing a liquid, so this is actually pretty easy to get out. I'll just go like this. And there we go. Also, why is this not producing? You have no iron. I'm not trashing iron or anything, am I? Let me make sure iron is in the filters. What? Iron sticks. But that should also be requesting iron then. Why am I not asking for iron? Like, I'm asking for a lot of iron up here. Hold on. I'm so confused right now. So you are only outputting those things because apparently I have a lot of iron, which is just not true. I'm definitely missing iron. So there are some things that are requesting iron that I've forgotten to account for, I guess. Also, this needs iron sticks, which I don't account for also, so I will have to go and take care of that in just a second. And you, so anything that isn't connected, I don't account for yet. So, yeah, why does it say I have enough iron? Because that sure shouldn't be the case. I counted all of these meticulously. So why? I have no iron coming in on the belt. Is there something being read that shouldn't be read? Like, is there maybe iron plate gum this way? No, nothing's getting recycled yet. I feel blind. I don't know why that is the case. Yeah, where could so much iron be getting read from? Because that would be a pretty considerable amount of iron getting read into the system. Yes, this right here is outputting into the radar, and that's the thing that's confusing me, is that this is working correctly. It's showing that iron plate is 24, which is not what it should be. So maybe I just have to... Oh, there's a lot of iron in here for some reason. Your stack limit's 3. How did you get so much... I'm the one who messed it up. I manually put iron in here. That's the problem. like a while ago, I manually put iron in those guys, and that messed it up. Okay. Now? Yes, now iron's reading correctly. Okay. Okay, there we are, there we are. It would also be cool if this wasn't outputting iron sticks, because this does only have so many filter slots. But that's something I'll have to worry about once it's actually a problem, I guess. Yeah, for right now it's fine. Oh look, when we recycle basic, the green circuits, we get basic circuits. Oh, that means we're gonna get wood. Hold on. I haven't accounted for this. That's actually a problem. When we recycle the basic circuits, we're gonna get wood. Maybe that's fine. That actually might be a good thing, because that means I'll be able to make some stuff that needs wood. Let me set filters here. It shouldn't break anything, because it'll just get recycled by itself. Stack size 100, so 2k is fine. Yeah, that was a surprise. Let's set you to wood. Okay. Cool, I guess. Does mean... I kind of want this filtering done after these chests, actually. So let's go ahead and grab these guys. And move them, like, over here. Yeah, it's fine, whatever. So blacklist ones, which one are you? You are the bottom, so blacklist is the one that goes back and goes to get recycled, and then this is the one that I want to actually do stuff. I still might want to move you over that way. Just makes this corner a little less awful. There we are. Yeah, cool, good, okay. Anyway, that's going to come in, and then this comes out this way. Where's my original return? Okay, down here, and set it in that way. Very good, okay. And all of this... okay, this is the return, so this actually should have stayed. This can drop one, I guess. Come in that way. All of this goes away, and in you go. Alright, that was a nice little bit of reorganizing, and I think that's better. Who'd say they're the most active here? Me. I know what you mean. You know, that's what the handy-dandy top fans button at the top is for, which... I'm not gonna lie, I, like, kind of cringed even just saying that. That feels weird for me to say it myself, but oh well. That is the title of it. I wish there was a better way to move this around at the moment. Also, you're not connected to anything, so you are still just trashing everything. Let's move you up this way. You don't reach? You don't reach. Awesome. Okay, this no longer goes anywhere. Let's just pull this back. And I guess I'll have to put just, like, a random power pole down here. I guess I could just, pop across belt, and that's no big deal. Like, this doesn't have to do anything. It doesn't read or hold or anything. There we are. Oh, cool. Physically. See, I completely misunderstood what you meant there. Oh, also this isn't gonna allow bricks through. Yeah, that's not gonna allow bricks through. That's a problem. All of my bricks are being trashed. Okay, that's, easy enough to solve, I suppose. We just break that. And... oh wait, bricks are being let through now. Wait, what? Hold on, how does that work? Because it is requesting bricks. Which is the same thing that was being sent... Well, that's weird. Okay. Well, it certainly wasn't working. I was gonna just put it back, but the solution that I had in there was wasting bricks, which is undesired behavior, so I am going to do something else. So let's bring bricks over this way instead. Bring them down, and somewhere in here we will have a locked belt. Maybe even just, like, right down here. Yeah, okay. And so you can only come through if bricks are positive. Bricks are over this way. So you must be positive in order for bricks to get through. There we go. I think that's fine. This is very quickly going to, Ooh, I do need to put the reading here. So let's do that, and that puts bricks back into the positive, and once they're through the splitter, since the belt reading cannot continue past that, that'll help split the signal. I don't know if that made any sense or not. I'm reading from this belt to determine what needs to be put on the belt, but it was seeing all the stone bricks back here, and I don't want to see the stone bricks before the break. There we go. And works beautifully. There we are. Okay. It might still be reading these, though. So maybe I actually need to freeze behind the splitter instead of in front of it. There we go. I think that's better. I think that works. And that's going to get the stone bricks flowing. Okay, why is this broken? Because I put the belt in backwards. Yay! Okay, there we go. I might also store the basic circuits. I might priority output up this way, actually. And then also priority input from that direction. Just to make sure everything does pass through here, because I had it the other way so that I would be able to output stuff first. But if I do get things like wood and basic circuits and all, I do want to be able to store those. So basics. And actually I still have to set the storage on the chest. There we are. Make sure all of these are set correctly. Okay, all good. Nauvis, taking damage as always, but it's fine. Oh, finally got your bots. You said you were skipping straight to tier 2 bots, weren't you? That's just crazy. Purple before pink. Yeah, I did pink first, but I did debate which way would be better. There was definitely a little back and forth in my head over which way I wanted to go. Let's see, you're waiting for ammo to recharge, so that's fine. I would just really like to have those yellow inserters, but for the time being... you still have a lot of carbon on you. Let's go ahead and dump some of this carbon. And start adding things, since you are my Fulgora ship. Let's make sure we have Fulgora requests for Nauvis. I don't want another spider up here. That's fine. And then I'll probably go ahead and set up a group that is Nauvis request Fulgora. So let's go to space here. Let's grab Nauvis and Fulgora. Even though there's not anything I can actually send up here yet, I want to go ahead and select things if I can, like implants. I can send 5 up in a rocket at a time. Let's just say 20. 20 seems reasonable. What else? obviously science. So Electromagnetic, 2K, and I'll just leave it at there. If I need other things, then I will obviously come and do that. Like recyclers, for instance, but you know, I'll take care of that later. How is this going? Okay, you're finally getting your efficiency modules. Very, very nice to see. Nauvis, how's it going, my man? Your rockets are all good and ready to go. Why don't I have enough inserters to send up? Because I have no burners, because I have no wood. Because all the wood's being eaten. Is that really all the wood that I have coming in? Sure does look to be. Okay. Yeah, all of these are running. Except you. You are, I guess you were built wrong somehow. Oh, that's an existing line of roboports. Okay. You can just move that roboport over to the side and get that guy in right there. Even though he's going to have greatly diminished support, growing area, we'll take it. It's fine. So let's go ahead and grab like a little tile over this way. And what's in the way over here? Big stone belt. Big stone belt. Anything I can do about that? I can do that, I guess. That'll give me a little more. Why is it... Hold on. Why was it trying to replace my medium electric poles with wood poles? Why are... What is happening? Why are there wood poles strewn throughout here? I guess I've done a lot of weird copy and pasting. Whatever. If it's working, it's working, you know? So, grab this. Where's that roboport? Right there. In you go. Break you. That's gonna break this stone belt. Whatever. It'll just have to go around somewhere. And yeah, that works. Sure. There's gonna be lots of weird little bits of belt just strewn through here. That's probably gonna break stuff. I'll have to come review that later. Yeah, there's lots of little belt in here. Oh well. It's hard to tell what is and isn't the problem. Yeah, that's a problem. Okay, everything else seems fine though. So that's a little more tree production, not very much, but it'll do something, I guess. This guy needs wood to help jumpstart him, so I will give you a hand. These guys all have trees already, so they are good to go. Okay, yeah, all being eaten by circuits. But there we go, there's a little. So that's going to start making some inserters, and I think while it's kind of counter to my entire scheme of the rest of the base, I think I will remove the priority from the splitter. I don't think I will have enough lumber to fully supply these guys, and I need the inserters. So there we go. That'll just have to do. Anyway, back to Fulgora. So I have this thing set up that should be making holmium. It does need water and it does need stone. And so far it hasn't been able to get any of either of those things, but I believe that's because all of the stone's being eaten by rails so far. No stones even made it into rails. Products finished. Where are products finished? Don't even see them. Products finished 0. There you are. That's kind of what I thought. Ooh, all of the stone is still being made into bricks. I guess we were voiding bricks for a minute there. That does make sense. But that should be all taken care of now. Yeah, there's not even a way without making a full loop for it to void bricks, so that's good. So let's go ahead and get the foundries in. Don't remember exactly how many of these I'm going to need, so I will go ahead and get the next substation placed in, just for spacing reasons. So, foundries, just like right there. We're going to make holmium plate. There we go. Let's go ahead and get pipes across the front here, just to get all of your outputs in together. And then I guess, just like right here, I can underground and just get the pipes in across, just like that. I do need holmium solution for other things as well, of course, but for right now, holmium plate is kind of the most important use case. Let's see, how much holmium I got in here? A bit. A little bit, okay. Anyway, there's holmium solution. Still need stone. Yeah, we aren't getting a lot of stone is the thing. Like, we will once this fills up, and we're not that far from seeing it fill up. It's just, you know, it's taking its time. Anyway, once holmium comes up, maybe I should store that, so let's get a storage tank in here. That works, I think. Yeah, then I can just put a pipe in there, and then that can just connect that way. It's a little ugly, but whatever, it'll work. So then that'll give us holmium plate. And can I prod you? I don't remember if I can prod you. I can prod you. Okay. So maybe I want to start making at least tier 1 modules, and then I'll begin work on tier 2s once those are in place. So let's go bot mall and get you going. So prod, and I might as well go ahead and get speed going. There we are. And there we are. And I guess if I'm going to be making this many of these setups... Ooh, not that. I should probably have something in here that makes, whatever these guys are called. I'm blanking. Combinators. Combinators and deciders. And I have been using constants also, so maybe I'll make those, and I'll go ahead and make speakers, just in case I need them. Of course, we don't have inserters right now, because none of my ships want to bring me yellow inserters, but maybe that's something I can do, actually. Have I gotten any wood in these guys? No, because I have no inserters. I might be able to just go and grab some, though. Not easily. You know what? I have bulk inserters. Just for the time being, because those are kind of important, let me go ahead and get those in place. And I'll just put ghosts for blue inserters over those to un-upgrade those at some point. But there we are. That's going to start getting me basic circuits. So let's see. What would I need to make yellows? I would need all of that and a burner inserter. Burners need lumber and wooden gears. How much would a lumber mill be? Quite a lot, actually. Let me see if I can't just bring one in. Hat Kid has lumber mills. Yes, he does. Are you waiting anything? You're waiting on cliff explosives. But you have plenty. You've got a lot. Yeah, you're good. Just come to Fulgora. That's fine. That does mean, actually, I want to come up here and make sure I am requesting just temporarily. just for the time being. Let me think. Gears, inserter, I guess assemblers, and lumber. So 5? Let's say 5 lumber mills. I mean, my wood supply is going to be very limited, but if I am going to have some wood, I might as well make use of it while it's here. We'll see. We'll see if that's a smart idea. Yeah, haven't actually gotten any wood yet, but I guess that's because I haven't recycled any basic circuits yet. But I will. I will eventually. So, these guys. Let's go ahead and get modules and you as well. These will come together once I have inserters. That's fine, not worried about it. And I can't really proceed any further without making the first holmium. So, I do have stone on me. Let me just get some of that going. Oh, you need water also, so let's grab a chem plant. And how much water does one of these guys make? You make 20 a second. These guys need 1. Okay. So yeah. Just one guy making ice is more than enough for all of these guys. So he's just gonna go down here. So ice into water. I'm not gonna get the water in there. I guess I can underground right there. And just get piping that way. Again, not beautiful, but it works. And once again, I'll just use a green inserter and have it marked to quote-unquote upgrade to a blue. There we go. I might also want to buffer water here, just because all of this is RNG dependent, and sometimes you will go through a spell where you just don't get any water. That's, something worth worrying about. Oh, that was a fast science, whatever that was. Oh, they were trigger techs. Okay, I got my my first holmium. Let's go. Oh, quite a bit actually. So let's see. I should be able to make. Yes, I can make my first EM plant. Oh yeah. So you take refined concrete, holmium plate, blue circuits, and steel. Refined concrete, huh? Refined concrete, huh? That does remind me, actually. These need to be added to the thing. So, iron sticks, 16. Do any of you guys need iron sticks? You do. 24, so that's 40. I'm adding 40. So let's go add 40 to iron sticks. So that's going to be negative 59. There we go. And I might go ahead and give you just another output. Yeah, that's fine. Have fun. We need anything else in here? These all seem to be primary products. Yep, looks like it was just iron sticks. Just iron sticks, okay. Does mean all of you need to be wired up. There we go. And all of you read contents. There we are. Okay. And that should all come back here. And I can see what products I'm missing by whatever is negative. So that's working perfectly fine. Okay. Oh, cool. Yep. Should be good. All right. So let's come up this way. We've got the holmium now. I want an assembling machine, so let's grab one. And this is only to make the very first EM plant, because of course you want to be making EM plants in EM plants. So let's just throw. What kids I put? Oh, the machine wasn't placed yet. So there's holmium. I have a bunch of holmium ore on me, so let me go throw that into the machines down here. Let's see. I need a little more holmium. Here's all the blue circuits I have, but I'm going to need more. Refined concrete and steel. Let's see, that is enough steel at least. Let's go find a little more holmium, some refined concrete, and see where that gets me. So here's some concrete, and okay, so you've got 1,000 in you. I don't remember how much I needed, but I'm pretty sure that's going to be enough. Hack Kid lost the wall. Tragic. Holmium plate. Let's go grab some. And blue circuits. Can I just request blue circuits into here? Lost another wall? Why are you out of ammo? That's not good. That's not good at all. Okay. How long until you wind up over Fulgora? So you are still making it. We've got enough fuel to make it here. We just have to hope that nothing completely annihilates me. Ooh, that was close. Yeah, we are taking some hits here. The sad thing is this is going to wind up... Oh, we are winding up over Nauvis. Okay. I'm very happy about that. I was worried we were going to wind up over Fulgora and just be stuck, because this is a lot of damage. This is a lot of damage. Oh, we don't have a wait condition for leaving from Fulgora. All the other planets get an ammo wait condition, but Fulgora does not have one. So let's make sure we item count, ammo, and 500. Whoops. Okay. Let's make sure you have the same thing, so Fulgora and Nauvis. And let's go ahead and give you those so I don't forget in the future. So let's see, 500. And item count. And 500. There we go. Okay, cool. You know what happens to spaceship flying to Nauvis? No, I do not want to know. Oh, well, that's... Oh, no you don't. No, no you don't. You're not going to Vulcanus just yet, friend. You're gonna sit on Nauvis? Ooh, that's actually quite a problem. I didn't put a condition after Lignumus because Lignumus doesn't have asteroids on the way to Nauvis. But that does mean I always need Lignumus to be before Nauvis. Otherwise, I have to check its conditions a little more carefully. He was destroyed, yeah. I don't want him to be destroyed. I need my ship. He's very expensive and full of very expensive things. Go ahead and drop that down there. Okay. Well, that's gonna be Hack Kid out of commission for a little while, which is unfortunate because I was kind of relying on him for deliveries, but it does look like this platform is ready to go. So let's get him out of here and just see how things go. Hopefully you don't blow up, but yeah, we'll see how things go. Okay, well, that's you taken care of for a while. Back to Fulgora. So, what do you need to be working? Well, you need to be requesting things first. That would be a start. You also need inserters, okay. I do want to go ahead and place where those lumber mills should be in the future once we get them, but we do not have them yet. But I will just throw them in here somewhere. Not in the way of bot production, though. So maybe just right along the side here. which is a really weird place for them, but I'm kind of running out of good places for them, to tell you the truth. Oh, that's also too close together. Let's make sure they stay 3 apart. So 1, 2, 3. Then you can go there, and then 1, 2, 3. Okay, that way I can put chests and inserters between them. You also need fuel. Did entirely forget about that, to tell you the truth. Minecraft Jokebook strikes again. I mean, it is a classic. It's the best for a reason, you know? Okay, that works relatively well. That way I can at least get inserters and all in here. Let's set recipes. So if this first one I want to be a burner inserter, that's going to take lumber and gears, that's fine. This one down here then can be lumber. Let's actually make both of these down here lumber. And then you can be gears. That seems reasonable. I need a requester, plot that in the middle, and a provider. There we go. I did that in like the least efficient way possible, but here we are. You only need lumber, so however much lumber this requests, let's just bump that up. That much is fine. And then let's set some limits. So this is going to be gears, wooden gears. Not like we need wood for anything else, so we'll keep like 1,000, why not? And then you, burner inserter. And again, it's not like we need wood for anything else. Let's keep like 500, just a good little backlog there. If we can make more, we want to make more. And then this down here, I'm not even going to limit. Lumber is always good, and it's the only thing we're going to be making with wood. So, all the wood comes in, all the wood gets made into lumber. And there we go. You are also going to request fuel. Let's request solid fuel. Intermediate, there you are. We'll keep like 10 in there. And 10 in here. Just because these do require fuel. Okay. That should be cool. We do store solid fuel, yes? Yes we do, okay. I have this as priority output. This will literally never trigger, because we should always be having this belt flow. Which means I actually want it to go the other way. Just like, the stuff down here. That's gonna fill buffers first, which isn't what I wanted, but, you know, it's whatever. I guess that does mean if I wind up picking up ruins or something and throwing stuff into the boxes, that at least those will count for stuff. Okay, well that's gonna be going for a while, that's all cool. Anyway, let's see, where can I go from here? Did I ever get an EM plant made? I got distracted by my ship blowing up. It's requesting blue circuits, which we don't have. Now that I have swapped the priority, though, that should be bringing blue circuits in. Let's see. Yep, bots are coming to pick up from it as we speak. Do I have scrap. Let me just personally sort through this. There we are. And see if I wind up with any blue circuits myself. I don't anticipate that being very fast, but maybe we'll get somewhere. Who knows? Let's throw my holmium in here. No blue circuits yet. Oh well. It was worth a try. Go ahead and put these into you, and any extras I can fit. Okay. It set the bar for video game jokes. Yeah. Yeah, no, nothing can beat the Minecraft joke book. That's That's some top-tier humor right there. Have fun. Guess all the stone can go in too. You guys have fun. I have so much steel on me right now. Oh, hi guys. Thank you. Let's see, what all takes this? There you go, have fun. Anything else? More solid fuel, more LDS. Here's a blue circuit. Oh, and it was taken to immediately, somehow? Oh, my personal bots will put it in there, because technically this is a build order. I forgot they would do that. Okay, well that, did something, I guess. Here's more stone, I guess I can throw that in there. I don't need these accumulators. Probably don't need these mines. I don't store stone bricks, unfortunately. Which I probably should have, but I guess if I need stone bricks, then I'll worry about that when I come to it. Okay, let's see, where does all this get me? Oh, I have a little bit of wood, so I guess I can at least see if these guys down here work properly. Though you don't have inserters anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter. If I am making burner inserters though, that does mean I need a square over here making the yellow inserters. So I might as well get that set up. So yellow inserter. Have 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess I can have one more that makes the tier 1 assemblers if I happen to need them. So I guess that is something I should do. And then tier 3, there we are. I do make modules. Anything else that I need? I guess if I need more things, I can continue making more things. Let's see, putting that in position so that that substation can cover it. Let's see. There you go. Oh, cool. Okay. So, how many am I still missing? We're only up to 20? How is that possible? All the blue circuits should be going in here. Let's get an exact copy of you over on the other side as well. Substation in the way? No splitter in the way. Okay. I mean, it sure is. I guess this side is going to be missing one. I can live with that. Sure, it is fine. Okay, I'm kind of finding myself waiting here. Not entirely sure what I should be pushing towards. So let me reevaluate for a second. I have the E implant coming in. There's the very first one. Awesome. Now you are going to be my E implant making E implant. That needs holmium plate, so you're going to be up here somewhere. So I need the belt to loop around this way. So let me think about what things I want to make in E implants. I can make modules soon. Once I have more EMs, I can make accumulators. And of course, all the stuff I will need for science. I guess I can make substations in here if I wanted. 24 red belts for green algae. Wow. That's a lot of green algae. Okay, so holmium plate. Let me get inserters here. Not having inserters is really kind of not a lot of fun. So this is coming back towards Fulgora. Presumably with inserters, yes. Okay. So it is on the way. Just have to wait for it to get here. Vulcanus. I haven't looked at Vulcanus in a hot minute. How is Vulcanus doing? Yellow science, waiting on blue. Blues waiting on greens. Greens waiting on iron. Iron's full. Still full even with the blue belt. Maybe I just need to change where the blue belts come out from. So maybe I underground calcite. This comes out this way. Like so. And you come on to the bottom there. And then I don't need any of this nonsense up that way. I can just continue straight across and into there. And we'll see what happens. I probably need to upgrade all of this as well. Does this do anything weird? Doesn't look like it. Should be fine. Okay. That should get yellow science producing a little more. Let's see. We're just about to arrive at Fulgora. Not the speediest ship I've ever built. Could probably fit another couple engines over that direction, but that's about as fast as I'm making thruster fuel. Somehow. At least you're not blowing up. That's all I ask. So, please arrive, and drop. Why are you immediately heading back? Oh, wait. Request satisfied, request satisfied. There we are. There we go. And of course, you're going to wait here forever because I don't have a silo on Fulgora. But at least I have materials again. So now you can head back to Nauvis. And Hack Kid, I think I'm going to remove this part for you. And as soon as you're all repaired and ready to go, which it does look like you are, doesn't look like you need anything else, then you can set out for Vulcanus again. There we go. Okay. Still don't have all of the recyclers I need, but at least we do have inserters again. Inserters are cool. I love inserters. Okay. Time to actually make some progress. So we've got this going. I have my one EM plant, which I should probably put on my hotbar at this point. I want... This is the returning belt. So that should probably come up this way up here somewhere. So I do also want a belt of this. I'm trying to think how I'm going to intermix that together, because I certainly don't want to be recycling holmium plate. So holmium plate is going to be on its own dedicated belt. So let's say this comes up that way. Nixon comes over. But I do need an output of holmium plate. You produce 6 a second, so it's probably never going to be running full uptime, but, you know, that's nothing to sneeze at if you are. In fact, I might not need 2 of you. Hat Kid, man, what are you doing? How are you out of ammo again? I'm gonna say that one was my fault. I'm pretty sure I'm the one who just sent you to Vulcanus. Maybe I didn't check your ammo stores. My bad. Anyway, now that you're in stationary orbit, you should be pretty much fine. Hopefully you have some spare walls. I don't see any walls, but there you are, you have some spares. Okay, so you're fine. Anyway, we will output holmium plate, and we'll go this way. And then this is going to come up. I need a lightning rod somewhere up this direction. Let's go ahead and continue the substation grid up this way. There we are. And can I build? No, that is literally as far as I can go up, so I have to go to the side here. Or, at the very least, I have to go there. Good to know. Okay. The holmium plate comes this way, and my plan is to turn it up that way. Where'd my secondary belt go? Okay, so there's the secondaries up that way. So if I need something from the secondaries, they're all the way over there. Good to keep in mind. So let's say this comes up just a smidge more and turns that way. And then you can come up this way. Just leave a little bit of room. Maybe I don't want to do that. Maybe I should bring that down. Yeah, let's do that. It's stupid, but you know, whatever. I want to be able to output the holmium plate from here and not get it mixed into stuff up here, but things are going to need holmium plate. So coming from this direction, we will begin production. So first is the EM plant producing more EM plants, which is going to need refined concrete, loose circuits, and holmium plate. Holmium plate I can pick up from down there. Maybe 2 red inserters, just because you're also capable of outputting quite fast when you want to. Steel will be on the primary. And then concrete, I think I will just make... Maybe I'll just request. It is going into a chest. I can just request this. Yeah, that's fine. And then red chest, right there. So how many EM plants do I want to keep at any given time? Probably a good few. I believe it's a stack size of 20. Even if rockets can only send 5 at a time, I'm gonna want a few. So if rockets can only send 5 at a time, though, I'll probably limit it to like 40. I doubt I'm ever gonna want more than 40 at one time. And if I do, good luck trying to supply it. Anyway, this is gonna be refined concrete. So there we are. And the bots will get that in whenever they feel like it. There they go, in fact. So let's see. You are on your way back to Fulgora again, with another 100 inserters. Very good. I do desperately need them. Okay. So with that out of the way, go ahead and get that flowing up that way. And you can come over here and rejoin right there. Let's just wait for the last bits, and there you go. All cool. And let the bots handle the last little bits. Okay. I do think I want holmium plate going into a chest also, because I do think I need to send that off planet eventually for Willow. So let's go ahead and get some storage. And since all of my crafting is going to be done up this way first, I don't really care about how much I'm storing. It's not like there is other things I want to do with holmium solution, though. Maybe I do care then. Let's set a limit here. Intermediate, where is holmium? There you are. So, rocket capacity is 1,000. Let's keep at least 2,000. That seems reasonable. Okay. And that all should be working soon enough. How are the modules doing? Okay, you are full. It's just that you don't have inserters, because I'm still missing 43 blue inserters. They are apparently getting crafted sometimes. What are we missing? Green circuits. Okay. Green circuits are being requested down here, that is true. Okay, What I might do down here. So this guy is the one that's setting our requests. What I might do is actually multiply by -2. That way, whatever I'm requesting, I get like a little bit of a surplus. Because anything that doesn't get used still just loops around and gets recycled again. So if we need something, we might as well send a little extra of it. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, how is stone doing also? Stone is well over the limit. You are disabled. Okay, so any stone that passes through will continue on. We just haven't been making enough stone. Yeah, it's all becoming stone bricks. Okay. I mean, that is what it is. I might go ahead and just turn off the priority on the stone. I might re-enable that later, but for the time being, I don't need stone bricks that bad, and I would really like to have some stone coming in. And there we go. Okay. Just to make sure stone can get through, okay. Because I think we've literally gotten 0 stone on the belt this entire time. But now it should be coming through. And it still, don't think that'll make holmium immediately. It still has to get through all the rails and everything that want stone first. Okay, did you drop off? You did drop off the inserters. So you have enough ammo, go on back to Nauvis. Okay, so we actually have the inserters now, we just need the other stuff. Let's make sure I give you a few circuits. And a little bit of iron, but I can't do too much because that's going to throw off the circuit logic. I just really would like you to make some inserters for me, please. In fact, maybe I'll just do, like, that. There you go. Make inserters, please. Have fun. Let's see. If I give the bots a couple of these green guys, surely one of them will go get built. And the same way, if I just give them some of my blues, they'll bring some of them to me, but surely some of them will go get built. I also have my personal bots, so I guess I can just walk by places that need blue inserters, and that should just get them taken care of. Is there anywhere in particular... Well, I guess having crafting on the go would be pretty nice, so that I can make more stuff when I need it. And let's go ahead and come down this way and make this guy who makes the burner assemblers, just because I will need them. Like, if I have wood, I might as well have the ability to do stuff with it. So, in and out. And just everything you need. Yep. And what's a reasonable limit for burner assemblers? Probably not very many. Let's keep, like, 50. Have fun. Okay. So, do we have any more of these guys? No. Not yet. Doesn't even seem like you have any steel. All the steel's still getting eaten by things down this way, I guess. Hard to tell. Actually, where is all my steel? Doesn't look like any steel's even hardly coming in. Like, if I follow this steel right here, does anything eat this? Rails. Okay, I guess now that stone's coming in, rails are able to process, so they're gonna be eating a lot of stone. Well, stone and steel. Okay, that's fine. Why don't I have more recyclers? What do Okay, recyclers do need steel. Let me just make a few of those. You can have some blue circuits. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, you need concrete, but you're the only thing that makes eats concrete other than these guys down here, so you should definitely get concrete. And that will allow these recyclers down here to start coming in. Are you even You're not even able to output. Okay. I don't have blue belt on me personally, but there is blue belt in the system, so I'll just have the bots deal with all that. There we go. Otherwise, I wanted to upgrade to green belt, which I do not have. And I'll just make all of this blue belt up through the first corner here, and I did miss one. There we are. So this first pass all gets to be blue, and I guess this up through here can be blue as well. Why not? There we go. I should probably have enough to get all that placed in. No, we're already missing stuff. Maybe Hat Kid never dropped its blue belts off, because he does have blue belts on him, I'm pretty sure. I don't see any, though. Oh, that's because you're importing from the wrong planet. Import from Vulcanus. Import from Vulcanus. Import from Vulcanus. And import from Vulcanus. There we go. Okay, well that's that mystery solved, I suppose. Does Fulgora... Okay, that is my requests of Fulgora from Vulcanus, yes, okay. Well, once that gets delivered, that'll all get placed in, and that should help with some of the stuff in here. We have quite a lot of holmium plate going into storage. We need steel. Yeah, I do want to go ahead and get however many electromagnetic plants made that I can, so let's just force build this for the time being. Let's see, are any of these coming in? It's hard to tell. Yeah, unfortunately it doesn't really tell you if bots are coming to place items in a machine. Would be nice though. Anyway, while that's getting built... Okay, there's my next couple. Very nice. Very good, very good. Okay, anyway. So, now I can come down here and replace the thing making my accumulators. How many's in here? Quite a few. So let's just move that up there and pick you up and make you an EM planet. You're going to produce accumulators. And then this will go right there. Okay. EM planets can also make the lightning rod. Yes. Fortunately, I have the lightning rods right there, which don't really fit. That is a little unfortunate. Definitely want lightning rods down here. I can also do substations, and like anything you can get productivity on, you might as well get productivity on. Like, there is never a reason you don't want productivity. I just should have left myself room. Didn't have the foresight, unfortunately. So, maybe I'll put them up there. That's not a horrible idea. Does mean having to get the second belt. That is a problem, actually. That is a problem. The second belt has my other materials on it, the things that aren't the primary recycling, and you do need iron plates, and I don't get that from primary recycling. You, however, you need stone bricks, which also aren't primary recycling. Okay. There's a little room over here. Maybe I can just throw them over that way. So if I copy you, put you down here. You don't need iron rods. That's the only thing that would be an inconvenience. So I can do that. And break you. Then I'll also copy this here. And just pick all of this up. There we go. And implant. And inserters. Lightning rods. There you go. In you go. Cool. Yeah, good. So let's set your recipe. In you go. You do need to be connected to the circuit network, though, so that I can read your contents. So, read contents and read contents. Okay, everything should be all good then. And now that those are moved, that even allows me to make substations with productivity. And once again, if you can make something with productivity, why would you not? So, substations. I think I'll draw the line at large power poles. I think I'm fine. So, you in there. Grab that, and up here. I do need to make sure the green wire stays connected. Equally here. Read contents. And let's get all those substations thrown in. There we go. I guess I don't have another implant. I can solve the steel and the holmium. Yeah, there we go. And once that gets made, then that'll come and get placed. There we go. Okay, very good. Still need lots of inserters, unfortunately. 13, but that's only of 13 out of what I've already built, not what I still have left to build, you know? Speaking of what I have left to build, what do I want to do next? So let's see. I guess I could go and replace the module assemblers I have down here with implants, but maybe I actually just want to start working on the things I need implants for, because they are a little scarce at the moment. Let me go ahead and grab some of this holmium just so I can manually shove that in there. And probably shove some of this steel in there also, but not all of my steel. Blue circuits, can I bot those in? We'll see. Let's get rid of these furnaces, don't need them. Get rid of the wood, don't need it. Ice. Oh, I do have a request for wood. Let's get rid of that. Okay, that all looks fine to me. Looks fine. Don't need these rails. Okay. So, let's see what would be next. We do need electrolyte. We do need superconductors. Then once I have both of those, I can make supercapacitors. What do you take? You take plastic. That is second line, because that's not something we get from primary, and copper. Actually, you only take second line and holmium plate. That is interesting. So maybe I'll move you like way over this way, and then I'll have. Can I see science? Can't see science yet. What do I need to do to see science? I have to make a supercapacitor. Okay. It's kind of a shame. I would like to be able to see the numbers and ratios and everything first. I would really like to not... I would like to be able to do something a little better than what I'm about to do, I guess is what I mean. But it's fine. So we have holmium plate down here. We have this line up here. I want to get the second belt running through here somewhere. Let's see how I can do that. If I move this inserter here, I could get a blue underground. To go here. And if I'm gonna do there, I might as well do there to make it line up a little nicer. There we go. Don't need that to be sitting there. So this can come up now. Unfortunately, I get to here and then I can't really proceed. Yeah, there's just no good way to weave this together actually. So let me undo that. Let me not. Instead, the second belt's way over here. So what if I just bring this over this direction and then make supercapacitors here? And here. There we are. Vertical flip so they chain together. Move you up 1. Okay. Underground here, just for the time being. That is backward somehow. Bring you up. And over. And just like somewhere in here. And then up. And make sure you leave enough room for things to happen. Let's just go on the inside of these substations here. And then back around to get recycled again. About this far. Oh yeah, look at that. Perfect. Okay. There we go. That's a new loop. This is going to be able to take input. And that's going to give me the copper, plastic, and I do need to run the holmium this far. And of course I don't have light oil yet, but that's fine. I might just move these guys over to this side so that they can take the holmium plate off the belt before it reaches the inserter. Unfortunately that's not far enough. So I'll have to do something like this. Let's get creative. And by creative, I mean a little bit cursed. So you can be on the edges here. And underground there, just to make it clear what is and isn't important to these guys. And then long arms. In the middle. There we go. And yeah, at 0.4 a second, even for 2 of them, I think a long arm is going to be more than enough. And that's going to produce a total of 2.4 of these a second. So just to be clear, a supercapacitor makes 0.3 a second. And science does take one of those, but if I want 1 science a second, with the productivity I do need a little less than 1 supercapacitor a second. Let's see. If I have 3/2 products, then I need 2/3 of the input. So 2/3 of 1, so I need 0.66, let's say 0.7, just to round up a little bit. A little bit of overhead, so 0.7 supercapacitors a second. So if I do 2 of these and give them a speed mod, then we will be a-okay. Might as well go ahead and figure out what that would look like. Probably 2 speed mods, actually, because I'll need to bring it up by a bit. And then, let's see. So that's going to be consuming a little over 1 of these guys a second, so that's still only 1 of these. Which should be fine. I will need these for Tesla turrets, but I am already making a surplus, so I don't see the issue there. Green circuits is the secondary belt. You need superconductors, of course, and batteries, which is the primary belt. So, primary belt, secondary belt. You need holmium, which is one below. Which does mean I probably want to space these out here and these out here to do kind of the same thing I did on the other end. Don't know why you were backwards, but there you go. And then I can just feed you in from here. Works perfectly fine to me. Yeah, that should be fine. So then the holmium solution, or the electrolyte rather. I'm gonna need holmium solution to make electrolyte. Which is more stone and heavy oil. And I need light oil over here. So I'll probably do... I might actually take this area right over here and do just a tiny little bit of oil processing stuff, just to keep it out of the way. Or maybe I'll tuck it in, like, on this edge here so that it's at least a little bit expandable. Maybe do some water production over here. I do have a full tank of water down here also. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. There's plenty of ice, so if I do need more, it might be better to put it over here. Or even over there somewhere. I guess I could do this, and then have the pipes on the bottom. Or I could even do that. In fact, let's just go ahead and do that. I know I'm gonna need more water. There's no sense in pretending I won't, so let's just connect that up. Oh cool. And then when I need that water, I will just come and claim it. This stuff needs to be made in an EM plant. Let's see how quickly you are produced. Okay, so one of you can supply all of these guys, no problem. But you do require heavy oil and holmium solution, which makes connecting you kind of a nightmare. So I will do this up above, even though that does mean I need to grab stone from somewhere. Maybe I'll do you right here. So I can do you right here. Yeah, I guess that'll have to do. Your only solid input is stone. And you only need 0.4 seconds, so maybe I'll longhand you, just give the pipes a little more room to play. There you are. Rotate. Okay, and then heavy oil comes in, and holmium solution comes in on the bottom. I think that's perfectly reasonable. Just bring that up, sure. Okay, then we need heavy oil, and we need light oil over here. But first, let's get this connected in. There we go. Do I need this for anything else? I do need you for science. So we'll get there. We'll get there when we get there. Heavy oil. Let's focus on that for a minute. So that's going to be chemical plants. Let me go ahead and bring the pipe of water up here. But I'd love to be able to just snake it along the side in here. Ooh, there's water right here. Look at that. Okay. And then I can just bring that up here somewhere. And I have all the water I need, more or less. Make sure we're still bringing blue circuits in there. And so, chemical plant. We're gonna, you can pump the oceans for heavy oil. There we are. If I just throw this down over here, that's going to give me an endless supply of heavy oil. All the heavy oil you could ever want. So I can turn all of that heavy oil into light oil with a row of crackers here and some water, and then other heavy oil can just come straight in here. In fact, I might even just give that its own pump so I don't have to do pipe shenanigans. Like, that level is right there. Congrats. Have a pipe. In you go. Have fun. And then all of this up here just gets turned into light oil. So you can go... Don't really know how many of these I'm gonna need, to be honest with you, but we're gonna find out. So I'm gonna make heavy oil the 2 tall, then water can be the 1 tall. Connect them in. This is unfortunately one off to the side. I can just cut and paste this. It's not like this is set in stone. There we go. Now it fits perfectly. And then... Okay. Oh, you still need your undergrounds to connect in properly. There we are. And now you just need power because you're 1 too low. Once again, I think the solution to this is just moving you. And then I will move this lightning rod up the square. Everything's still cool, everything's still cool. Okay. Connect all of you in. Let's get a tank on you just to buffer. Just in case. Don't even need a buffer down here. I'm pretty sure a whole pump is plenty. Okay. And then we need you down this way. I think I'll just connect right here. Seems reasonable enough. And then just drag out to here. In you go. Okay. So that should get light oil in here. Why not? There's no heavy oil because I didn't connect you. That'll do it. Yep, okay. Oh, cool. And you need 4 a second. These make... Even just one of you makes 15 a second. So yeah, we are A-okay. If I do need more solid fuel for rocket fuel, that's gonna do it for me. Okay, so these guys are cool. You are cool. We just need things to actually show up on the belts. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and grab another radar from down below. I'm going to put you right here. And let's grab a constant combinator. Because these things require more stuff again. So 1, 2, 3 things. So let's go in order from left to right. So you need green circuits. So green circuits. And then you want copper. So copper plate. And then last was plastic. And let's see how much. So 8, but there's 2 of you, so that's 16. And then over here, you have a limit of 2 and 2, but again, there's 2 of you, so that's going to be 4 and 4. So -4 and -4. There we go. All I have to do is wire them up and into the radar, but I do want to turn on read contents first. Oh, and I have to filter you. I almost forgot the filter. Let's grab that guy. Where'd I go? There you are. So, disconnect. Hold on. Connect the radar to you. And then you connect into there. Oh, cool. Oh, cool. Okay. Very good. So that should be... yes. So you can see down here we are finally requesting copper. Green circuits, we had other things requesting green circuits before, but copper is new. So now once we saw the copper on there, we knew that that's coming. Okay. It does have a long way to get up here, though. Maybe I don't want to read from the belt. Like, if I do that, then it doesn't matter what's on the belt. And yes, it takes a while to get up there. Undo that. Because that was letting all the stone bricks through for some reason. I'm not sure why. What? Hold on. What are the things that need stone bricks? I'm so confused right now. Where's this guy? So, you are reading, that's correct. You are connected, you come up. Here's the stone, it's showing negative 28, but if I look in here, negative 27. So it knows there's a stone brick somewhere, and something that needs stone bricks. I'm not entirely sure what that is, though. Yeah, it's reading a stone brick from somewhere, whatever, it doesn't matter. So why did removing this cause all the stone bricks to come out? So, yeah, I'm not really sure. What I'll do then, maybe I'll... I'm so puzzled. I'm looking at this, and that should not be the way that this works. This is reading all the way through here, and then it'll come down and get recycled. So those are the stone bricks we let through on accident. And once these are all recycled and gone, they're going to spit back out here, and they'll have to cycle a couple times, but they won't be put back on this belt because we don't want them. So all of the stone bricks should be off the belt and shouldn't be being read anymore. So yeah, we can see input signal 1 brick, 9 bricks, and then it lets some of the bricks through. But once it lets them through, then that demand is satisfied, and we're good. Okay, that does make sense. That makes sense for bricks. But all of this stuff is already recycled and on the way to be destroyed. So maybe what I want to do, this is going to read bricks and add it to what's being read from the radar. Yeah, okay. I think what I want to do is also do a red wire here. And then bring you down to here, connect into here, and disconnect the green wire, and go back to making you less than 0. I think that's reasonable. None of this is changed at all. This all still works exactly the same way, but now the stone bricks read off the belt. And then I can get rid of belt reading for this. There we are. The advantage being, I can send a big stream of stuff up, and whatever I don't need will just get recycled and will eventually be turned off when demand is met, rather than trying to only supply what is met, because that introduces a huge lag. Because, say, this machine wants iron, well, it will only feed it enough for, like, a craft. So it makes one inserter, and then it has to wait for the materials to come all the way back around again to make one more inserter. So this is more just saying, hey, there is demand for iron, please supply it. And it's like, yeah, we can shove iron on there, and then when iron is done, it will stop putting iron on there. So basically it should be the same, just with a little less lag, is the idea. Let's also go ahead and get some side balancing done over here. You guys got this? Okay, anyway, that's all cool and such. Hey, yeah, because see, even up until now, I still haven't got a single one of these made. And that's not very cool. Don't like that a whole bunch. Granted, I am picking a lot of the green circuits off to shove into this box, but once we have the buffers full, then a lot more will be coming down into here. I forgot. I'm going to give you a timer. Time passed, like, 1 minute. There we go. Oh, but you need to check ammo also. So, item count, ammo, greater than 500. Otherwise, you will die. There we go. Okay, well, cool. We need more implants also. That's going to be holmium. I can feed you a little more holmium, but the box is almost empty at this point. So that should give us another couple implants. There we go. Alright, oh cool. Can I hand feed? How much do you need? You need 4 green circuits. You need a little bit of holmium. How much holmium? 2 holmium, 2 superconductors. Okay. Let's just go ahead and grab the last of the holmium. Two superconductors. You also just need holmium. There you go. Throw you in there. And electrolyte. Which is holmium solution, which just needs holmium ore to actually show up. Apparently I'm not getting very good RNG on the holmium ore. Not like anything else along this way eats the holmium, I'm just not getting very much of it. But as soon as it appears, it should show up and get turned into some electrolyte, and all I need is to make 1 supercapacitor. If I make 1 supercapacitor, I get the unlock for science, and then I can start my science build. Yeah, there's just no holmium coming in though. Wonder how the patch is doing. 145, okay. I don't need to be imminently worried about moving over. Oh, we got one! Yay! Okay. So, let's come over this way. Place you here. What is your recipe? Or at least, what are your timings and all? Okay, so I will need with productivity. And you can hold 5 modules. That's important to remember. Let's go ahead and shove that in there. Don't need more holmium plate to make one. Okay. I wonder if there's a whole bunch of holmium in storage, actually. Okay, yeah, look at that. We are storing holmium ore. In fact, we just hit 1k, so this inserter should have just turned off. I swear I saw him swing, but that should have been his last swing, and now holmium will be coming up again. Okay, there we go. That'll start a little more holmium coming in. Don't question why I have holmium in a box. I don't really know myself. I guess we just have a little buffer in case we ever need to manually hand feed something for some reason. Just get it jump started. But that's fine. Okay. Where is all that holmium anyway? It's really hard to tell with the blue belt upgrade icons all over the place. Why is Hack Kid not shown up, by the way? Waiting on more cliff explosives. Not enough to fill a rocket. What's happening on Vulcanus? What's going on, man? Where's my production? Okay. Grenade. Grenades need coal. Coal probably doesn't go into a chest anywhere. That would be That would be a problem. Yeah, that would make total sense. Okay. So where's the closest coal to where this is? Over this way. Let's just put coal in a chest over here. Unfortunately, that does mean bringing power over this way, but such is life. There we are. Divider chest, and let's just keep a little bit of coal in here. Like 1,000. Have fun. Maybe that's a little too much. Let's keep like 400. Yeah, that's the problem. Now they're flying out to make grenades, and then grenades will make things. Also, apparently this very lowest portion doesn't have bot coverage, so let's give them a roboport. There we go. Yep, okay, that's why HackKid's been stuck here so long. I've been waiting on something that was literally impossible. Well, good to know. I guess it won't take too much longer now to get it supplied though, so once he has his last few cliff explosives, he'll be on his way. He has plenty of ammo. Let's just go ahead and send him to Fulgora. Not like I need the cliff explosives right this second. Unfinished block is 7 chunks and increasing. The train base must be coming along pretty fast then, because that's a pretty good block. All this takes Fulgora science, so let me see what I can do. Cargo size, sure. Portable, why not? Inserters, cool, trains, fire damage, explosive damage. That'll be useful for rockets at least. That does take Fulgora science. Unfortunately, mining prod is cool. Let's go with that. 7 chunks long, yeah. A big old boy. What's it going to be producing if it's still unfinished? Because that's a big block. Okay, this is cool. I purposely am not buffering electrolyte solution because all the holmium solution that can be made into holmium plates I want to be. But, you know, you have to have electrolyte, so electrolyte it is. Okay, those are getting made. None of these guys are going into a chest at the moment. And this guy's actually completely blocked off. Let me see what I can do about this. Let's just copy this. It's going to make things unhappy for just a second, but we can put them over there and connect in right there. And then you can have your output right there. So let's go for quick test. And set your limits. There we are. So I don't really know how many of these we need. Let's say like 600. And then these things are a little more expensive, so probably not that many. You have a rocket capacity of 500, and honestly that sounds just fine to me. Not 5,000, oh god. Okay, oh cool. Just going into a chest is fine for now. We do have a few more EM plants finally. So let's see. Does science need anything off of a belt? I don't think it did. It needs supercapacitors, accumulators. No, this can all be bot fed, that's fine. I could, like, try and put you right here and take out of the supercapacitor chest, which is fine. But then I would need to, like, belt it around and all, and that's just... At that point, why bother? Let's just throw science, like, up here so that it's out of the way of stuff. And maybe go ahead and get a spare roboport just for charging reasons. Just be kind to your bots. Maybe not in the path of the belts, though. Maybe up this way. In fact, I want to do it more over this direction because this is where the electrolyte is, and I need electrolyte, so let's say if I moved you back a bit and put a pipe here and then put an underground here. You can go up that way. And then science pack. Where do you want to be? Horizontal flip. Okay. And you still need holmium solution. I did kind of forget you also wanted holmium solution. Maybe I want to do you horizontally then. Things are right in the way here, though. Yeah, this is not a good position. Let's see if I can move this lightning rod down and move this light oil out of the way. Light oil can come from more this way. Just keep it a little more compact. That's a good place to start. In you go. Okay, that's looking better. Charcoal only, which is required for mineral sludge production. Charcoal, assuming you're coming from wood, requires so much room. It's almost absurd, really, just how much room that sort of thing requires. Anyway, but I think I needed 3 for 1 a second, which is kind of my general goal. That doesn't work, actually. I was hoping you'd be able to feed through, but that actually doesn't work. So, you'll have to be more like this. So, let's just pipe here, pipe there. Yeah, okay, that's fine. This now can come up this way. Pipe in, holmium solution. Where is holmium solution going to come from? I guess it can come from pretty much anywhere. Can it come from this part? Yeah, that'll work just fine. And you go. I think that's okay. Let's make sure I fill this with prog mods. Okay, and I do, if I have an implant, and I have 1. Let's come down here and make sure that modules are made in e-implant, which does mean breaking up my usual pattern here, but I think that's just fine. There we are. And then another row for another module type down that way. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to break from that, though I could just move you up 1 spot. Is that okay? Everything's okay. If I do that, then I can move all of these up 1. And I still need a roboport. That is acceptable. There we go. Okay. So, modules. My tier 1s can be over here, and tier 2s can be over here. Oh, not efficiency. There we go. And get blues in, and red in. There we go, okay. 104 algae farms, 160 assemblers, 50 electric furnaces, and more. Yeah, that's, I can't remember quite what it was, but I needed green algae for something. Oh, I was making, like, methanol? I think I was making methanol, that needed just a tremendous amount of algae, and I wound up making a massive algae build. Here you go. You need blues instead of greens, so let's make sure that gets swapped over. And I guess I might as well do that, actually. And then just there, and there. And then also 8 speed mods, which are right there. And cool. Okay. And then just copy the output limits. This is tier 1 prod, tier 2 prod, tier 1 speed, and tier 2 speed. There we go. And then all of this can just be deconstructed, except for the power pole. There we go. And that'll get everything all sorted out. Everything is all cool. Okay, that'll get built at some point. We'll be fine. We do need inserters though, I'm just realizing. So let's turn my personals back on. And we're missing 2. Still 2. I mean, we're missing 21 total, but you know, missing 2 for right now. Still waiting on ammo to build up in you. How's Hat Kid? Hat Kid is over. So please just drop your inserters. Okay, yeah, that's cool. So once those land, also, Hat Kid, do you happen to have any modules on you by just any chance? Yes, you do. I'll take your speeds. Also, why not? Thank you. You're the best. None of those have landed yet. That's weird. Okay, there we go. Okay, well, there's that taken care of, and that should start getting plenty more modules coming in now. That's science taken care of. I just need to get the chests in. So, blue chest, red chest. Okay, they need to be one tile further, I suppose. So, out, nope, out, and in. And just supply everything, please. And let's set a limit. So, EM Science and 4K. That's my usual limit, because that's 2 full ships worth, because I usually ship out 2K. And there we are. And that should be going. There's the EM Science. Very nice. Okay. Let's see how things are going now. Why don't I have power? I guess the EM plants are very power hungry. I should have been thinking about that as I've been growing recently. So let's just dot a couple roboports around. And maybe what I should do is grab this blueprint. And this is tileable, so let me just get it going to cover this top portion of the island up here in accumulators, just however many I can. And it does have lightning rods built in. Just get that good and covered, but then everywhere where I need a roboport, I'll have to place something. So, build coverage up here is pretty limited. In you go. Maybe I'll need some up here. So, in you go. And I'm sure I'll need one down this way. In you go. And that looks like that should give me plenty of build coverage over this whole thing, but if there is somewhere that winds up missing, then that's fine. I do anticipate some of these are probably going to be missing substations, and like this right here, there should be a substation like right here, so some of these are going to have no power. Also, the bots are going to just randomly build stuff in a random order, so until I get the lightning rods down, things are going to continuously take damage, which is just the best. Let's get that guy down, even though he is out of range. I'll just do that. And that should help a little bit. With the charging times, as the bots fly back, they're going to be very lost for a while. Of course, you are just barely outside of lightning coverage. So let's get you, like, right there. Granted, I'm not going to have nearly enough of these lightning rods, but I will go personally help as much as I can. So, here you go. Oh, and I guess I had accumulators on me for some reason. There we go. And let's just get all of these things in that I can. Also, I can just make some of these, even though it's gonna force me to make a whole bunch of copper wire by hand. I can just make some by hand, and that's not a big issue, I don't think. Even though it does mean I have to just kind of stand here for a second. And there we go. Okay. We'll call that good for now. That's my Good Samaritan hour. Good Samaritan towards the bots, of course. I hear repair sounds already. Well, that's all I got. Actually, how is coverage over this way? So we do have the lightning rods in place over here. I guess I'll pick that up. Can I get more lightning rods over here? Right, there's my last one. That's all I have to offer, guys. The bots will have to do the rest. And of course, fly way out into the danger zone on that side of the island, I guess. But it takes more than one strike to kill a bot, so unless they're really unlucky, that shouldn't be a problem. So we do have science production. It's very slow, but we do technically have it. What we're waiting on are these guys. They're waiting on green circuits and plastic. Green circuits and plastic. Okay, we are still filling the buffer of green plastic, so that means we're making modules. So that does make sense. But it might also be the case that I could try and make... I could try and make some extra green circuits. Do I have any extra E-implant? Let's start there. One. I have one extra E-implant. Okay. So what I'm thinking is I'm probably going to need more production than this to get rockets off the planet in the first place. And I have plenty of more scrap to pick at. You need fuel. Let's get you some fuel. There you are. That's why you're blinking at me. Done for the day of Factorio. I mean, you've got a far more challenging task than mine, so that's pretty reasonable. Also, I have been going for 5 hours, and I think that's probably most people's cutoff limit, but if I only played for 5 hours at a time, I would never get anything done. Let's see. Does look like I need another roboport in here somewhere. Let's try, like, right there. That should get them all connected just fine. Anyway, I started saying, so if I need more circuits eventually, then I might as well start figuring out where I want those circuits to be. So I can siphon off some of the copper cable, because rarely does anything ever really need copper cable. Iron's a little trickier. That has to come out of the recyclers, but we do finally have our full starter area of recyclers in place. So if I put a little bit of circuit production over here, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. So let's just see how that goes. I'll have to get some belts in here and do a little bit of shenanigans on the bottom. But let's say... Can I get you in here? I can. Okay. Not really, though. I can go out that far. How many belts space does that leave me? That leaves me with 2 belts worth of space. Can I still output? I can output. Okay. Okay. Let's see what I can do here. So this is the less expensive one, but that does take basic circuits. I wonder how many basic circuits I have. How often... Well, we only get basic circuits from recycling green circuits. So it doesn't make any sense then to make basic circuits into more green circuits. Going to sleep soon. Yeah, that's... from what you've said before, I know your time zone's pretty far offset from mine, so that's pretty reasonable. Have you made good progress? Send the image of the base tomorrow. Yeah, I look forward to seeing it. Have a good night, man. So if I do make green circuits, I pretty much have to make the more expensive ones. And then those few extra green circuits that I make, I could make more reds to make more blues. How many reds are making it into being recycled? Okay, it looks like I am running a deficit of reds also. But again, that's just because I'm making modules right now. So once the modules have finished producing, who knows? Name, gotcha, and timestamp. Okay, thanks for sharing. That way I do know it's you for sure. I appreciate it. Oh, so this is getting placed now. Let's go ahead and get these put in. And you can just go into red chests. Why am I blanking? There you are. Like, I'm still thinking if this is really what I want to do. I'm not entirely sure. If I grab you and so if I did a filter inserter here for copper cable, then I'd have to have another inserter or another splitter afterwards to return the leftover copper cable at some point. Like if I just did this as an underground and brought it this way, that would send all of the copper cable. And I do need some copper cable, I'm sure, somewhere up there. So that's probably not what I want to do. So we drag you forward one. Something's in the way. Okay. If I put you there, then I can do that. Yeah, I think that's fine. This is backwards, though. Because I want that there. And then a splitter. And then you can be here. No. This has to be down here. Yeah, hold on. So yeah, everything that isn't copper cable goes that way. Then copper cable itself gets split and then merged. There we go. Okay. Now we're where I want to be. That gives me copper cable, and then I have to do the same thing for iron. I also want to... maybe I don't want to prioritize, that's fine. So grab the same thing and put it over here for iron. Iron, there we are. And it's very bulky, but it gets the job done. So there's iron and copper cable. It's an amalgamation of the main two alias I use. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I'll notice due to the ZX. That's unique enough that I'll be able to fingerprint it, I think. This needs to go down there. This needs to go down there. Okay. Yeah, good night. Have a good one, man. Thanks for always dropping by. See you in the next one. So there we go. And I don't have the capacity to run 4 of these. Let's not be silly. Let's just do 2. Even 2 is like... That's a bit much. But, there we go. Anyway, no sense setting limits on those. They can just fill up. They're fine. So if I did continue up and do one for red circuits, it would have to be bot fed because there's no way I'm doing all this again for plastic. I could also just make plastic, but if I am getting plastic, then I might as well use it. Pronounced ZX. Fair enough. Fair enough. I've experienced the opposite, where I'll have, I'll see someone who's European pronounce something that has a Z in it, as Z, and it just feels wrong, but I'm sure it goes the other way also. If you have a name with Z in it, and it's pronounced Z, that can't possibly sound right. I'll do my best to remember for the future. I do have 2 more EMs, so I do want to use them. Copper cable's already being exhausted by the green circuit builds. I wonder if I have a lot of copper by any chance. Copper is full, so maybe... Yeah, we'll just continue the copper cable up, because again, the only source of copper that I get is copper cable. So it makes no sense to take copper plate and then turn it back into copper cable. That's just silly. So we'll just continue up this way. We will stop the line of iron there. And we will have 2 machines make red circuits. Just because I can. There you are. And then you need green circuits and plastic, so maybe what I'll do is actually just raise this one. Allow the green circuits to direct feed, because why not? We'll be a little silly. It's not like I expect this to be producing at 100% efficiency or anything. This is just a little bit extra. So let's grab a blue chest and put plastic in you. There we are. And that's going to make a few extra red circuits. Go ahead and stop that there. And rather than continue that on and put the red circuits into a chest, though I suppose I could. I suppose I could, actually. There we go. Then I will also have the implants right here that make blue circuit. So, funny enough, to make blue circuits is going to require quite a bit of oil setup, because they would require sulfuric acid, so maybe I'll do that somewhere else. So I have these extra red circuits going into chests if they ever get made. And if they do ever get made, then I will just make blue circuits with them. Yeah, that seems perfectly reasonable to me. Maybe I'll do it right over here. so there's heavy. I need to go all the way down to petroleum. But I also don't need very much. So let's see. I'll just throw you like over here. You can be off-grid, sure, that's fine. So, chemical plant. Let's just grab a few, so I can have a few on hand. Turn personals off, I guess. There we go. I just want a few. Thanks, guys. So, first up is light oil cracking. Probably means I want to move these up just a smidge, just so I can get the pipes worked in correctly. I do need water, but water's literally right here, so that's not a big deal. So heavy can be my 2 tall. And then water can be the 1 tall. Mostly just so I can actually get the heavy in, otherwise it would be quite difficult. I guess I could just move this, actually. Not really anywhere helpful, though. Yeah, okay, that's kind of the best spot that I've got, funny enough. So, there we go. Yeah, I'm not super thrilled with that, but whatever. I'm not gonna bother with it too much. I need a water connection, which is harder to come by than I thought it was gonna be. Yeah, okay, whatever, sure. Have fun. And then that's going to produce light oil across the top. And then up here, we'll have some petroleum. It is right in the way of this guy, though. So can I put you, like, here? Thank you. And if I just copy this setup from down here, can I do anything with that? I think that does work. Yeah, that works. Okay. This needs to come over just a smidge, and this needs to come over just a smidge, but otherwise, everything is a-okay. Okay, the water connects there, so that doesn't work, actually. So let's go ahead and just move everything up 1 square. So you are, of course, light oil to petroleum. Let's get that copied in. And the light oil will be the 2 tall, because that allows it to connect. You can just go like that, actually. And then water. There you go. Substation's right in the way. Can I do anything about that? Potentially. Yeah, look at that. Okay, that works just fine. And there's some petroleum. So if I want sulfuric acid, that means I have to make sulfur. So, sulfur. Let's flip you. And then I'll bring... Well, actually, I can just rotate you around. There we go. And there we go. That's going to make a little bit of sulfur. And that can make a little bit of sulfuric acid. Let's do like that. Bring that around. I am going to need iron. I'll just bring that in with bots, who cares? Iron. Intermediate. Iron. Just like 20 or something. We don't need a lot of iron in here. I think we'll be just fine. And then, how do I want to do this? All of this is being brought in by bot, so if I just leave 3 spaces, 1, 2, 3, right there, then everything should just work out. There we go. And a red chest. Oop, I swapped them in my head. There we go. And so you're going to be blue circuits. And good? All good. Okay. I guess I will underground these just to make it a little neater. And there we are. Oh, cool. So that should produce some extra blues. And then probably just copy the condition here up to these guys as well. What is your limit actually? 2,000? Okay, I do want you to be a logistics limit instead. Well, maybe that doesn't make any sense. Maybe you do get to just be the same. There we go. Have fun, guys. That should help with the blue circuit situation. Of course, the only way we get red circuits or green circuits initially is from producing blue circuits and recycling them. But, you know, we need all the help we can get right now. So, we need some red circuits, but once we have red circuits, if we need more blue circuits, we can just turn them back. Okay, is there anything else that I need to do? Science needs green circuits. Reasonable. Do you though? Holmium. Yeah, you need green. How many greens do you hold? 8? Okay, so that's 16. That is what I put into you. So, you are outputting circuits, yes. Okay. So, down here, circuits are being output. That is correct. Circuits are in here. That is correct. And circuits are in there. Okay, it just can't fully display all of them. It's probably worth beginning to filter out what signals go into these inserters, because it does look like they are starting to fill up. And for example, iron sticks is something that will never be down here. Stone bricks shouldn't ever be down here. They can be, but I never want to output them. Any stone bricks on this belt would just be stone bricks that have survived recycling. And if they've been recycled, that means they were not used. So let's go ahead and get some filtering done. That's going to be another arithmetic, I think. No, how would I filter this? I suppose what I could do is I could put this here to separate the signal so that it doesn't feed backwards. Or maybe I can go straight to a constant combinator. Just put that here. Have you as a bridge between these two. The signal is already broken from the radar by this guy. And what I'll do is I'll just put very, very large negative values for stone bricks and iron sticks. And I think that's fine. So, iron sticks, negative a lot. And stone bricks, negative a lot. There we go. And there we go. And that did remove them from the filter, which is exactly what I wanted to see happen. Okay. That way they don't wind up taking up room that other items might wind up needing. Okay, so green circuits should be being allowed through, and they are. Everything else is being rejected. Okay, well, everything other than iron and plastic. So those all come up, and they're getting sent into here. We just don't have very many. Noted. Doesn't seem like I'm getting much copper cable. Is anything requesting copper cable? That's a curious one. I don't think they are. Like, none of the science or anything is. Like, this, for example, requests copper cable, but so what? That's nothing. Not like we're making 10,000 medium electric poles or something. Yeah, how odd. Well, we're fine. It's getting there. It's just a little slow. Speaking of slow, let's go ahead and start working on silo materials. So I do want to go bot mall in here, and one of these is going to be a rocket silo. There you are. For silos, we need electric engines, which means we need standard engines. So I suppose I will be doing this in the bot mall after all. I said earlier I wasn't going to, but oh well. Engine and electric engine, but that is going to take a fluid, so I have to be a little careful about where I put it. So maybe I'll just do a second engine here. And in that case, maybe I'll do flying robot frames. So that should come together, and then somewhere, preferably up here, or maybe in this area, since they have oil. Nah, I think I'll do it up here. It's just a little neater. It's not science. Not science, though. Maybe I'll do it right here. And of course, I don't need to dip into these. These can be placed anywhere, actually. So maybe I'll just do it, like, right over here. Sure. And then I need lubricant. That was the whole deal. That's why I needed heavy oil. So let me grab a chem plant. Right in. Make lubricant. And then we're going to make electric engines off of you. Let's go ahead and do 2. That's the same ratio to engine assemblers I have up there. There we are. And let's get you some red and blue chests. So, red chest. And blue chest. In you go. And then each of these can hold, like... we need 1,000 for a silo, I think? Oh, speaking of which. Silo, Mr. Silo, you do not go into the multiplier. You go directly in. Okay, all cool. That was a lot of blue circuits, so I guess we're fine on blue circuits now. Anyway, electric engines, that should be coming in shortly. Let's actually just go over there myself. Make a offshore. There you are. And it seems we need another lightning rod. So let's just grab one. We also need power, which is awesome. There we go. That'll get you power. Do you need anything? You just need engines. Okay. Engines need pipe. Why don't I have pipe? I should definitely have pipe. You were set to undergrounds. Okay, that's not super cool. Oh, and you were set to pipe. Okay, let's set you to undergrounds. There we go. I have one 1,000 underground pipes. Okay. Awesome. Yay. Well, that explains why I've had iron issues, I suppose. I think that's time for a sip of water right there. I mean, I do know why, don't get me wrong. I originally had the assemblers the other way around, and yeah. It is what it is, I just wish it wasn't. We have some prod mods. Oh, apparently we have enough, somehow. Even though it only shows 15 in here, we have tier 2s somewhere else, I guess. Don't ask me how. Speaking of, though, let's go ahead and start running those tier 2s around. So first things first would be science and anything relating to science. You want tier 2 speeds. Don't think that worked, but we'll see. Let's go ahead and grab tier 2s and put them in the holmium plate, and the holmium solution as well, because holmium is kind of the thing we need the most of. That's going to keep them busy for a little while. Can I put it in holmium solution? Yes, I can. Okay, that's not too bad. So that brings the speed down a good bit, though. So you're less than 0.2 a second, so I need more than 5. I need 6 of you now. So let's grab this. That's going to give me 5. Let's copy the one from the end, I guess. And 6. There we go. And that should be plenty. Okay, but anyway, that means I need 0.6 of these guys a second, which I am actually making more than. That's combined over 0.8, nearly 0.9. So I need to pick new research. So let's pick something that doesn't have Fulgora science yet. Artillery shell damage is tempting, but I might go for more steel and mining prod for now. That's Fulgora science. Maybe laser shooting speed and bullet shooting speed, flame damage. Yeah, let's just take all this stuff across the top. Destroyers, why not? Sure. Have fun. Things taking damage on Fulgora. They're just bots out here building stuff again. Probably could put another lightning collector over this way. There we are. And there we are. Just to keep the bots from taking strays flying out this way. Okay, anyway, yeah, that's fine. So you need 0.6 and 0.6 accumulators also. I guess I should come down and look at my accumulator assembler. I forget where that is, to tell you the truth. I know I put it somewhere. There you are. You only produce 0.3 actually. So, if I put speeds in you, how much do you do? Energy plus 30. So I would need quite a few of you. I think 4. Yeah, 4 will do. 3 wouldn't, and 4 just slightly overproduces. So there we go. There we go, 0.66. I needed 0.6, so there we go. Anyway, I need superconductors. If these are to run full time, I need 1 of these a second, which I certainly do have. They just need plastic, it looks like. I could just make more plastic, that's not an issue. Oh, plastic requires coal. Plastic would require coal. Okay. Yeah, coal is, or plastic is being requested. Okay. All stone's backed up at least, so all the stone should be going into holmium. Holmium, in other words, holmium should no longer be starved for stone. Yes, it is holmium ore, as is reasonable now. I still have no pipe, which is just absolutely baffling to me. Pipe is definitely being produced. It's just being taken somewhere? Oh, it's being taken to be made into engines. That's reasonable. Okay, fair enough. Okay, that's fine. I think we're at the point where we can start worrying about production speeds now. Yeah, the scrap coming in from here. Left side isn't being consumed entirely, actually, and right side isn't even getting to the bottom. So, what if I did something like this? Priority output to the right, then your excess can come this way. Please go away. And merge in. Don't know why the construction bots don't want to place that, but I guess I'll go give it a look. Oh, nope, they're coming. Okay. So, they got this. And boom. So then that'll come, but once it starts backing up, which it does, then the excess will come down here and the second line can start picking up the slack. Slowly but steadily. It is making its way up there. Pretty sure it was backed up earlier. Pretty sure it was. Okay, there it goes. Did you see that? Little bit of excess going over that way. Okay. So as everything begins to fill up, we should see that happen more and more often. But yeah, anyway, that's a little extra capacity, but honestly not as much as I was anticipating. I thought we were going to get more. If this is like one every or something, that's not very much. So what I might start looking towards is trains, because I do need trains to be able to bring more stuff in here. Unfortunately, I'd said earlier that I wanted my trains across the bottom, and then I just completely built all of my stuff across the bottom. It would be fine if I could rip this out, but I actually need this to continue running until it's empty. So maybe I'll try and get trains across the right side here. The problem is there's a lot of deep ocean, and you can't build over the deep ocean part, only the shallow ocean. So let's see. 21 million will probably last a very long time. Shallow ocean through here, so I could bring a train in here, but as my poor decisions have left me little room, I think I'll actually need the train to come up this direction. So I'll need a train to come down and then over this way and in. But I mean, that's not too extreme, I guess. That's fine. We're also now making engines, so I can soon be able to make trains. That's the goal anyway. Robot frames are also being produced, so I can eventually start making new robots for the planet. Speaking of which, how are these guys doing? Just waiting on ammo. Okay, fair enough. Hat Kid, how are you doing? You should have lots of bots on you. You sure do. What are you waiting on? You're waiting on circuits. Yeah, that's fine. Just go to Vulcanus. Yeah, waiting on green circuits is not going to work very well, especially because I have the limit set too low. So let's do that. How is Vulcanus doing? Haven't checked on you in a while. Everything's completely at a standstill. Okay. Wonderful. Fulgora. How's it going, buddy? Waiting on tier 2s, getting some holmium going. That's running. Waiting on copper plate. Is copper plate even coming up? I mean, it should be. Maybe, I don't know how many blue belts I have left, but let's see if I can't get at least some of this upgraded. Like up through this area. Let's see. Already missing blue belt. Okay. I'll leave it there. That's the first little chunk that I want upgraded at the very least. The faster the belts, the smaller the lag between requesting a material and having it delivered, so that seems reasonable. Science just cannot run because we don't have these things, which take holmium and plastic. Holmium plate, funny enough, we seem reasonably okay on, but getting the plastic up here is kind of a chore. I'm almost wondering, is there, like, an alternative way I could make plastic here? Not without Meraxis, okay. Coal and petroleum. So, funny enough, can I make coal? I can make coal from carbon, sulfur, and water, but that requires Gleba science. Yeah, that's kind of it. Not like I have a good source of carbon anyway. I would need to get, like, a dedicated carbon harvesting platform above Fulgora, and that just sounds awful. So, no, I'm not going to be getting coal here, which means the only plastic I'm going to be able to get is from either red circuits or LDS recycling. And once I'm trying to load rocket silos, I don't think I'm going to have any spare LDS. Okay. Well, let's see if train stuff has come up at least. So you're at your limit. And you are at your limit. And we have only 400 rails? I'm probably going to need more than that. Okay, but that's fine. What I probably am going to do is grab another tile here, make more stuff, and I'm going to have you produce train stuff. So train stop, train signals, locomotives. I would love to have cargo wagons made here also, but apparently that's going to have to go in a separate cell. So cargo wagons. Probably should have pumps. I don't know what I'm ever going to need them for, but now I have them. What else? What else might be good? I'm not entirely sure. I'll look for just a second, and if nothing jumps out at me, then that's that, and we'll move on. And none of the space stuff I want to make here. I don't think I want to make equipment here. That doesn't seem reasonable. Radars might be cool, I guess. Yeah, we'll leave the last one parameter at. There we go. So, that'll get built when it gets built. That's fine. It does look like the construction bots are on it, there's just not a lot of them at the moment. Cat Kid is filling up on useful stuff. Love to see it. Okay. We'll be here before too terribly long. One thing I should do is come... Oh, let's break that first. I want to come over here, get rid of that one, and let's grab silo ingredients. Why is there a bunch of random stuff in silo ingredients? Hold on, wait, what? Let me go to, like, this one. So, silo ingredients. Yes, that's good. That's the Vulcanus one. Nothing on you. You're the science ship. You don't have silo ingredients. You also don't have silo ingredients. You should be identical. Yes. And then you are nothing. Okay. Yeah, I'm very confused by whatever that is. So let's just come over here. Grab you. Yeah, that's correct. Why did you show different things? Why do you show like a roboported construction bot? I'm so confused. I have no idea. Whatever. That's fine. I guess Redeemer had some pipes on him. Oh, and I have the spiderling. Nope. Let's go grab that. Let's run slowly all the way up here. And grab the little guy. And the one advantage to the spiderling is that if I grab you and just keep that in my inventory, there you are, then I can just go this way and it'll just deal with it by itself. That's quite useful on Fulgora. Especially once I start building rails and stuff, I don't necessarily want to have to, or I'm not going to be able to build bot coverage all the way out there, so it allows me to just auto-walk the whole way. See, there's a good bit of scrap right here also, but certainly not 21 million. Okay, I keep forgetting just how absurd this this one place is. Okay, 21 million, yeah, that's the best I'm going to be finding. So I do want to go ahead and start getting my station built in. So let's say you're going to be right here. Let's clear the junk. This doesn't qualify as environmental stuff, apparently. So let's just go ahead and start getting all of this cleared away. And I don't want to break my lightning rods, so I'm being a little careful. But there we go. Grab some rails, and let's get a station right around in here. Let's see how that does. So, station. Oh, I have to wait for the bots to actually build the rails first. That's fine. Yeah, we just, wait, what? I might be really stupid. I've solved the problem. Let me put some blue chests here and request the superconductors. I think that might do it. There we go. Wonder, do I have the inserters? No, I'm literally missing 2 inserters. Okay, very cool. How's Hackett doing? Just waiting on something. Yellow chests. I think I'm fine. Can you fly directly to Fulgora? No, you have to stop at Nauvis first. Okay. Then go ahead and go to Nauvis, that's fine. Yeah, that's a little hard to deal with. I can do like that. That's relatively smart, I'd say. Okay, they're doing fine. Oh yeah, I forgot I was in a Spidertron. I just started moving and it felt weird. Maybe I will make some legs. Let's go. Oh, not conditions. Recipes. Legs. There we are. So, exo legs. I only want to keep like, you know, 4 or something. I think that's plenty. This is the condition in the assembler. Not quite what I wanted. Let's do you. So, exo legs. There you are. And let's keep around 4. And then in here, you also need solar panels. Okay, maybe I'll make some. Maybe I won't. Maybe, for the time being, you can have mine. Let's just take all of this out and put whatever fits into you. So solar's important. You get very limited generation time, and so you definitely want a good number of batteries. If I do this... If I do that, then I can't use my bot. You know what? Spidertron, you can just have my loadout. There, that's what I'll keep on me. That way I keep my night vision. And then let's move all this over here to leave room for a little more solar. Maybe not then. There we go. And that leaves room for another pair of legs. And I guess then I can have another battery myself. Oh yeah, I was gonna give you my bots. Yeah, okay, that's fine. And a shield, because you're gonna get struck by lightning. That's just how it is, my friend. Nothing you can do about it. So your requests will be for 10? I think it's 10 construction bots? Max bots 10, yes, okay. So 10. Might as well allow you to keep a few repair packs on you. I think you're gonna need them, most likely. You're gonna be my rail builder, so you're gonna need a lot of rails. You're gonna need rail supports. Those are not rail supports, but good enough. And yeah, that's fine. Stations. Yeah, just like a few. You're not gonna need a lot. And then just a stack of signals. Sure, why not? And you're gonna want large power poles. And probably lamps. Lamps are nice. That also means you might want substations. Just a few, though. You're going to be working on small islands. You might want accumulators. Anything else? Efficiency modules would actually be nice, but I'd have to make those. Apparently we had some. That's fine. And big miners. Just a lot, yeah. Let's see, anything else? Oh, inserters, naturally. And probably some steel chests, maybe not that many. Okay. Am I forgetting anything? I suppose if I am, then I'll just come back and add it. Also, do I want to pick a color for you? We're gonna be doing scrap stuff. Maybe you can be kind of purpley. Kind of like somewhere in there. 115. 150, 225. That's pretty Fulgora-y, I feel like. Oh yeah, you almost camouflage. Look at that. Yeah, you're the Fulgora spider. Oh, I can name you. You're Brain Builder. There we go. So, there we are. If I send you over this way, then the bots should have you all full of supplies by this point, or at least be bringing supplies to you. You have some stuff. I forgot I was going to set up efficiency, so let's go ahead and get that done. Yeah, not a lot of room over on the side, but maybe I can do you like right here. So in here, efficiency. Let's set your recipe. Efficiency. There we go, and I can in fact get efficiency 2s if I really wanted to. So let's just copy this. Maybe not. You know, we'll make a custom solution. So red chest and blue chest. There you go. And then just crank those up. And add greens to the mix. So green circuits, where you be? There you be. Maybe just like 50 or something. I forget how many I request over here, but I'm not gonna need very many of the efficiency modules. Let's just throw that in there. Get rid of that. Okay. So those will come on in. Let's make sure I set limits on you. So this is the tier 1 efficiencies. Tier 1s, we'll keep like 50, sure, and then 50 for the tier 2s also. That's probably more than I even keep of the other modules, honestly, so maybe I'll knock that back a little bit. Maybe just like 20 and 20. In the back of my mind, I was thinking about rocket launch stack sizes, and that's bit me a couple times on Nauvis now, where I set the production limit to something below a rocket stack, and then I can't launch them, and ships get stuck forever. But if I'm launching efficiency modules off Fulgora, I think something's gone wrong. I don't think that's good. I still have no inserters, which is just awesome. I can drop some though, and I can drop some more bot. That's probably nice. Here's some cliff explosives and a few. Oh, maybe I won't drop the accumulators. Yeah, that's fine. Anything else? Anything I might want? Don't really see anything immediately. Yeah, so you're just gonna wait for your ammo to fill up, and then you're going to head off to Nauvis, and I'm perfectly okay with that. Okay. You're waiting on electric engines, that's fine. Electric engines are waiting on green circuits. Less fine, but understandable. Yeah. Do I do anything with copper cable here? I make big electric poles, I guess. So I'm just thinking I could prioritize sending copper cable in to make green circuits. Because if it doesn't get used for anything up here, then it just loops around and gets recycled and turned into copper plate. And we actually have a lot of copper plate. I could also just request copper plate, potentially. Like, I come over here and put you here. Maybe one higher, so that you have power. And I can also just direct insert these, I guess. So in, and blue chest, and blue chest. You request copper cable. And what I will do, though, is wire you. No, I don't need to do that. I can logistics limit you. Do only work. Is there any reason to do that? I don't think there's any reason to do that. I think we're just chill. In you go. What I was thinking, though, is that it might be the case that now all of the copper cable will get picked up and none of it will make it down here, which is effectively the same as if I just prioritize the split, which, again, isn't what I wanted to do. So what I might do is disable these chests here if we drop below a certain amount of copper cable. Now that doesn't make any sense though. Oh, I have a belt reader here. I could just read from this belt. Could I reach? Doesn't reach. Doesn't reach there. Okay, bear with me. What if I read from this belt? Send the signal this way. And then these chests down here, or maybe these inserters rather. Hold on, how can I leap down to them? That works? And it works. Okay. So these guys here, I want to enable disable. And you're only enabled if copper cable, which is currently like 200 something, only if you're greater than like 50. That way there has to be copper cable on this belt in order for these to be running. If there is no copper cable on the belt, these turn off. That's the compromise that I've got. We'll see how that turns out. In the meantime, is there anything else I could do to just kind of speed things along? Fulgora always tends to be a very slow planet for me, mostly because I'm not really sure how to get everything going properly. Like, we do at least have some science running, but we don't have many of these running. These are waiting on green circuits. We are slowly but surely making our way through the starter scrap patch, which is good. That is a positive. It does mean I want to start laying my rails, though, before I get too close to running out. So, in other words, if I lose any more miners, I might not be able to keep my recyclers running non-stop. And that would be unfortunate. So, let's get a train stop built in. This is just going to be home base something. Change stop name. Let's just call this scrap unload. Ooh, I don't know if that's getting picked up on my mic or not, but it is just pouring outside. This has a train limit of 1, and it's going to get struck by lightning. That is something the spider needs, now that I think about it. There we go. And just get that shoved in over there. Perfect. Okay. Spider. You need lightning rods. Right there. Probably not 50, but, you know, some. Also, are you in you're not in logistics range. Let's just get a roboport, like, over here somewhere, I guess. That's fine. And then the spider can get resupplied from there. Okay, never mind, that's Okay, that will get built, which will then allow this to get built. Okay, we're good. So, train stop. Color scheme. Once again, scrap is kind of purpley blue. So something kind of in here somewhere. Maybe like a 115, 200. Maybe add a little green to that. Yeah, we'll say that's fine. Let's say steel chest, because I don't necessarily want the bots to be taking stuff out of these chests, but I guess provider chests are fine too. Drive remotely. Just stand over here, please. There we go. Didn't mean to exit map you completely there. In you go, and in you go. This needs to move down here. Thank you. We need power, naturally, which you should be able to take care of. Yes, there we go. Okay, so there's scrap. If I do a 1-to-1 train, that's 1 locomotive, 2 cargo wagons, and then another locomotive heading the opposite direction. Let's grab signals, because I do want to plan for this to be a signal train, even if I'm only going to have 1 train to begin with. So let's see. There's the train stop, so I want to signal right here and right here. And then you can continue out that way until we hit the oil, but importantly we have to have a ramp before then. So how far out can I build the ramp? I would like it to be as far as possible. And there we go. So that should get built. And from there, we have to build on supports all the way over to this island. So I think it's about time that I go hop in the Spidertron and start building out some rails. I think that's the most productive thing I can do for the time being. There he is. Let me just very slowly make my way over to him. You have no power whatsoever. Yeah, absolutely nothing. You're storing energy in the personal roboport, fortunately, but other than that, the batteries have absolutely no juice. That's crazy. Okay. Well, let's continue building. So I'm going to build with ghosts out this way. And let's just, let's try and use the rail planner to the best of my abilities. So I can get it out to right here, which seems pretty decent, honestly. So let's go ahead and get that a-going. Oh, hello, swarm of bots. I wasn't expecting. I never would have believed we had build coverage out here. That's interesting. There's a roboport right there. Look at that. Well, that worked out better than expected, honestly. Do you have drills by any chance? I know I requested them. Yes, you do. Okay, very nice. So I'm going to just park you over here. Hello, bot? Are you one of mine? Where did you come from? Okay. Well, I would love to do this without using cliff explosives. I don't think I have cliff explosives on you, though, so that should be fine. So, anyway, that's going to start doing stuff. It's fine. Okay, I can get a ramp here. Some rails that way. And then a train station right there will work. That works just fine. Inventory full. Yep, that does make sense. Let me, assist. I'll just pick up some of the random junk. And, maybe even go ahead and deconstruct request some of the other stuff around here. So that does need to be picked up. But the bigger rocks and all down here, maybe there's no need to be too overzealous. Allow those guys to continue working over there, have their fill. And then this stuff down here can just be unmarked and unmarked. There we go. One more bit. And let's clean that up. There we go. So, how is your inventory looking? Pretty full, but you managed. Good job. Come over here and just hand sort all that. All good? Okay, so with all that out of the way, let's get the miners built in. I'll go ahead and hop back in this guy. So it's a little hard to tell exactly where the scrap patch is, but actually, there's little bits just everywhere. The main patch is only right here. So maybe I will do something like that. And there we go. Oh, I can just copy and paste this, and the bots can build this easier than I can. There we are. Of course, the bots have to actually get charged first, so we'll see how that goes. I also want to get some lightning rods in. I am personally here, so I will just place them. That way our buildings stop taking damage. How can I tell where you link up? Okay, it seems you're fine. You're placed in a terrible position, though. Because that's right where a belt's gonna be. Also, the belt, I really should have built this horizontally. That would have made a lot more sense, but oh well, I've made it vertical. So, vertical it shall be. And I do want to spread these out to get coverage on the island, not just for the sake of making sure my things don't get struck by lightning, but this is how we get power on Fulgora. So you really want to make sure you get a good coverage on these little islands, otherwise you're never going to have enough power to run your drills. Here's a big thing that's right on the way. And a few little more scrappy bits. So, I want to grab... The blueprint isn't really going to do it, I don't think. I think I just need to cover this area in accumulators, or substations rather, and then accumulators. But I need to build the train station first. Speaking of which, this guy. Let's move you into range over here. And unfortunately, you have no energy in your batteries, so you cannot charge these bots. But once again, that is just Fulgora for you. Oh, I need to grab rails. What? There. I would like to get some substations and such in too, but before I start worrying about placement for things, I need to know where things belong. So if I build you here, I don't think I can get 2 wagons fully loaded, so I'll have to come up one more. But that's fine. Don't know why that gave me the trigger for train stops. That's weird, but sure. You got any more greens in ya? You do, thank you. Why am I limited to 10? What? There we go. So, other way. This is the loading station. And let's get some some chests. There we go. And then loading on this side. Then of course we're gonna have belts coming in. Maybe something like this, just to help even it out a little bit. Even then, I don't necessarily know how thrilled I am about that, but it is what it is. Maybe I want to be a little more careful. Loading trains evenly is always something that's a little bit painful. So that breaks it into 3 pieces. So let's do like that. And then we'll have the same up on this side. There's 3 pieces for you as well, so that's a total of 6. And that means we need this to come up here, and you there. Let's get this guy to move out of the way for just a moment. I am not trying to hand mine that, thank you. So you can go in there, and you in there. This comes up. There we are. This is ridiculous. See, I'm just kind of having fun. I'm not going at this with any particular strategy or anything, but maybe I should actually be thinking about what I'm doing a little bit. So, what if instead of being ridiculous here, also I have no personal bots anymore. I gave them to Spider so that he could do this, but then there's no charge out here, so... Oh well. So, I think what I'm going to do... it's pretty difficult to get any sort of balancing done in this area. So let me just grab the belts, bring them up this way. I am going to repair this one drill just because it's bothering me a little bit. There we go. We also need belts down this way. And down this way. There we are. So let's see, what per second are we talking here? So about 6 per second per drill. So that's a row of 4, so that's 24, so that is a blue belt worth. Kind of wish I brought blue belts, but I guess that gives me something to upgrade later. At the very least, that should definitely saturate a red belt just fine. So, it doesn't do me too terribly much good to try and fully balance all of these because I'm going to be limited on belt throughput anyway. So in that case, I'll just bring this in and over. And then this can be one higher, in and over. This one can come up and over. And once again, let's get you to walk down about here. So my plan then is to just have belts come in this way and do about 4 inserters and then stop. And then this next one can have the next 4 inserters and stop. And then this one can have the last 4. And there we go. Now I do need power to all these guys, so let's see if I can get some substations scattered around. And the answer is, of course not. Where can a substation go up here? Okay, let me break that and put you in. Then I can come down this way. Awesome. Best I've got. Okay. Can I just bring this up a little bit then? Still not much better, but I'll take what I can get. That does mean I'm not going to be able to do a nice substation grid through here. I should be able to at least get them all power. So if I just do something like that, and then I'll have to connect up here somehow. That's fine. Can actually bring this over a little bit. Something like there is cool. And I do have to move you over. Okay. So where's that leave me? This lightning rod needs to come in, but it can sit right there, and that's fine. This lightning rod needs to come in, but it can sit right there. That's fine. You, specifically only you, do not have power. That reaches all the way over there, huh? Okay. What if I bring this guy down to, like, right here? There we go. Now it looks like everyone is covered. I think everyone's covered, yes. Okay. Now it's time for accumulators. Because without accumulators, we're not gonna get very far. I only brought 50. That might have been a mistake. We'll see what I can do. Keep forgetting I don't have personal bots because there's no charge. How is the Spidertron's charge now, by the way? Literally still nothing. Still charging the Roboport. Okay, awesome. Well, this stuff is going to be in the way. Let's break all of this. Oh, I guess there's something in the way there too. And just keep it on, keeping on. That's in the way. Break that. Keep this moving. Oh, this needs to move over one. And that's literally all. Okay. The reason I wanted to bring efficiency modules is, of course, to distribute them through the miners. So let's see what I can do in regards to that. Okay. And then I'll just request more, maybe tier 2s into you afterwards. But tier 1s will get you started. Oh, and of course, into the other ones as well. There we go. Just reduces how much of this island I have to absolutely cover in accumulators. So let's head on back, Mr. Spider. Oh, you have some stuff now. Give you a green light. Well, I appreciate it. I'm hoping the green light means that I'm just about done building this, because if not, then I'm not sure how to take it. I don't think those words made any sense. I think I'm building and trying to speak at the same time. There we go. Okay. So, with the lightning strike, that does jump to life for just a moment. Ooh, one lightning strike takes most of the shield on this guy down, but that is why I gave him a shield, so that he could survive a hit or two. That is unfortunately going to mean that he has no batteries for quite a while. I am Traffic Signal. Well, Mr. Traffic Signal, thank you for blessing us with your appearance tonight. I am just about to put down some of your brethren to keep my trains from smashing into each other in the future, so I hope you enjoy. So this has no power still, so I am going to need a lot more accumulators. What else am I gonna need? Lightning rods. Did I think I did. I definitely added lightning rods to the spider, right? Where did the spider even go? There's the spider. Yes, spider does request lightning rod. Does not request, efficiency mods, though, so let's make sure I get that. Maybe just, like, 30? I don't know. Get rid of that request. How are the efficiency mods going? Very poorly, it seems. Why are you set to 0? That doesn't make any sense. I mean, I guess that would be why I didn't have any modules. Well, Mr. Traffic Light, as you can see, I have my very first train stop on Fulgora set up, and all signaled and ready to go. And I'm about ready to build the train and get it going back and forth, hopefully just in time before this starter scrap patch completely runs out on me. Not that I'm using too much of it at the moment, but once I have a better patch secured, I should be ready to move on. In fact, there was something that I was actually very interested in trying originally. And I might just do that. It'll make the scrap island more difficult though, so maybe I won't. Maybe that's a bad idea. What I wanted to do is mine scrap, put it on a belt, feed it into recyclers, and then have the recyclers output directly onto the train. And then have the train cars bring the already recycled scrap in here and drop it off, and anything that doesn't get used before the train leaves will then be simply voided. And I kind of thought that might be a fun system, and I still might go for it. That still might be my objective here. You know what the spider doesn't have is belts. And I guess I should also probably clear out some of the junk here. Kind of thinking maybe, speaking of junk, the spider might just have too much junk. So let's do that. Let's see, maybe 400 rails also is a little excessive. Let's knock that back just a little bit. Everything else fits into a single stack. That's all fine. Yeah. Belts would definitely be cool. I would like it to be blue belt if possible. So let's do all this. There we are. That's going to fill up to here, and then I need room for him to be able to mine scrap when he gets to a new island, so yeah, I think that's about as much as I can do in there. Without some way to increase his cargo size, and I guess I could use the trash slots. Maybe that's not a bad idea. Hold on. Let me just do a group that's just auto trash. But when he picks stuff up, like this, 0. He picks up like stone bricks or something, then 0. That's in this tab, which always throws me off. If he picks up scrap or concrete or something, then that's 0. And I'll have to add more stuff as I see it or think about it. But anyway, there we are. So how's it going? You're getting more modules, you're getting belts, not getting many green inserters. Green inserters are waiting on green circuits, naturally. We are passing along as many green circuits as we can, we just need more. Okay. Okay, that's fair enough, I suppose. This probably needs to be further upgraded. Where does it stop being blue? Right here. Okay, well the belt is definitely not backing up, even if we're backing up at this level. Yeah, like this guy's completely full. He can't even output. What do I do about that? Ah. That'll do it. Let's see, does that just help immediately? Let's see. You're emptying. Yep, you're emptying pretty fast. Do you start? Yeah, I think that helps. We had a single bit of red belt down there, and it was not having it. Also, why does this even need to be a splitter anymore? Originally, I was trying to bypass this area, but I don't do that anymore, so I don't think this even needs to be a splitter. Yeah, we just don't need this to be a splitter. Yeah, okay. This all moves up to here. And then let's see, the new, that all goes away. And then the new output is right there, it looks like. There we go. Maybe even one square blue belt just to keep you from backing up right on the output. And all the bots should have that taken care of pretty quickly. Does mean everything stopped for a moment, but oh well. We will survive. Okay, how is science coming? So we have some, not a lot, but 700 science. Not exactly a lot. So let's grab blue belts. This is blue, correct? Yes, it is. So once I unload, I think I'll probably be able to do something like this and get you going up that way. That should give me a relatively well-compressed blue belt, but I might be able to get more than just a blue belt that way. Inserter hand size is always something that's, or, you know, how many items a second an inserter can move is always something I'm a little vague on. Anyway, let's see what I can do from now. So this is mostly replenished. Mostly. Let's go ahead and run out this way and start getting stuff rebuilt again. Say rebuilt, like it's ever been built in the first place. Still missing over 700 accumulators for some reason. Let's get all of these placed in. I think that was probably all the charge in the personal room report. No, that was just all the modules we had. Okay. Well, this has been filling up with scrap, and since these chests have been filled with scrap, maybe I won't do the direct recycling into the train thing. The spider is doing his best. Well, that's fine. Let's get you renamed. So come over this way to this train stop. And this one will be the same, but rather than unload, you will just be load. There we go. I also want to get... I was debating between a roboport or a radar, but I think a radar is probably just better. Let's just get a radar down here. There we are. That way I can continue to see this area as long as we have power. You have all the accumulators. Let me just borrow those so I don't waste the robot power. Get you up here. I can do a few more accumulators up that direction. There we go. And a few down this way as well. Let's try and be a little more compact than that, if at all possible. But, you know, you do what you can. You do what you can, is what I wanted to say. Okay, that's another few accumulators. How is this going? If the drills were actually running, of course, this number would be going down very quickly, but maybe with, Also, I don't need this many efficiency 2s. I just remembered that's going to be well past the limit for efficiency. Each one of these is minus 40, so yeah, we top out at 2 per machine, which means I have to come through and, by hand, take these out. Please do not do that. There we go. And then same up this way. Take these guys out. There's so many. I wonder if I can copy this. Yes, I can. Look at that. Okay, that saves me a good bit of work. And now let's go to the spider and give him all these spare modules I managed to accrue, and then he can distribute them around. Okay, I do think that's probably all. Yes. So we've reclaimed the tier 1s, but that was all of the tier 2s. The tier 2s can go back in the trash slots. And we'll see how this does once we actually get a train out here. So let's make our way back. Just grab this and come on back. In the meantime, I want to get a train built over here. So, Mr. Train. Thank you. You go here. Some cargo wagons on this end, and then another train on the side. And I am going to get a blue chest. Build a locomotive. Look at it go. I am going to get a blue chest on each side for refueling reasons. There you are. Let's just leave a little bit of solid fuel in the sky, which is in intermediates, I believe. There we are. And down here as well. Oh, cool. Okay. So that'll get the train all filled up, and once he is all fueled up, it'll be time to send him off on his very first trip. I would also like to get some signals down this way. I forgot to place signals. I never want to forget signals. There we are. And for right now, this is a straight section of rail. But for example, if I ever wanted to cut off that way, then I would need to come back and re-signal a little bit of this, most likely. But for the time being, I believe we are A-okay. So let's set up your stops. So you're going to go to scrap unload and wait until you are empty. And then you're going to just go to scrap load and wait until you are full. There you are. So off you go. So as soon as you arrive, how are the accumulators doing? Interested in watching power once the drills kick on? I mean, it's going pretty quickly, but we still don't have all the efficiency modules in. Probably about half, if not just over. So it won't always be this fast, and this is only while the train is there. Once the buffers fill up again, then this will stop draining quite so quickly. Which, like, yeah, I think it's probably going to run out of power. But is it going to run out of power before the buffers refill? I don't think it will. I think it'll be fine. Let's see. We've only got like one more slot down here to fill up. So once that's full, it is, then the belts will start backing up, and the drills have stopped, and the accumulators are recharged to full. Okay, that is what I wanted to see. Very nice. Very nice. How's the silo going? We need electric engines, it looks like. Also, you're set to 0. Let's keep like 2. That would just be a byproduct of how my blueprint works. It tries to keep half a stack of the item in store, but since silos only stack to 1, half of 1 rounds to 0. We are nearly there, though. That's nearly the 200 electric engines that we need. Just waiting on more green circuits. Somehow I've got to be able to get more green circuits in here. I'm not really sure what the answer to that is, but there's got to be some way to do that. Let's see. How are things doing up here? This is running. This needs green circuits, of course. It does look like we're mostly limited on electrolyte for right now. You produce 3.6. These were running full-time. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we need more. I guess the prod mods in here are maybe a little excessive. We are completely full on holmium plate, We are completely full on holmium solution. We are probably avoiding holmium right now. So maybe I will take some of these pod mods out and replace them with speed and just see how that does. And I guess I might as well go ahead and start marking more and more of these belts as blue. I think it turns back into red somewhere around in here. Keep that going up until the corner. And then that's fast, yes. So I can just upgrade them both up until that bend right there. And Spider's doing a little dance. Hello, Mr. Spider. Let's just get you to go stand over there. Okay, so this is completely full now. Don't ask why I have scrap and provider chest, who knows. I was kind of half building this thinking I might still do the direct recycling into the train, and I still think that's a fun idea. I still want to try that sometime, but I already had 6 chests full of scrap there, so that seemed unwise. Anyway, I've got new scrap coming up that way, so I don't have to worry about this mine running dry. In fact, I might go ahead and run a belt up the back of this. So let me go ahead and start upgrading this through here. So, there we go. And let's see where I can get this to come in at. Maybe I can bring you in like right here and then lower this once I have something better. Like once all these mines are gone, I'm sure I can do something better than this. Let's get this in here and mark it for upgrade. I don't have blue undergrounds on my hotbar yet, so there's a little shortcut. There. Okay. So where's the belt? Right down here. So up you go. Oh, that's actually one too far. There we go. And there's another drill down. That's actually giving priority the wrong way around. So let me rethink that real quick. Okay, what I want to do is I want to give these drills priority and these drills priority so that the patch does run out, but I don't want to be running on reduced scrap capacity. So I think what I'll do is I'll bring this belt down to here. And like that. Like that. And now that this isn't butted up right against the drills, as well as a prioritized output, I can also do a prioritized input. So I can prioritize the input from that side. And then this guy is right in the way. I am going to move him up one. That might have some repercussions from doing that. We'll have to see. Everything looks fine, actually. Okay. I might not have more blue splitters on me, but they might be in the spider. So I'm not sure where the spider is, but let's see if I can just get him to come over here and build. Yes, I can. Okay. So this gets deconstructed now. There we go. And then this gets to be the new input. So this comes up and over and in. There we go. So, Mr. Spider, you have all the blue stuff apparently, so you're gonna have to lend a hand. You can't possibly be out. Okay, I guess your charge is just empty? No? No. Oh, that's marked as turbo. Let's not do that. Blue into blue. There you go. Okay. guess I can go ahead and extend that out now. Thank you. Okay. So that should have the new scrap coming in. And indeed it does. And I want to make sure input priority is set on the side as well. Okay, and that should be cool. That should last for quite a good long time. Is this guy still able to output? Yes, he is. Okay. Alright, I'm slowly working my way through the issues. This base has several, but I'm getting there. Go ahead and mark all of this for upgrade through here. And through here. All the way into the first recycling setup. And I doubt I have that amount of blue belt, but we will see. The spider might be hogging some of the stuff, so he might have to come and help a little bit. Yeah, there you go. Once again, I've somehow upgraded this to green. There we go. Okay. There we are. Alright. So, this is still not running. It needs green circuits. I know I need green circuits. Green circuits should be coming. Okay, we're getting to the point where these inserters are getting a little stressed trying to keep up. But fortunately, now that I've gotten rid of this line up here, there is actually plenty enough room to just scooch this whole thing over. So I believe that is exactly what I'm going to do. So I'm just going to move this over here and throw a belt in that way. This belt can continue on this way. Let's make sure I get that pasted in. Yes, there we go. Okay, and these guys can just keep on going. Like so. Where does this reach? Okay, that's actually the perfect limit. Spider, once again, might have to come help out, because he's full of all of our goodies. Okay. That should be cool. Yeah, okay, we are running into some belt speed issues now. Now that this is much fuller, these guys are having a hard time outputting. Let's make sure that's blue. So what can I do about that? Not entirely sure, but it would be nice if I could somehow get this onto both sides of the belt. We're just a little crammed in here right now. Yeah, it does seem to be balancing out, as, like, once we were through the backlog, things seem a little better now. But it was 4 originally, and the original 4 did seem like they were getting stuck every now and then, so I was hoping a few more inserters might do the trick. Yeah, we just need everything out there, too. Are these guys able to keep up? It doesn't really look like they're keeping up very well. I could throw speed mods in them, but I could also just throw a few more of them down. Do I have power? I do have more power, okay. So I could do that. I don't want the extra lightning rod. Then I would have to take this specifically, but that does cause issues. I would try and dump this belt onto this belt, so maybe I do just take this one. Just accept that the last one is going to be off pattern. Oh well. Yeah, we are not keeping up with this, so a few more is definitely needed. We do need the spider out here, I suppose. Thank you. And maybe you can help up this way also. Maybe a little more. Good enough. Well, there's only like 3 belts left this way. I might as well get them, if I can. Okay, oh cool. So that should be a blue belt coming in now. Not that we have a blue belt for output, but, you know, we have a blue belt of input. I guess that's probably something I should get on. So let's get this at least marked for upgrade, and also this is doing the same thing that we do up there. And I'm not really sure why anymore. So this one does at least have 2 inputs. We also have the input from this guy over here, and this input should be prioritized. This is primary recycling, and this is secondary recycling. Not to be confused with scrap recycling. So that's scrap. These are like the primary products coming in and getting recycled. And then that's another recycling. At least I think. I think it is. I don't know. That's how I have been thinking about it, at least, and I'm the one who set it up, so if that's not correct, who knows? Planet Express, how are you out of room? Like you certainly are, but how has that happened? You only need 40, man. Where are you? You're over Nauvis? Nauvis can have some extra drills, that's fine. What else? What else can I do in here? I don't need that. Anything else? A lot of space platform in here. Let's ditch that. Don't know why I have that. Yeah, I don't know why I have that actually. Now I just have a bunch of space platform in me. You can sit in the sky, maybe? I don't think that's a horrible idea. Or I could just send you down. And I think I might just send you down. Have fun. Okay, and you're still immediately filling all of that space. Yeah, you just need more storage, huh? Let's just give you another storage, I guess. Okay, that should solve the issue. Should. Okay. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. So Fulgora needs a whole bunch of accumulators and a little bit of blue belt. Accumulators are coming together just fine. And that'll come together over the next few hours, most likely. So one thing that's always stumped me on Fulgora is how exactly I'm meant to have a rocket silo working, because blue circuits are so expensive. And, like, you get so few blue circuits, you require to recycle them for other things. Even science requires that you recycle some of your blue circuits, and you get so few from your scrap stream that it makes it hard to launch rockets. But I do have them going into a chest first, so I might be able to just supply my silos with the blue circuits going into the chest. I think that's probably fine. Looks like I did just make a silo, so I do have the very first silo somewhere. Probably put that right up here, since this is where science is to begin with. I don't actually make rocket fuel. That is a fair point I'm just now realizing, so I will need to do that. I already have the light oil being made over here, so once again, this seems like a fine place for the silos. I'll probably fit them in right through this gap. Gap in the substations. I always want to call them accumulators. I don't know. So let's start with like 3 right here. Prod 2s into them. And let's get some chemical plants making rocket fuel. Maybe start just like right here. I can copy this from Nauvis, I suppose. Right at the end somewhere. There we are. So let's just grab all of this. Though actually I can do better now because I've got better modules and all. So maybe I will just rebuild this. Let's just go get up there. Okay, so back in the map view, I just wanted the spider up here because he's got some of my parts in him. So anyway, I have solid fuel coming in, but if I need to make more solid fuel, obviously it's free and I can make as much solid fuel as I would like. So let's start with the rocket fuel, which is of course made in an assembler. I always forget. Every time. No sense in putting prod in these, I suppose. If anything, maybe speed 2 would be better. And you can put a lot of speed into the tier 3 assemblers. So space, intermediate, there you are, rocket fuel. So let's see. Yeah, I'm definitely going to need to produce solid fuel, because if I come down here and look at the line, like there is solid fuel coming in, don't get me wrong, but there's not that much solid fuel coming in, so I will be producing some. So I'll probably put that over here. Have inserters on this side for the output. How many is this? 5. Let's make it 6 just so I can keep the pattern going. So that's going to be solid fuel. Run the pipes in. There we go. Might as well flip you around and have pipes run this way also, but I don't really like having one of you vertical and one of you horizontal. That doesn't make any sense. I'm standing literally right here. Let me just come and do this myself so the bots don't have to move the modules around. We also need a lightning rod right here, apparently. There we go. So those guys are going to sit there and produce, and then the tier 2s can be on this side, I suppose. Making rocket fuel. Let's get the modules I picked up in there. So I do want to come down here and split off rocket fuel so I don't have to run the entire belt up. That just seems unwise. I could also just let the bots handle it. Like, that's not an awful idea. But I think I will just, Like, where is the main belt? Where does the main... So, main belt stops right here. That's quite a journey to send it on for just solid fuel when I could just make solid fuel myself. I just would feel a little ridiculous about doing that. Yeah, okay, we're gonna do it like right here instead. Like right here. That way, I can glue underground this way. And bring solid fuel up there. Yeah, That's good. Bring the robot down. So you're gonna underground that way, and that can all continue the same way it always has. Oh, I didn't set a filter on you. So, split. You're gonna be filtered. So this one is the solid fuel. Let me just copy this from somewhere. For some reason, this is breaking my brain. So yeah, that's the way it works. And then I have another one in line with it to just return the flow. So that has to be there. Right? Yeah, okay. There we go. So horizontally flip. But then this can't be here. Okay. Okay. That's fine. So where does that get me then? Okay, that has to go, even if I make you blue first, which I probably should do. You still have to go a little higher. And then you're still in the way of that underground. Yeah, not being able to build on the ocean out here is really throwing me. That makes everything pretty tight. Okay. Could I reverse this? So if I take this and put it this way. So pick this up, pick all this up, and put you here. Here actually. Yeah, it would have to go here. This would have to immediately underground. Hold on. So if I do that, upgrade, and then copy. Now I have one. Nope, nope, nope. Now I have one on my clipboard. There we go. Okay. Okay, much better. So that goes that way. This now has to come in here. And then this has to come up this way. Okay, it is quite an abomination. But it does work. The question is, can I make it better? And realistically, no. The positioning of this underground really just makes it awkward, but it works. I also need that belt right in there. There we go. Okay, all cool. Okay, so time to continue this up. Here's where this stuff is. And I suppose if I'm coming in from the bottom, and it's only solid fuel, the reason it had to be filtered is so that I could bring this in and merge down here. Oh, I left a filter as copper cable. You are supposed to be solid fuel. There we go. I'm gonna have so much copper cable on me. There we go. Anyway, solid fuel. So, once again, with barely enough room, I can throw this down. Maybe actually I want to throw you around this way. And then priority input from the bottom, so that I take the input off the main recyclers first, and then the extra that I need can be produced from light oil. And then that can come up and be made into rocket fuel. This doesn't need to be blue belt. Like, not at all. This can absolutely be red belt, And I say that because I don't have any blue belt at the moment, so it makes no sense trying to use what I don't have and don't need. The underground's nice, but otherwise, that works just fine. Also, over on this side, I really should probably get a lane balancer thrown in. A little easier said than done, but let's see. Okay, if I replace you with a red, that has to move anyway. Then I can just bring that in. Very cool, okay. So you start getting supplied. Let's go ahead and throw whatever's in my inventory into you. And then you can long arm output. Problem is, I'm gonna need a lot of these. Yeah, even with Tier 3 assemblers with this many Tier 2 speed mods in you, you still produce less than 0.2 a second. So I'm still gonna need 6 of these if I want 1 per second. Alright, well, that's just what it is. So, there's 2. Let's see. I guess I can do groups of 3. Around the accumulator there. There we are. And then we can have the output come down this way. Well, those silos are right up there, so come up here. Silos are right there. In you go. Oh, cool. Okay. Let's get that going into you. We will need another substation, of course. In you go. Okay. So that's going to give us rocket fuel. We need LBS and blue circuits up here. Those are both primary belt things. So actually, I might just take the entire sushi belt and run it past. So this right here is the primary belt. It comes along this way, and it turns here and exits. What if instead I brought it up here somehow? Quite a lot easier said than done. Let's see. What is your distance? Distance, max length 9. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I have to go 1 out. But otherwise, all of this goes away. We'll reconnect shortly. There. So we have to come back, but this is us going up. Okay. So... Maybe there was no need to try and filter down here then, because if I'm gonna have to bring the whole belt up anyway, that should be moving up. Okay. So maybe I should have done my filtering over here instead. Maybe I still will. Maybe it's not too late. Yeah, okay, so this comes over here. I want it to come in right there. And maybe I can get this splitting nonsense here in up this way instead. Yeah, you can just go like right here. And then underground that way. And I'll tear all this out. So somewhere in there we merge in. This can go back to being right here. And all of this just gets picked up. There we go. Okay, and that's perfectly okay with me. So this comes in this way, goes up, red merge, priority from the right. And then this just continues in. Okay, very good. I can live with that. That's just fine. I have no idea how much blue belt I have, but certainly not enough. But maybe the spider can help out just a little. Okay, the spider has no regular blue belt. So let's make sure we trash the stuff that we pick up from mining scrap. So gears and steel and solid fuel. Stone. And as more things kind of accrue in here, we will just continue setting them to the trash. Yep, that's fine. Okay. Hackade is the only one who brings in blue belts, so he seems fine. Let's go ahead and send him off. I don't even know what he was waiting for. Glad I noticed that. I also have no regular blue belt, though I do have some of the undergrounds and splitters. I might actually just go ahead and throw those out so the bots can have them. Bunch of scrap, bunch of LDS. Bunch of iron sticks, bunch of batteries, and so much stone. Okay. The Spidertron can come and place these splitters here, I suppose, since we do have those. And from there, I will just continue map view building up to here. Then, of course, we have to come back. There we are. Fulgora, something's being damaged. These guys, yeah, let's just get rid of all of these guys since they aren't even in the range of a lightning rod or a substation. Let's see, all these flashing in here have no substation. Actually, let me undo that. I can just get a substation in here. Yeah, like right there. That would give me a few extras. These guys, similar story. So if I just put you... go right there. That'll cover these guys too. Hopefully that'll work. And that should work. And that should work. We'll see though. If it doesn't, then we'll have to do something about it. Okay. And you're on your way to Fulgora. Very nice. So, how is science doing? Science is up to 1.6k. Very nice. Okay, it is completely stopped. It's not running because there's no electrolyte. Because there's no stone, because the belt is broken. Okay, fair enough. Can't complain about something if I'm the one that caused it. So anyway, the whole point of doing this was to get more input into the silos, so let's go ahead and get those placed. No idea how you wound up missing a bit, but there you are. Anyway, with 6 of these, that should be 1 rocket fuel a second, which is kind of my de facto go-to. Blue circuits and LDS. Blue circuits and LDS. I don't think I'm going to have enough just coming in from scrap recycling to keep these running. The problem is, to make blue circuits takes red circuits, and the only way you get red circuits is from recycling blues, so that doesn't make a lot of sense. I can't just produce more blues. What I am thinking is, starting about now, this might be a wonderful time to start exporting blue circuits from Lignumus, because Lignumus can make LDS and blue circuits pretty cheap. Oh, here comes my supplies. It's a good day. Oh yeah, there we go. concrete? Am I not putting concrete into a box? Sure I am. Concrete is completely empty, okay. I mean, I guess. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Well, the blue belts are finally getting placed down. This is in working order. So once this all actually gets connected, we get to see just how much, just how large the deficit of blue circuits and LDS really is. But the entire base is going to be dyed until, is going to be dyed? The entire base is going to be dead until this finally decides to connect together. I think this is a wonderful time for a sip of water. Okay, so, funny thing, I'm noticing there are red circuits on the primary belt. I do get red circuits from scrap recycling. Okay, I was thinking you only got blues. If I do get red circuits, then I guess making more blues does make sense. In which case, I will just request blue circuits, as well as pulling them off the belt. I will have to find a good place to do that, though. Why is this still stuck? Because I never connected it. That's a pretty good reason, I suppose. I guess that's a pretty good reason. And there we go. Okay, everything is off once again. Okay, so blue circuits and LDS should get... Oh, that's gonna put... I forgot you could just load items into silos. Okay, as long as I check the box. As long as I check the box, it's fine. I was thinking I must have done something like this similar before, and it worked before, so I was confused. Okay. There we go. Alright. Alright, so... Belt's gonna be a little weird as we work through the backlog, because these guys output in order, so we're gonna get a huge clump of gears, then a huge clump of solid fuel, and so on down the way. But once the backlog is cleared, then things will be a little more normal. And there goes my my research queue is finished, so let's throw 2 more things on there. A lot of these things I don't necessarily care about, I'm just throwing them on there to have them, but like steel and mining prod, always good to have. Train, hand size, electric weapon damage, cool. Guess we'll get to that on the next one. Okay, so how does that work now? So we are waiting on blues and LBS. That's still with only 1 silo. But there's a good bit of LDS though. And since these are just red inserters, even when a clump of LDS does come by, it's not like we're going to be able to pick up everything necessarily, so it will actually be more efficient once I have more silos, because that's just more inserters doing the same job. Speaking of which, how is this coming along? We're waiting on electric engines and a little more concrete, okay? So yeah, as the concrete comes by, disabled because we have 2,000. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? What I do want to do is I want to come to Nauvis and grab my circuit logic for adding more bots, which is right down here. And I want to add that to Fulgora somewhere. Let's say somewhere near the silos, just because that gives them an extra robo part, and they do need it. Or at least they will once they start, you know, actively loading stuff up onto them. So that's me being kind to the bots. Okay, seems we do... Yes, we are completely out of logistics bots, so a few new ones would definitely be nice. Yeah, looks like that's coming from Redeemer, just dropping us supplies down. Always a good time. So this belt is backing up again. Let's go see if I can figure out why. We are working as fast as we can, but I think that's just the other side of the backlog that we had to burn through earlier. I believe once this all runs through, this is going to clear. I don't think that's an actual speed issue, I think it's just a backlog issue. Though I could be wrong. Could be wrong. I mean, we're only outputting, like, these guys are outputting onto a blue belt, right? This is still backed up, oddly enough. Like, it almost looks like it's making its way through. It's just hard to tell. These guys are cleared at least, but these guys are still very much backed up. And this is very much backed up. Okay, maybe I do need a little something more. So let's go grab some speeds. Just distribute them away. Each one of these does take 4 modules, so that is quite a lot of extra speed to be throwing at it. I really don't know if that's the solution that I need, but it did seem like they were sticking, so yeah. We are getting through the belts a little easier now, but it's still a little choppy up here, but again, I do anticipate that is backlog and not actual production. Oh yeah, you can see things are no longer making their way to the end. I believe the stutteriness is just because this is a saturated belt, at least on the left. We are getting return items cycling through here with priority. So, it is what it is. Still, things are hardly making their way to the bottom anymore, so I'm going to count that as a win. Nearly have the first rocket up, and it seems to be doing decently okay at staying stocked. I don't know how we'll be able to do on the second one, but, you know, we're doing alright. And I certainly don't think we can just produce LDS here. I don't think that's going to happen. I think however much LDS we get from scrap is just how much LDS we get. Like, don't get me wrong, we've got a lot of copper, we've got a lot of steel, but plastic is limited. The only source of plastic we have is recycling LDS and recycling red circuits. And I don't know if we have enough spare red circuits to make up for our deficit of blues and recycle to get plastic for LDS. So we'll just have to see how it goes. Let's see, you are doing pretty well. I think I'm going to go ahead and turn off your requesting of silo ingredients. Yeah, because Fulgora is now capable of producing all of these things, so I don't see any reason to keep shipping them in. Even if it produces them slowly, it is producing them. Let's see, where else can I go? So this should be fine. The train is sitting over here. We need a bunch of modules, that's fine. We are slowly making our way through this patch. We only have 3 miners left on it. But that's a good thing. It gives us a little more room in the center of the base. Or other stuff if we need to do other stuff. Science is running. It's low on electrolyte. Let's see, how much do you take? So 5, 10, 15. And let's say these are 3 each to give myself a little bit of headroom. So 6, so that's 21 a second. This produces 8. Okay, I see why I might not be producing enough. I think at that point, just throwing more speed in it is not the solution. Let's just have another one up here. In fact, I might need 2 more. Right? So let's put you here. You can share the heavy oil connection. Do one here to share the holmium solution connection. Of course, this substation is right in the way of where I would like to be building. But I can just pull a pipe over this way and reroute this pipe here to be one to the left. Like so. And that's, if anything, a better fit anyway. So that's the holmium. Let's get the oil into you. Might just steal from this guy. Yeah, I think that's fine. There you go. Get that in there. And now we have quite a lot more to play with. So, over this way. In. And over. You can just pipe in. Have fun. There we are. That should give quite a lot more. Oh, you of course need stone. I did forget that you needed stone. Well, there's no way I'm getting the belt up there, so I guess the bots are gonna have to deal with it. That's just the way that it is. So, how much stone you need? Very little. Okay. Yeah, let's at least raise that to like 20. Just make it worth the bot's time. And there we go. So that should be a little more electrolyte coming in. You still need green circuits, but everything wants green circuits apparently. Yeah, you're full. These guys still have room for requests, so they're not getting tapped out yet. That's been a concern of mine. Wanted to make sure that wasn't the case. Hopefully this is all okay through here. I might go ahead and up just to make it match the blue before it. And that way the inserters can pick off of it while it's still a blue belt, and then the reduced amount of resources can come onto a red belt, and I think that's fine. Science is mostly running constant these days, which is nice to see, though these aren't running very often, unfortunately. Yeah, it does look like a lot of the green circuits are going into making other circuits. Yeah, I am I am making green circuits. I could put more prod in here. That is certainly something I can do. Same up here where I make blue circuits, wherever that is. Oh, I know it's up here somewhere. There you are. Okay, anyway, how's it going? You need a blue. Are you gonna get one? Doesn't really look like it. Yeah, so you are stopped and waiting. I will give you a request. Which does mean all of these will want a request or chest. So let's just go ahead and do that. So let's say just blue circuits for now, and see if that helps at all. Keep like 50 in there. Maybe LDS as well wouldn't be a horrible idea, but we'll see if we manage to pick up enough LDS. Because so far it hasn't been an issue. Where is the silo? Is the silo? Okay, just a little more on the electric engine front. Wait, what? You are set correctly. Yay. I was wondering why electric engines were taking so long. I only had one assembler actually producing. Why am I blind? There you are. So let's keep like 200 in stock, just because silos are hungry on electric engines. Okay, well, that's good, I guess. I wonder, could I fit one more? I couldn't really fit one more. Okay, I could put one down here, but I'd have to move the lightning rod. Not the end of the world. I might just go ahead and do that. I was thinking maybe I wanted more engine production. I think even Vulcanus has several engine production facilities. Yeah, it does. Let me check Nauvis, make sure it's not, like, dead somehow. Everything seems okay. There are nests right outside these walls, so if the pollution ever goes over the walls, I'm gonna be in a bad way, but right now things are cool. Lignumus. Threatened as always, but hopefully the Spidertron has been... let me click on you. Can I rearrange your waypoint somehow? It would be cool if I could, like, drag them. Doesn't really seem like I can, though. Because at the time being, he's kind of just, like, easing them. Do waypoint after, but I can't just modify where it goes. So what if I did after 5 instead? So 5 is here. What if I pushed you out just a little more? Yeah, you get pretty close to this wall here. So what if you go here instead? Yeah. And then a new one after 4, which is your, like, checking, make sure you're not dying waypoint. And that can be, like, out to here. Then I want to change, get rid of number 6 now, I think. So let me just make sure that all works correctly. So you're gonna come up here, and then after that waypoint, you would go to 6, which is here, and that looks fantastic. Okay. The left side seems to be fine, top seems to be fine, bottom seems to be fine. But the right-hand side is a little sketch. And honestly, even these nests up here, little sketch, but I trust the patrolling spider to keep them off the walls, at least. So, back to Fulgora. think I'm just about done. Oh, these miners finally finished up. There they go. I should probably rearrange this belt to be a little less weird, but you know what? I think it's just gonna wind up staying that way. That's just how it is. Do I need anything else? No, we're just forever at a deficit of green circuits, but there's not too terribly much I can do about that. I think that's just the way that Fulgora goes. We have so much copper, which means we're recycling so many copper cables. Or maybe other things. Oh, maybe that's LDS. We're getting copper from LDS when we recycle that. I did forget about that. Maybe it would be worth having one thing over here somewhere that makes copper cable. Maybe that's not an awful idea. Like, just to go with these guys. What if I did have something that made copper cable? But they're only on if copper cable storage is below some minimum. So maybe like 2,000 or something. That's how much I store in this chest down here, I believe. 4,000. Okay, you know what? I'm actually okay with that. Let's keep the bots on the outside. That's kind of the... Well, okay, this one breaks the pattern, so whatever. I guess these can do. So, blue chest. I guess you each get your own blue chest. Well, copper. And then output into a red chest. And I set limits on the machines themselves rather than the inserters for a very good reason. And that is, I did. That's my very good reason. So this is going to consume all the copper if I allow it to, but that's why I set a limit on, some sort of limit on production. And it's not like I need a lot of copper plates up here anyway. I do need some, I just don't need an incredible amount. And some is going to make it through. This one inserter can't pick up all the copper coming through, so I'd say that's fine. Yeah, we're golden over here, I think. Oh, I think that might be the first rocket of science to go up. And we do have the second silo now as well. Very nice. Love to see it. I don't know if I make beacons down here. I don't think I do. But I can make beacons also with productivity. So let's find a nice place to do that somewhere. What does a beacon even take? Circuits, copper cable, and steel. Trying to think where the best place to throw one of those would be, and I might just put it like right here. But you aren't going to get green circuits ever. Might just put you like over here. Maybe like right here. It's pretty awful. It would be so ugly. Put you like here. Ish. I mean, there's the secondary belt. It's going around. Here's the primary belt. I'm not gonna get many better places than just right here, so I might as well. So do that, and output. Red chest. And let's set a limit on you. So you're gonna be beacon. And you have a rocket capacity of 20, which is your normal stack size. So I'll keep like 40 of you. Maybe I don't need to keep that many. Why would I keep that many? Let's keep 20. And then, of course, beacon. And there we go. So the only thing that's going to be hard to come by is green circuits, but I believe in you, buddy. You'll get there. I do need to hook you in to the system, though, to be monitored. So let's go ahead and get a wire into you. Into there. And read contents. Now you take 40 green circuits. That's your stack limit. So let's add 40 to this bad boy. So that's going to be negative 101. Alright, that's probably just about good, I'd say. So you are going to get copper cable as it comes by. Maybe I will bring in bot-delivered copper cable. That sounds ridiculous, but at the same time it's beacons, not science. So I only need them when I need them. I'm going to be able to pick up some copper cable, but it's going to be a very limited amount. Same with the green circuits, honestly. Maybe I should just bot deliver that. Let's include this chest in the count of copper cable. Because this is never going to wind up on the belt anyway, and the whole point was to not starve the belt. So as long as I'm not starving the belt, then I'm okay to bring this in. You are, however, going to empty storage first, because that does have higher priority. That does make sense. Maybe copper cable just doesn't go in storage. I mean, that's certainly one solution. I just don't pick it up. I think that's fine. If I'm going to be making copper cable, then I don't need to pick it up off the belt. That's just how it is. I think that's fine. Now I feel a little silly using bots to move this around. I really wish I'd done a belt-based solution there, but it wasn't originally going to be there anyway, so whatever. It'll sort itself out. It's fine. Maybe I'll get another ripcord in here just to be nice to him. Anyway, how is this doing? Okay, we are hitting the point where we're a little low on LDS, it looks like. So I doubt we're going to be recycling any once the third silo goes in. Though the belt is looking a little sparse by the time it gets up here. Why is this not running at all? Interesting. So this is not side balanced, so maybe I should go ahead and side balance this. There we are, and upgrade you. Because it was pulling from the different sides a different amount, then it was running this side dry, and then running this side dry, but the train wouldn't leave until the front car was empty. So then we were already mostly empty before the train would ever leave. Which was not exactly desirable. Anyway, this is running pretty smoothly, if not constantly. How many green circuits am I able to keep in storage? It looks like none. It looks like as soon as I make a green circuit, it is being requested somewhere. Somewhere for something. How about you? Yeah, you can't even stay full, so we literally don't even have enough green circuits to meet current demand. So maybe with this many green circuits being made at this point, maybe we'll get somewhere. We'll have to see. Surprisingly, power has not been an issue. I have no idea how. Accumulator is staying, like, above 50%. That's crazy to me. This line right here can be picked up. They're not contributing anything. And yeah, I think we're pretty much done here. The only thing I could do is get more green circuits somehow. But green circuits are mostly waiting on iron, which we are constantly in need of. Like, so maybe I want to tell the system that these guys want iron rather than just expecting that there will be some flow of iron coming in. Might be intelligent. Because we are suddenly relying on them quite a lot. Also, once modules stop producing, I believe our circuits will even out. It's just modules are eating a lot. Okay, we are finished on tier 2 prods, and we're nearly finished on tier 3, or tier 2 speeds. Let's see, that gives me 23. So this is already... Okay, this is already running again. This is going to produce 2 modules, and that's going to fill the chest. Then we just have to wait for the machine to backstop. But then that will be all of these finished, which looks like to be 1 if not 2 recipes. Then we just have to wait for the tier 1s to stop, which will be a minute, but you know. That'll at least stop draining the blues, and the blues are also draining the greens. Well, how is Redeemer doing? You are waiting for ammo to accrue. Your time has passed. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that. Yeah, all requests satisfied. That seems good. I think I can go ahead and put the request on Nauvis for the science packs. So this is Nauvis request for Fulgora. There we go. I think it's time to turn off personals. Throw down a storage chest over here somewhere. Throw all my junk in it. Absolutely everything. Even the lasers. Maybe the lasers can go back in the armor. They can come with me. There we go. Anything else in here that I could actually take? No. Okay. Looks like it's time to get out of here. So that should be Fulgora done and dusted. Which is a lot faster than I expected to be done, to tell you the truth. I kind of intended, when I thought I was getting close to the end of Fulgora, that I was going to start construction on the Gleba ship, but I'm going to be back on Nauvis before that ever happens, apparently. There we are. And so, let's see, we are just about at the ammo threshold here. So I think I will go ahead and let it build up, and I'll just flip back to Nauvis and do exactly that. I'm going to find a thing, build a new space platform, and in honor of my first ever stream, I'm going to call the Gleba ship Garbage Truck. And it's going to launch from Nauvis, and yeah, everything is all cool. Hack Kid is ready to go. He should have all of the supplies ready. For some reason, Vulcanus doesn't have storage chests, which is really strange to me. I think I probably just set a limit on them. No, Vulcanus just doesn't produce storage chests. I guess that'll do it. It produces buffer chests, but not... oh no, there's storage chests. Okay, only half a stack. That's the reason. That'll do it. Let's go ahead and change all of these. Again, that's just going to be from my my blueprint. Keeping half a stack. But there we go. That should be everything. Oh, and news station has been made. So for Gleba, if you look at it, the day-night cycle is 10 minutes, and the solar power is 50%. Compared to Fulgora, where the day-night cycle is 3 minutes, but the solar power is 20%. So a ship flying out to Fulgora actually needs a lot more solar power than a ship flying to Gleba, which is why good old Redeemer had to have so many solar panels just slapped on the side. As for the Gleba ship, I'm not sure if it makes more sense to copy this design or the Planet Express design. I'm gonna start with the Planet Express design and just see how that goes. I'm gonna copy you, paste you on top, and then get rid of all of those things and all of these requests. Actually, 2 of those were probably good to have. One of them is repair packs. So let's just always keep at least like 20 repair packs. And we can import those from Nauvis, sure. And that'll just sit here and get built. Before I forget, I do want to drop back on the Nauvis, so I'll go ahead and queue that. And let's see how Nauvis is doing. Okay, we have lots of rocket launches. So garbage truck should come together pretty quickly. Oh yeah, he's getting lots of deliveries, you can see. It is always nice as you get later into the game when you don't have to wait quite so long for your rockets to get built. You can just kind of quick fire them and get a station up and running in not too terribly long. How is Hat Kid doing? All supplied up, it looks like. Making his rounds. Oh, cool. Okay. And here I go, along with the first science and the E implants. Very nice. Love to see it. And touchdown. Okay, there we go. These chests here, don't worry about what's about to happen. So, come on guys. Thank you. And, there we go. Now I can turn that back off. And let's do this. There we go. Sorry guys, I know you were so excited. I was finally home. You wanted to be the first one to bring me stuff. Sorry. I just wanted to blow up your hard work. There we go. Okay. let's head back up toward where the silos are. And I actually want to re-outfit myself because I gave a lot of my equipment to the Spidertron back on Fulgora. Personal lasers are probably good to take onto Gleba. I do want to rearrange everything though. So let's get the solar back on the side, and I should have, by this point, personal reactors and tier 2 batteries, if not tier 3 batteries. So I do want to upgrade a bit before I just up and head out. In fact, let me just... This is power armor. I should also have tier 2 power armor. Yes, I do have tier 2 power armor ready to go. So let's go ahead and grab an assembling machine. Find an empty spot, just like right here is fine. you're gonna make me tier 2 power armor. And that way I can just grab a blue chest and request the ingredients into you. We'll get power from somewhere. And they'll get on that quickly enough. I do believe I make the personal reactor. Then here's somewhere. I'll just request one and see if it shows up. If I go in here, equipment, personal fission reactor. I can't request it into me, but I can request it into here, but not 20 of them. Personal reactor, there we go. So let's say just one. I think one is fine. Let's see if it happens to show up. Also, into here. Let's grab legs. And request at least 2 into there. And then let's see if I can request tier 2 batteries. Which I should also be capable of doing. And lastly, I don't have the better shields. Can I research better shields? Let me just look for shields. I can now that I have Fulgora science. Okay. I'll go ahead and queue that after mining prod, I guess. It's not like I need it right now. Those are so expensive, though. I think I'll be able to knock this out relatively quickly. Let's just go ahead and do it. Does mean I want something over here that will produce them, though. And I already do. Of course I do. Okay. In that case, let me come into here. Oh, I can't request them from here. Can I go in the map view, possibly? Yes, I can. Unfortunately, I can't place them into my own armor. It's funny that I have better abilities to place them into a Spidertron than I do into myself. At any rate, let me request like 2 into there. Now I can take that, and let's throw it in. So let's get rid of these solar panels and the tier 2 batteries. Rearrange a little bit. Rearrange a little bit more. Maybe I don't need quite so many lasers. There we are. So that should have everything charging up much faster now. And with the tier 2 armor in just a second, I'll be able to outfit myself with a little more room. Also, why don't I have any modules? I have no modules whatsoever. Well, what I can do is I can start replacing the things that the EM plant does well. But that is green wire. Let's not do that. I wanted copper wire. So I could make that not as awful. Why is this so bad? What is happening here? What? What is this connection? Is it you? No? What? Hold on. I have no idea what that connection was. Okay, okay. I've got it. There we go. Okay, how is this going? We still need more modules. We need 100 modules? I did not realize it was quite so many. Well, we have our first EM plants on Nauvis now, so I might as well get to using them. Where are the things produced? Here they are. So let's just go ahead and get rid of all of this. Yeah, all of this can go away. Let's grab the implants and start from somewhere down here. You've lost power. Awesome. Okay, just for the time being, you can go over there. So minimum height is right there. Let's just put a couple down. Oh, all this also can go. This roboport, right in the way. Let's put you right there. Actually, I think right there is fine because I don't need the green circuits past this point. I just need you there. As long as you're there, we're cool. There we are. Okay. That's left a logistics gap. I guess I'll put a roboport over there to fill that in. So anyway, speed, efficiency, prod, and quality. And then let's go ahead and get quality. Do I want quality in these? I don't think I'm gonna bother. We're fine. So that's going to need red circuits. Let's grab a requester chest. There and there. And then your outputs will be into a red chest. There you are. Let's set your limit. So first up is speeds. So we want to keep like 100 of those, I guess. And then up next is you, efficiency, and we only want to keep like 50 of you. That's cool with me. And then copy you, put you up here, and the pattern hold. We'll keep like 100 of the tier 1s for productivity, and about 50 tier 1s for quality. I think that's perfectly acceptable. These power poles, can I move you out one? Does look like I can. So let's just continue doing that. All the way up. All the way up. There we go. And having done that, I can see that none of this actually had to be undergrounded to begin with. So let's just make this so much nicer. There we go. Okay, anyway, that's going to give me the tier 1 modules, but let's go ahead and copy this from right here to get the tier 2s now. So tier 2, tier 2. You're never gonna guess what this one is gonna be. There we go. And then I have to change the limits on all of these, of course, so tier 2s, and let's say like, ooh, got my, got an achievement, and it, jump scared my menu so hard it took my selection away. Sure, 50 for all of these is fine, I guess. 50 because if I ever want to send them up in a rocket, that's the rocket capacity. So, 50 it is. Continue power up this way, I guess. Because otherwise, the buildings themselves don't get power. And let's deal with some of these crisscrossing lines. There we go. And honestly, just go away. There we go. And all cool. Okay, very nice. All good. So these guys should get supplied. Yeah, these are already running up here. We just need inputs for these guys. There we are. I can also make accumulators I don't really know if that's ever going to be useful, but I guess I will go ahead and give it a try. Accumulators with productivity, that is. Yeah, so let's go ahead, rip all this up. Let's grab some EM plants. I wonder how many I have left. I'm going to do this and then wind up not having any for anything actually useful. EM plant. These boxes have to move. And let's see, where is the EM plant? You can go right there and there. Let's move you up so that you can output into the middle, because you can't really output to the side. There you are. And there you are. Okay, very good. So these are going to make accumulators. And let's see, power works right there. Okay, we still have to get input into you, of course, but that's not too terribly challenging. There we go. And then pick up the extra. And we can scrap all that junk. Oh yeah, you do need the limit. So let's make sure we don't forget that. There you are. So we'll keep like 800, I guess. Maybe that's too many. At this point in the game, what do you need accumulators for? We'll keep 500. There we go. I make solar panels somewhere also, and those can be made with productivity, but honestly I probably have more than enough solar. Yeah, there's already 500 in there, so maybe I won't bother with the solar for right now, when instead I could be using my limited remaining stockpile of EM plants to go actually make circuits, and that just seems like a much better idea. So let me see how exactly I'm going to be able to squeeze EM plants into this area, because it's a little tight. It is a little tight. So just temporarily, what if I came here and just requested all the EM plants that we had? I'm standing outside of logistics. That'll make a difference. How many do I got? On the way, 12. Okay. So we have a fair few. That's not too bad. Assuming they are actually bringing them to me. They have to charge up. There we go. Okay. That's plenty. So let's just get rid of that. There we are. The rest can be built with ghosts. I just wanted to be able to place one down and actually see what I'm dealing with here. So you take in 4 a second, which is going to replace, each one of these replaces about 4 of these. You take in 12 a second, you output 10 a second. So just to keep up, I'll have to lose some of the prod and add a speed, but that's perfectly fine. Like, what if I do something like that and then a tier 2 prod, or tier 2 speed on the end? Just interested to see what happens. Now you're up to 13. Okay, that's plenty. That is good enough for me. Also, just fill you with prod, and that'll bring your speed way down as well. Okay. Oh yeah, that brought your speed down a lot. Now you're at 6, so one foundry can now supply 2 EM plants if I fully max out the prod. And I don't see why I wouldn't. So let's just figure out some things. So I have to get iron in. Oh, iron and basic circuits. Can't forget that. Okay. So you need 6 a second, man. That's quite a lot. So hand size is 2. So that's 3 red inserters apiece. How? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you're only 5 tall, so that's not happening. So I can't red hand into you. But I can red hand the iron and the basic circuits. That is possible. That's kind of what's given me pause here. That's why I'm focused on this for right now. So, yeah. You need 6 a second. So that's probably a bulk inserter worthy. But you still need to be able to input. But you also got to be able to output almost 4 a second. So output is definitely near belts output. And then you need bar belt input. But you definitely want two inserters for that. But I think that works. I think that's fine. How does power work? So power is medium power poles. What if I used substations for you? And just put you like right there. And then I could grab this whole thing. Minus the substation. So grab the whole thing. Vertical mirror. Put you there. And substation in the middle. That covers just absolutely everything. That looks perfect. That looks beautiful, actually. So let's say we have our inputs coming in that way. Circuits come out this way. We have pipe down the back, of course. Let's just copy that in. There we go. I guess I can cut that, actually. So, I'm about to make the base very unhappy with me, but it is what must be done in the name of efficiency. All of that must go. And then it will all be reborn by way of the implant. So let's say that's... It was outputting like 4 a second, so that's 16. If I do one more, that is a full red belt right there. There we are. Okay. This no longer goes here. It'll have to be over here. Which is fine. We'll just have to figure out how that works. You can go there. This is no longer necessary. Whatever is happening here needs to stop. Let's just get rid of all of this. I know why this is here. It's just I don't want to do it that way anymore. There we go. Okay. Anyway, there's the input. There's that. Perfect. Okay. So that's going to give 15 per second. But if I upgrade to blue belt, which I can do now, I just have to actually go somewhere and make blue belt. Where are my belts? Right here. Let's get blue belts being produced. That sounds like a good idea. I can't put you there, unfortunately. Is there anything I can do about that? Not really, it doesn't look like. Well, okay. Blue belts need gears anyway, so this is an opportunity. This is a good thing. This gives me the opportunity to not make mistakes. Instead of bemoaning the placement, let's actually move it lower. And then we can move this here. Actually, move you out one. And then one centered, and then one here, and then one here. Reason being, this one in the middle is going to be a new gear producer. And we're going to bring the molten iron up to the top. So move you over that way. Get some pipe and in. And we're gonna have to get a little creative through here. See, that's already max length. Okay. So you down to there, cross over this way, and then up. And that works just fine. It's not beautiful, but it gets the job done. That's going to make gears. And then the gears can go into each of the blue belt assemblers up here. So you're going to be standard belt. You're going to be the splitter. And you're going to be the underground. There we go. You do, of course, need lubricant, which I am not going to pretend I didn't forget about. Also, you're trying to pump iron in there, so let's not do that. I guess, you have to go this way, I guess. And then you match, and then you can be on top, because that's most inconvenient. There you go. So there's lubricant. Lubricant can come up and around, up and around. And you know what? You can have fun up there. Okay, so that's giving me gears. We do need lubricant. I think I have lubricant down here. I do. Okay, if I underground this right here, I can actually get some lubricant up. Oh, no I can't. Ah, that's painful. Yeah, there's just no way to make that work. Okay. Where am I gonna get this in? I can't come in there, that's too much. This is a total mess, but could I go right here? Totally could. Let's move that up one. Okay, that still has to underground, so maybe I'll actually just leave that there. Start moving the lubricant up this way, which isn't in the way of very much. And how high do I need to go? About that high, it looks like. There we go. It had to go on a little adventure, but overall I wouldn't say it was too terribly bad. That gives me all the lubricant. Now I just need the belts that I'm upgrading. Let's grab blue chests for all of these guys. So you go there, and then you get some right there. Actually, on second thought, you go down here because that has power. Okay. And for the same reason, your output will have to be on that side. All good, though. These are storage chests. I don't know if I want to continue doing that. Yeah, whatever, it's fine. In you go. You're going to be filtered to blue splitter, which is over here, of course. This is blue underground. And of course, once the tree is moved, blue belt. Let's set reasonable limits for all of these. So logistics limit on the blue splitters to a stack. Same on the blue undergrounds. Let's set a limit on you to a stack. And then blue belts themselves. I'm not entirely sure what a sane limit for you is. Let's just say like 1,000. There we go. So, request red belt for upgrade. Request splitters for upgrade. And request undergrounds for upgrade. There we go. Incredible. Okay. Being able to make belts with productivity is such a game changer. It's so good. I love that you can make belts with productivity now. Anyway, that's gonna turn away. We are out of EM plants, which I kind of figured was gonna be the case. But we should come back before too terribly long. We are filling up on science. Let's turn thrusters off for a second. Make another condition here. Item count. Ammo. So keep you... Like, always make sure you have plenty of ammo before you ever leave. That is always important. And then this one is quest satisfied for the implants, and this is just temporary so that while I need implants, I can hop back and forth. Wait at least a minute, not however long that is. And thrust back on. And there we go. So I might get a delivery of science before a minute is through, but I certainly didn't want to wait for another 1,000 to accumulate before I got my next shipment of implants in, so I'll be happy if this does tick over, but I'm not going to be unhappy if it doesn't. So let's see, as this all trickles in, you take 2 apiece. You need a roboport somehow. I guess I deconstructed one at some point down in here. So there is that. Oh good, okay. This all needs power. How am I gonna get power into you? I guess that works. This all also needs power, which is a little more ugly to work with, but I can bring that down there, and that works, I guess, for now. What I can do, actually, I can just snip this and put you at the end. That'll work so much better. I should have placed the new storage chest first, but whatever. It's fine. Where did they throw all those green circuits? I did not want everything. There we go. Okay. You go in there. Anyway, that's all those placed. Anyway, what I was trying to figure out, so you produce over 12 now, that's good. You take in 2 basic circuits and 2 iron. Also, I have to account for placement on here, because you're all trying to place onto the same side of a belt now, and that's not awesome. Let's go ahead and get this whole thing upgraded, and then I'll start worrying about how to handle that. There we go. And let's get this input belt upgraded also, because we are gonna need it. So, blue belt. Blue belt takes 45 items a second, which means half of a blue belt is half of that, which is always kind of an awkward number. But it works out to, I always just remember it as 22. It's not quite accurate, but you know, I just think of it as 22 a second. It's really 22.5, but you know, I just assume any extra headway there is just bonus. So 22 a second is what I'm looking at. So these are 3.5 a second each. That means 2 of them are 7. 4 is 14. And then 8 up here is 28. So 28 is more than half of a blue belt can sustain. Have to reduce that by 6, which unfortunately is 2 machines. So starting from this guy right here, I have to rework this somehow. So what I might do is just move it up a tiny bit. Grab this and move it up even just one square will be enough, because that's going to allow me to come down and in like that. And that allows me to get green circuits on the inside. So these guys should be fully saturating half a blue belt going down. Then I can worry about the next half of a blue belt going up this way. We are definitely going to run out of input first, though, I would think. But we'll see how far we can go. So each one takes 2, with a red belt of iron coming in. Yeah, more importantly, we only have 22. So unlike yellow to red, one red belt is not exactly one half of a blue belt. It's one red belt is a little more than half a blue belt. So with red belts of supplies coming in, this should fully saturate this blue belt no matter what. So that does give us 22 input to work with, which means 11 machines should be able to work off of this. So let me just see how many we're up to now. So I can do 3 safely. But to keep the pattern nice, I will do 4. Do I just have you in here? Yes, I do. Okay. So there's another 4. So we'll just stamp it down right there. No. There we go. And have you coming down this way. There we go. We can break all that, as long as we get a connection in there. And then that's going to start. And yeah, that's green circuits, man. That's a lot more green circuits than I had before. Let's go ahead and mark this for upgrade through here, because I do have a feeling we're gonna need it. And just keep it coming on. Even if we can't get all this placed right now, we will eventually. And let's see, we did get a power armor. Let's go. We also got the tier 2 shields. So let's take everything out of here. Put you on. And let's say power. And let's get shields in. Where are the batteries? Did I not have a bunch of batteries? Can we dump the stuff that I don't want? Get rid of that. There we are. Don't need you. Probably want a couple more lasers, honestly, but we'll see how that goes. There we are. Okay, get some legs in. You can go there. So, batteries, very important. Let's grab some shields. I definitely want roboports and probably more batteries. And let's say at least 2 roboports. So, wherever personals are, there we are. And 2 of those. The only question I have is, do I want to swap out a shield for another laser? But that's already quite a lot of laser. I think I'm okay with that much laser. Yeah, that's gonna be fine. This can get cleaned up a little bit now. That's too long. Okay. Well, okay, cool. Good. There you go. So let's see, what am I missing? Looks like it wants modules, and it wants splitters. That's fine, perfectly acceptable. Splitters though. Am I not making splitters? Red circuits. Oh, I don't request red circuits. That's gonna be the problem. There you go. How many per? Plenty, okay. How about you? Are you fine? Yeah, you're fine. All good? All good. Okay. So those are all gonna start coming in. And let's say next up is red circuits then. So this whole red circuit build really has to go. Unfortunately, once again, it's packed in really tight in here. But I mean, what can you do? Let's just deconstruct the whole thing and see where that leaves me. There we are. So there's a problem, which is I need one more square of room. So I'm gonna have to pick all of this up. And all of the red circuits will have to be made out at this level. Somewhere in here. So let's grab the EM plants. They're on my hotbar. Let me just grab one from there. So I do want to output onto that belt still, which means we have to be here. Which means I can't really reasonably start any earlier than right here. So that comes down this way. And then plastic and green circuits have to come down this way. So red circuits. Run you down. Let's just fill you with productivity. And let's see where that's gonna get me. So you produce half of a red circuit per second. Let's get your outputs in. Might as well go ahead and get another one down this way. Blue science is a little more, so it's 1.5. I need 1.5 a second for blue science. But that's still only 3 of these guys, but it's 3 before they get hit by modules. So as the modules come in, it's going to be more, and I'm anticipating probably 4. So 4 of these are going only into blue science. I then still need enough red circuits to keep blue circuits running. Which is about 1.5 again. So about the same ratio. And then I do need red circuits for other things here and there. So, you know. Let's see where this gets us. So 4 is about 1.5. So then there is 4. Let's copy that. So that's enough for blue circuits. And I'm kind of already out of room. I think that's fine. If I really need them, I can add beacons or something. But I don't need these for bot construction stuff. I'm really only belting these into, like, logistics bots or something, because it was on the belt and I didn't have bots before I made bots, of course. Does anything else even take from them? Blue circuits. No, it's just blue circuits and logistics bots, actually. Everything else is bot supplied. So we are A-okay then. So let's go ahead and just say this is good enough, I guess. Let's grab a power pole, and your power pole is not going to meet up. I'm literally, for no other reason, going to use substations then. Starting from right there and down to right here. Okay, this substation's coming down 1 square. There we are. So let's get your inputs. Right there, and right there. And then just copy those down as we go. Very cool, okay. This is easy to bring. This one will require a splitter. Fine. It just makes it a little uglier. Just a little weird. But you know, it is what it is. So there are those guys. They're just gonna chug along. Blue circuits. Blue circuits. Fortunately, I have room down here because just like with red circuits, there is actually not enough room to upgrade them up here. So they're just going to gonna have to move. Also, is this barreling or unbarreling? This is barreling. Okay, I wanted to make sure I wasn't bringing in sulfuric acid for blue circuits with bots. That seemed a step towards ridiculous even for me. Anyway, before I get the blue circuits, I do want to come up here and change out these red circuits as well. They are also pretty tightly wound in here. Yeah, that's pretty tight. But same deal. Let's just rip them all up. I actually have no idea what rate this is aiming for. What rate of production is this? So there's 30 machines, they make 0.1 a second, so I'm going for 3 a second. Okay. I don't remember if there's a particular reason for that, but I will be aiming for 3 a second red circuits once again. Hello there, how you doing? I'm just rebuilding red circuits, now that I have E-implants. Which is always... it seems like it's going to be so much simpler than it ever really is. Let's see. How can I get my input in here? Do I even want to get my input in here? Maybe the first couple can just be bot-based, since these were just going into a chest anyway. Let's undo that and just move you, like, up here somewhere. So, maybe that is the play. Maybe the first several. Break this. Move you 1 square further this way. And then you can output here. So the first several can just be bot only. And we'll just see what this does. Let's actually go copy from this build. And then replace all of these. There we go. Might go ahead and break some of these inserters. I don't think I'm going to need that many. Regrettably, I do not speak Russian, but whatever you are trying to say, hopefully you are merely having a good time. Let's see how this all does. So all these inserters, I guess, do have to move. They're not going to line up or anything, so I might as well ditch them. So let's see. This is... how many do you need? What's down here? Once all the prod mods goes in, that number is definitely going to be under 1 per second. Okay, that's all I needed to know. So this right here is going to... without the modules actually being in there, it's really hard to tell just how much production I'm actually going to need. Why aren't we making more modules? I feel like we should have more than this by now. Where do I even put my modules? I literally just rebuilt this. They should stand out pretty easily. Let me see. There they are. So, you have a lot. Because I didn't set you properly. I bet I didn't set any of these properly, did I? Yep. There we go. Just forgot to change these out. Oh, didn't forget to change that one. Somehow. I only forgot to change the other ones. Okay. I knew I couldn't be lacking in the module production area. So the fact that I just wasn't getting any in wasn't making any sense. Anyway, let's keep this going. Well, I guess that's difficult to do without the modules in there. That's what I was just complaining about. Speaking of modules, I really do want to upgrade all of the modules in the silos to tier 2s as soon as I can, but if I tried to do it right now it would just be counterproductive, because I'm trying to build stuff, and without knowing exactly how much I need, that makes it hard. I can see though, even with only 4 modules in, I would only need 10 of these. And even then, maybe 9. I'd actually really need more like 9. So how many do I have so far? 11! Okay, I can actually get rid of the last 2. Which means whatever this is can go away for now. I'll deal with that later. Also, this is in a bad position. Let's just move you again. So, let's get you some input. There we are. So, that's going to be about 0.8 a second. So yeah, we can supply that now off of just 1 foundry, which is incredible. So this whole second foundry can just go away. There we are. So let's see. I do need this down here. So that comes up. Then these can output onto this belt. Let's bring this way on back down here, back towards what is sane and reasonable. There we are. And output can go this way. There we are. Can I get output from you? I can, so I will. Okay. With these guys down here, I'm going to have output on the other side, and you're just going to go into a chest. I think that's perfectly fine. There we are. Can I do anything about this? I can just have the copper come in on the other side, actually. There we are. And then red chest. I didn't want you to go in there. Yeah, the whole point of this setup is I didn't want a whole bunch of chests. So it would be kind of unfortunate if I still wound up having to do that now. If everything has to come up and over, can I just up output to the left, actually? It's really ugly, but I can do it. I could also alternatively just move this one, which would mean moving all of these inserters a little bit, otherwise the pattern would be off, but I think that's perfectly fine. Yeah, I can just do that, and then move this one up. Yeah, that's no problem at all. In fact, okay, you can't output there because of the RoboPort. Could the RoboPort move? RoboPort could just move. Substation does need to be there, but we can just underground that. That's no big deal. Yeah, I don't need the output on the side at all. All of my output can be on the left. Yeah, that works perfectly fine. So let's copy this setup here and just have it going on all of these guys. There we are. Here's your other inputs. I guess I should also have that going. So let me just copy the blues again. Get them in like so. There we are. Bring this on along. Underground. And out. And that looks perfect to me. There we go. Okay. Break all of that. And that's going to start churning out a whole bunch of red circuits. About 3 a second, if I remember correctly. And then that's going to come down. That supplies these guys. It supplies these guys, or at least it should. These have apparently never had input. Yes, products finished to 0. These were never finished. Awesome. Cool. And finally, this guy over here can chill out over this way. Actually, let's move you a little lower so that the modules have the opportunity to take them first. Actually, I don't want these here. Ooh, I don't want these. Have you Gleba'd yet? I have my Gleba ship built and ready for takeoff. I'm just at the stage where I'm going through and upgrading Nauvis to take advantage of E-implants. grab... Oh, not that. Let's grab this. This is a little tight in here. Unfortunately, EM plants are one larger than assembly machines, so everything I've been doing has been just a little off. Let's see if I can't throw some random electric engines into these guys since I'm shoving so many into the logistics system. Just do something like that. And then you can continue up this way, and let's get EM plants in. So I don't exactly remember how many of these I'm going to need, and I don't think you can mod these. You cannot. I did pretty much finish Fulgora though. Fulgora is up and running. I'm still waiting on the final silo to get built, but it's making science, it's making buildings. It's all a-going. The glorious spaghetti provides. What do you call a spaghetti sushi belt? Or more like, can you make a sushi belt that isn't spaghetti? But, yeah, it's going just fine. To be unironic, like, perfectly honest, this Fulgora base is probably the most functional Fulgora base I've ever made. So, let's come down here. These need how many per second? What is it? So it's a third of 1 per second. So I need 0.3 a second. Literally just like 2 of you will do that. In you go. And in you go. There we are. Let's get you outputting. And that should be prod mods resolved for purple science. Spagushi. I am horrified and disgusted by the idea of Spagushi. Spagushi sounds utterly terrifying. How are the modules doing over here, wherever they are? There you are. Running. Okay, as long as they're running, that's all I can ask for. Had a busy day, so I haven't been around much. Also not going to stream as a consequence to that busyness. Probably won't do Meraxis before a month is up. Well, let me just put it this way. This is going to be the last time I can stream this month. You think I'm getting to Meraxis today? But man, I'm sure not quitting before I get there. I am gonna make it. I'm not even confident I'm gonna go to Aquilo. Like, I haven't decided yet. But I am gonna go beat Meraxis. Definitely gonna do that. Also, this is something I was discussing earlier. Since next stream, next Sunday, is going to be my first overtime stream, kind of as is tradition at this point, my first overtime stream will be a 24-hour stream. I was actually going to do that today. You might have been here when I gave this description before, but I was going to do it today, but kind of the same way you were describing. Life intervened, and so my first 24-hour stream is going, or first for this map, I guess, is going to be on Sunday. I'm hoping that will be like Gleba and into Meraxis. That is the goal, but sleep-deprived Gleba is going to be interesting. We're going to see how that one works. So that is still going. Everything's cool. Okay, last thing I have to do then is blue circuits. Let me just make sure there's nothing else that I want to do in an implant. Yeah, okay, we're cool. So, let's come down to blue circuits. And again, they're squeezed in. Can't quite put the EM plants in here. So we have to move all the blue circuits down into this open area. That's just fine. So let's start about here. And just move up and delete all of that. Along with all this... Oh no, that pipe is important. Yes, okay, that pipe's actually important. Never mind. Oh, and all these inserters, I guess. And these power poles. maybe not all of the power poles. Let's pick that up. Okay, and then this, where do you want to be? You can be here, delete that, delete these guys, and delete that. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're finally about ready to make the blue circuits again. But nothing has power. Why does nothing have power? How have I managed to cut power in this way? Okay. Should I put you there? Okay, power pole goes there, that's fine. Probably be around the middle part of the 24 hours. I'll be looking forward to it then. 24-hour streams are always a little intense, so, you know, you're a little delirious by the end. I'll probably hallucinate that you're there. Let's get these connected so you're not quite so horrible in there, and maybe also do another underground or two down this way. We'll see how the rest plays out. I don't know. Yeah, of course you want to be right on top of that plastic. That's fine. Well, let's grab EM plants and get to work. So, down this way. I guess I could start from right about here, but then I have the plastic in the way, and rather than working around that, I'd much rather just come down below it. So they're gonna start at this level right here. So coming in, there you are, blue circuit. We have inputs over here, and we have acid, but I can flip you like that and chain you together, which is one of the cool things about the EM plants, is that they do chain liquids together, which is very nice. I can actually flip you and have you line up. Fortunately not. I could just move you to the left one after this pipe. Is it good? No. Am I gonna do it? Yes. There we are. Okay, so that's gonna get sulfuric acid coming down the whole way. Now all I need is the red circuit input, which needs to be over here. So you actually need to come in one, funny enough. Would this have worked, then? I could totally put this in here, actually. Let me just grab this and shove you in, like, right here. Yeah, this totally works. The blue circuits had to be spaced so that they could have pipe input, and since they don't need to be that way anymore, since I can chain fluid through the center of them, this just works. Move you down one, though. That way down one more, I guess. Oh no, okay. Hold on. Sorry, bots. I'm just stupid. I apologize. I could try and get more in there, but let's just connect the pipe first. And that's fine. In you go. Let's get some reds. And then output. Where was I outputting before? Over there. Okay. So red output then. I can do red output. That's not a big deal. Yeah, power in. That's cool. All good. Okay. You even work well with the power poles. What's not to love? So grab this now. Where would that line up? Yeah, that would be pretty awful. So I'll just bring you down here, and the power poles once again just line up. It just works. Unfortunately, not past that point. Yeah, let me see how else I can get that to work. Bring that in. Okay, and how many blues is that going to be making at this point? Okay, I can get rid of this Temporary connection. There we go. Actually, I want you one lower. There we are. So I have no idea how many blues this is even going to be making, but I don't even have modules in you yet, so let's get you all moduled up. That's going to slow you down quite a lot. And somehow you don't have power. How did that happen? Okay, maybe I was onto something the first time. So let's move those power poles up. Still waiting on the prod mods anyway, to figure out exactly how many of these I need. I'm waiting on 100 Tier 2 prod mods. Okay. Why? Also, I'm still waiting on blue splitters. Why have I not gotten any blue splitters? Because there's no red circuits? Okay, I guess because there's no red circuits, that's fine. I'll just continue this up. We're nowhere near exhausting our input yet, so I can certainly make more. Let me just grab that, and up we go. That is going to try and output directly into this substation, unfortunately. Can you move? You cannot move, but I can move you down. Okay. And then this can come down and just underground into here. And I'll merge you with a splitter. Seems reasonable. And that should give me a little bit extra red circuit, since I'm straining on them apparently so hard. There we go. So that should be another just free 1.5 red circuits a second. That's quite a lot in terms of red circuits. Yeah, that's a good bit more. Granted, that was mostly backlog flowing through, but you can't eat that much, can you? Yeah, there we go. So there's a few more coming in. Okay, well that's that. So we'll just see how that works, I guess. How are these guys? You are full. You're coming in to make blue circuits. Okay. And then continuing on that way. I'm wondering if I want to throw any of these red circuits into a chest, but that would just take away from blue circuit production, and that's been a problem before, so let's not. That's the whole reason I have an entire separate dedicated red circuit build up here. And it is getting eaten, but that's only because I'm literally missing 100 tier 2 circuit, or prod mods, so they're a little hungry. Hello guys. Welcome back from Nauvis. Alright, let's see if there's anything I can do, or if I just want to set out. So the red circuits are coming in. That is going to get the modules made. It's not very fast, but it will happen. I have 10 copper wire per second down here. I'm missing a bunch of modules. These are going to slow down. You say you take in 1 per second, so I should only be able to supply 10 of you. There's already 13 of you here, or 12 rather. So I don't know why there's still copper wires sitting on the belt. Oh, well, that would help, I suppose. Anyone else just not running? No? Okay. Who knows? How odd. Okay, anyway, that's fine. They can do whatever they want to do. These will come in as they want. We do have belts being made, so those splitters will get placed. Yes, we're no longer missing splitters. We have 1 in storage. Okay. Fulgora still has not made its silo, which is a little odd. Needs concrete. I am storing concrete. We will get there eventually. Wait, there's concrete right there. Why are you not picking up? What? I have 2,000 concrete in storage. That's what you're telling me? This is a circuit condition anyway. There we go. Whoopsie! Don't know how that happened, but there you go. That sucks. I guess that's why I didn't get the silo made yet. That'll do it. That'll do it. Okay. Well, yeah, that's made a pretty immediate difference. Still gonna take some time, but it'll get done now. Okay, so back to Nauvis. Let's go ahead and mark these to be upgraded to Tier 2 rods. The labs were already marked, so those should be on the way. Might as well spread more prod through here once I have the opportunity, but once again, we're missing 150, so actually want them to get placed. I won't stress them any further. Yeah, you need red circuits, that's pretty much it. So, we're just a little too hungry on reds, but that's fine. Literally none of these have been placed. So let me just do some math. Each one is minus 10, so that's minus 50%. So that's going to be 1.5 a second. So let's see, right now I have 6. So that's going to be 0.9 a second. That's not quite enough. What would happen if I tried to place another 4? The plastic would be in the way. I could just go below the plastic. Yeah, I don't see why not. That's fine. In you go. Let's get this undergrounded this way. That all placed in. Same over here, of course. So this needs to come so that I have input. And funny enough, I can already just output over here. That's fine. That's just gonna work. And then this can go right there. Yep, okay. And you have acid, correct? Yes, you do. All you need are circuits. And there you go. They're all running, except for this one. Now he's running. And then there's blue circuits. Okay, very nice. So that's definitely going to be, even with all the prod mods, that's going to be over 1 per second, which is the goal. Okay. Everything looks good. I'm gonna just go ahead and leave planet. That's all I really wanted to do. I should have my power armor fitted out. My inventory is full of junk that I don't want, so let's go ahead and get that distributed away. Let's make sure Hat Kid is sitting over... Nope, he's over Vulcanus. And he has no ammo. Okay. Let's throw a wait here and do wait for passenger present. Just so I don't miss it once you are over Nauvis next time. Because Hat Kid is my planet starting vessel. Without Hat Kid, I'm going to be in a little bit of a bind. Speaking of, you don't request from Fulgora, do you? Okay. Maybe I'll just... Yeah, I don't want you to... Yeah, you are the one that goes around to all the planets, okay. So I will add a request for Fulgora. So let's just go ahead and add that. Let's say this is marked planets, Fulgora. For new planet, I do just want EM plants. That is important. So let's grab wherever they are. Oh, I feel blind. There they are. So let's grab... Is 20 enough? Like, I'm thinking on Gleba, you do have to go and remake all of the circuits again. All of that does have to be redone. You have the whole bacteria loop from real resources, so yeah. I'll probably want like 40. While I'm waiting for HackKid, I've been out of water for a while, so I do believe I'm going to take this opportunity to just take a momentary break. I will be back shortly, and I'll just chill out here by the silos. In fact, I have something just for such an occasion. In case someone comes back, or, you know, joins the stream, I don't want to just be completely silent here. So, I will be right back. Oh, there we go. I usually forget, I usually remember to mute my mic when I get up, but I suppose not this time. There we go. So let's get back into things. So I don't know how much longer I'm going to be going tonight. It's seeming like a fairly efficient stream by my standards. We have Fulgora mostly out of the way. I do want to try and get to Gleba tonight, but I'm not sure how much I want to actually do once I get to Gleba. I have no particular goal in that regard. My goal was just make sure I actually get to Gleba. And so, as long as that is succeeding, then I feel pretty good about myself. And go ahead and clear that. Okay. Let's see. So, what are you doing at the moment? You're over Nauvis, waiting for ammo, and then you're going to go and grab stuff. Now that Nauvis is completely outfitted with implants, I can get rid of this little bypass I had over here, so that you will wait for your science packs. In fact, let's just go ahead and dump the science. There we are. And let's see. the garbage truck. How are you doing? So you are fully constructed. You are missing splitters. Yeah, missing a splitter. A single splitter. And because of that, you are not being built. Why am I missing a splitter? Wait, what? First, are these just not limited? Excuse me? That's, very much a surprise. I guess fortunately, the supply of wooden splitters has been limited for some reason. Yeah, you just aren't getting any, that's why it's limited. Have fun. That was a shock. Yep, I sure did never limit undergrounds either. I guess it's a little too late, but you know what? We'll limit those here. And yellow belt, yeah, the same deal. I guess when I rebuilt these using the foundries, I did not remember to set limit. Oh well. They'll sit there and be useful. Never. Oh well. I guess I'm not hurting for resources so much that I'll cry over a few extra belts, but like... would have been nice not to do that. Okay. Let's see. Where does that leave me? Okay, we are finally having problems with those because I couldn't understand how it was supplying all of them. Now it's finally not. So I'm not happy to see that it's not, but it was confusing me that it was. Still have plenty coming down and going into storage though. That's good to see. And the modules are still hungry. But we're only missing 116 now. Cat Kid still over Vulcanus for some reason. Just waiting for ammo. Just cannot get ammo stores for some reason. And I would ordinarily maybe just send you off anyway. 300 should be fine. But the whole idea is to get you to sit over Nauvis so I can jump into you and then fly to Gleba. So, actually, ammo stores would be pretty nice for you to have right about now. I'm almost tempted to just ship up ammo from Vulcanus. I kind of think I just might. So, let's see. It's going to be military, you, and I think I would set 400 here. Oh, and from Vulcanus. So hopefully that doesn't try and give me like an extra 400 on top of what I already have. Hopefully it tries to bring me up to 400. On the way, 100. Yeah, okay, so it's not sending all 400. That's good. I didn't want it to do that. I just wanted to get over the threshold so that it would send itself out. Speaking of Vulcanus, everything's still going okay, correct? Everything's chugging along, nothing's being odd. How are the patches doing? Fine. These guys are a little worse for wear, but that's fine. It's a coal patch. The coal on Vulcanus is not very rich. It would be more interesting if it wasn't missing a few miners by now. I should probably get a few more of these placed in, just because they are starting to run out. Not that I'm burning through this at a breakneck pace. I will go ahead and get a few of these miners placed. No idea if that actually reaches or not. Guess we'll find out once they pick this up. No, it does not reach. Okay. Guess that means I have to do that instead. Which means I'll also need to do the same over here. That could be better. Whatever. Could also be worse. Let's line it up there. There. That's just a smidge better. Very, very small amount. Might as well. And in. Okay. And then just throw a splitter on there to merge them in. Okay. And that should do it. There's the war scars from the first time I tried to do this. Okay. Yeah, that's going good. How's Lignumus? Nothing weird or unusual going on? Spider is resupplying. Hopefully we have plenty of explosives still. Oh yeah, we got plenty. Okay, that's cool. Okay, gold has completely run out, so both of these are empty. That is a problem. Once again, I did not know that these were finite. I kind of thought they just lasted forever. So I do actually have to come here pretty much immediately, actually, because I'm not going to be able to make much more steam science. I guess that is the reason why you want the agricultural towers, because they are truly infinite. Yeah, that's weird. Like if I come over here, for instance. Expected 185,000, okay. I mean, at least they get pretty rich as you go out. Yeah, I might have to make a little outpost then. So maybe before I head to Gleba, maybe I will have to head into Lignumus first. So let's just go ahead and do that. Travel to space, onto moon science. And the problem with that is that Lignumus is a strangely difficult planet to hold down. Like, the enemies on Lignumus, while they don't seem like much, are actually, like, weirdly difficult to keep a handle on. Actually, while I'm sitting on the platform, I guess while I'm here, I might as well go ahead and trigger my stop at Lignumus in case the ship leaves. I don't actually know why it's sitting here. It's sitting here because it's waiting to dump science. Okay, that's reasonable enough. Sure. Been standing Gleba for the last 5 gameplay hours just fixing all the other planets. I mean, once you get to Gleba, that's kind of what you do. It's like, okay, maybe everything else needs to be working. Let's take a break. Importing nuclear and just laser turreting. I mean, that's kind of what I did for Lignumus. Ah, okay. Funny enough, laser turrets on Lignumus don't seem very good, because you get attacked by swarms, and laser turrets aren't very good at keeping up with swarms. Granted, my laser damage isn't very high either. I'll come back on to Nauvis, and one thing I've literally not done yet, and I cannot believe it, I don't have a block set up for producing artillery. I have the artillery can. Oh no, never mind. Here's artillery shells. Yep, I just don't keep any. Keep like 100. You don't stack, is the problem. You don't stack. You don't stack. More for a zero logistical solution. Fair enough. Maybe then I want to keep like 40. Yeah, okay, that's fine, I guess. And then these I want to keep, let's say like 10, just to have some on hand. And I don't think I can prod these. No, I cannot. You usually can't prod ammunition for obvious balance reasons, I would assume. And if you can't figure out why I'm trying to suddenly make artillery shells as I'm going to head to Lignumus, I think you have a head injury. I would very much like to start clearing things out, but unfortunately, maybe it would be easier to just make these locally. I'm already sending explosives in. All I have to do is send in calcite and tungsten, and then just make radars, which I might already make. I have a little botmole in here somewhere. I do not make radars, but I can. So let's just set up radars. And this spot, that's the condition. Oh, well, I guess I'll do it later. As of right now, my 2 tile thick walls are plenty to keep them out for a long time. I haven't had problems with noise at all. What I have problems are is this, exactly. They expand literally onto the walls, and then they just keep sending expansion parties at me. So I figure lasers will do fine enough. Yeah, I mean, if it's working, it's certainly working. And for the time being, the way I've been keeping them off my walls is I have a Spidertron that I just keep loading up with explosive rockets. Explosive because it's swarms that it's fighting, and I just have him patrolling the outer edges of the walls and clearing out the bases that are close enough to send expansion parties into me. Attempting to get artillery, but I dried out that tungsten patch going for green belts. Makes sense. I don't even know if I have green belts researched yet, to be perfectly honest with you. Just not been a priority for me. I have 10 spiderlings that occasionally have a job to do. Exactly. Usually, it's calm, but there's a reason he's painted red. Anyway, let's go on to moon science. Do drop explosives here. Maybe Planet Express, maybe the second one, maybe just Planet Expressor can also stop at Lignumus. And Lignumus, yeah, since I'm on planet, let's add a request for all the materials that I need, which I'm pretty sure was just tungsten steel. So what is a stack size of you? Stack size 50. Let's keep like 500 here. And then up my request of explosives. What is a rocket? Rocket is already 500, but I think I probably want 1,000. I'm gonna need a lot, and probably up the request for steel as well going forward. This is, strangely enough, this is going to be very odd to actually type out, but this is going to be Lignumus requests for Vulcanus, because I also need calcite down here. And where is calcite? Let me just search for calcite. There you are. What is a rocket? Rocket capacity 500. Yeah, I'll keep 500, sure. Same for expansions being the issue, though the rockets seem to kinda lie, or I don't understand the pollution sound mechanic. It says 1,000 noise per meter easily countered by a brick of walls, but I notice my noise shooting out of my base if they're been going off. That I haven't paid attention to much, but I haven't had any real attacks, as far as I can tell. It's just been expansion parties. Anyway, let's go here to... Wait, what? Did I do something wrong? Okay, Lignumus request for Vulcanus. Nauvis request for Vulcanus. There you go. Okay. And then that just gets to be up here somewhere. And you're already stopping by Lignumus. So now that you actually have things that you want, all requests satisfied isn't correct. Yeah, you just wait for a minute, I guess, and drop things off. That's cool with me. I have some calcite and some tungsten, and Nauvis doesn't really seem to want it. So let's just shoot back over Lignumus and drop off whatever I can. Oh, you already have some. Never mind. Well, let's, waste no time then. Lot Mall Square. Make sure it's the same as the others. And you're going to make artillery turrets and artillery. Oh no, the stream stutters. Did it actually? Oh yeah, it's, Is it seriously just gone still? Okay, okay. Are we back? I think we're back. I'm looking at the stream right now and it's way behind. Okay. Well, maybe it will catch up. Oh, nope, nope. You know what? Maybe I'll just start ending things here. I'll take care of this that I'm working on. Let me throw this in here. Let me get shells next. Is there anything else that I wanted to make in here? I don't really think so. I'm certainly not making rocket turrets for Lignumus. It would be really funny to make capsules. I'd have to bring red circuits. I'd have to bring red circuits and red ammo. Yeah, okay. Maybe that's one step too funny. One step too funny, okay. The rest can just stay parameterized. That's whatever. 0 and 1. There we go. So that'll all get built. That's fine. And let's make sure you're actually getting your request. You need refined concrete. What does refined concrete take to make? Water I can do. Iron sticks and steel is terrible, but doable. Regular concrete, though, I actually can't do, but I can ship in, and I already am shipping in. So, I guess that's doable? Yeah, okay. Okay, you go back to being a parameter. You can be refined concrete because you're on an external edge. And you need fluid. Let's bring that belt over just to make some room. No idea where I'm going to be able to get water from. Actually, there's water literally right there. So let me grab some water and see how awful this winds up being. Okay. Oh, I did it. Look at that. I need gold pipe. There we are. And in you go. Okay, very nice. There's my water connection. All I need now are iron sticks, which apparently I'm not making here. Let's go with this conveniently unset one up here that is not a parameter for some reason. But there we go. Then output. Iron sticks, and just keep like 100, or maybe that's excessive for a planet that doesn't make iron. Let's keep like 50 in stock. Why are you not... Oh, there you go. Okay. There's iron sticks. And that's refined concrete. Okay. There we go. There we go. There we go. Just typing some stuff out in chat since the stream seems to have died. I doubt anyone's ever going to be hearing this, but hey, if you are, wave. Hello, YouTube. I know, exactly. Okay, anyway, let's see, what do I need? I need refined concrete. That's not outputting for some reason because I didn't set you. Refined concrete, we'll keep like 100, sure, in you go. And then that should immediately... Bad luck charm are the only one willing to say something, who's to say? You know, that's perfectly fair. I've been looking over, and not noticing it lag today, and it's definitely lagging now, but maybe I haven't been looking over as often as I should be. A little more refined concrete. Let's go. Just a smidge. I don't have modules or anything on this planet. I have modules. I have tier 1 modules, but I have modules. In you go. In you go. In you go. Let's speed this up just a note. Just heard the stream stutter. Well, I'd say that's a good sign that it's time for me to wrap up today. Why is Moon Science complaining? Trying to send up... Oh yeah, that'll do it, I guess. Well, that's fine. Let's just get this going. I can't build up here because I need the hole for you to throw stuff out. What can I dump? I'll dump wood. Have fun with the wood. I'll dump LVS and blue circuits also. With all that, you should be able to send up the space platform now for me to build my extra storage. And then you can send up the extra explosives that I want. Not enough to fill a rocket. Let me check on Nauvis's explosion production. Literally don't even remember where that is on Nauvis. Like, I don't think it's just over by the bot mall or something, but legitimately I have no idea. There's a single plant down here making explosives. Maybe I just make another. Maybe that's not such a wild idea. Let's do that and get you wired in. Then we'll just copy this. Not the power pole. I am going to need a power pole, but not with the power pole. Right there works, I guess. Yeah, that'll have it coming in a little faster. At least, what stockpile do I want to keep? Let's keep like 1,000. There we are. That way I don't have to wait quite so long for explosives whenever they're needed. And now I don't need that power pole anymore. That can go away. Oh, we've got most of the module. Oh, this one has all of them. Okay. You produce 0.18. So if I want 1 per second, I need 6. I have 10. Okay, we are A-okay. We are making plenty of blue circuits now. That's very nice to see. I'm still making LDS without a foundry on Nauvis. How's Nauvis doing? Let's make sure I keep like 40 of you in stock. Yeah, you're doing just fine. Doing just fine. Okay. Good. Good. Yeah, I have a few shells. We'll get to have some fun before the end of stream. That I promise. I am literally on Nauvis, for exactly that reason. So let me just go stand over that way. Wherever they are. There we go. So I'm just gonna stand here. And once they've built up enough, then we will go have some fun. But in the meantime, I desperately need to change over my LDS, because apparently I never did. Let's grab a foundry. Once again, it's a little hard to squeeze it in here, but unlike the EM plants, the foundries lose a belt because they take fluid inputs. So I can lose the steel and the copper, and all I need is the plastic input. So do that, and do that, and rip out all of this stuff coming down this way, as well as all of this. All of this can go, and all of this can go, and everything in between I will leave power poles somewhere. I'll leave the first row of power poles. There we go. That can all go. Think it's back? Let's see. Can I pop back the lag? Because, of course, for whatever reason, YouTube, when it encounters lag, pops you way back. Okay, that's... Let me hit live. Oh, that was mute that I just hit. Okay. So that's still not allowing me to go live for whatever reason. It keeps popping backwards. That's very strange. I don't know why it's doing that. I've never actually seen it do something like that before. My awesome internet has broken YouTube in ways I've never seen. Cool. Well, on that note, let's grab a forge. That's still not called a forge, but you know, it's called a forge in my heart. I need molten metals in here, which makes this a little difficult to set up. So let's go ahead and get the recipe set so that I can figure out how I want to tile this. Okay, somehow that worked. Won't question it. Fine. Iron can come down this way and connect in, and then copper can be on this side and connect in. So copper is already right here, fortunately enough, so that can just connect. Iron's a little bit more of an adventure, I fear. It's up here, which means I can underground here and get a pipe down this way at least. Okay, I can move you up and over to fit into this space, and that is a perfect fit. Look at that. Doesn't get better than that. Of course, you will want to be connected, so let's connect you. What? Oh, I never made you a regular pipe. That's the problem. There you go. And then I need pipe into here. Took a fight to get the timeline to get back to current. Yeah, I'm still not. Exactly. Like, I have no idea what YouTube is doing right now. It's being so strange. It's being so strange. Oh, I guess I don't need them to be this far apart anymore. They can just come up here. And let's go ahead and throw prod in. Might as well. Power is kind of an issue. It can just come this way. Let's get... input can be here and here. I do need you to underground this way for me. Same here. Bring that up. And then we're going to need power on this side. Okay, whatever. It just goes there. I did my best. Do you also play Mindustry? I'll just reply in chat, but if this ever makes it... There you go. Not Mindustry. Okay, am I at the actual live part? Probably not. Mine, on the side, still shows me completely frozen. It's not moving at all. If you ever wind up hearing this part, I would be surprised, honestly. See, you're saying like, wow, actually, yeah? I have no idea what you're replying to at the moment. But the thing is, I can't tell if that's just it being weird for me, which it does sometimes. Oh, okay, well, there we go. We'll do a time sync. 1, 2, 3, clap! There, that's my YouTuber timing. Anyway, we'll see if that ever actually appears. How much is this going to do? So 0.33, that's probably like 0.2... Oh no, you already have most of your mods. So let's say you're about 0.3, so I want 3 of these. Let's just do another full copy. It just makes it a little easier, I think. Maybe from about there. Not from there. Maybe from about here. Okay, let's see how that does. You do reach. You do reach. Okay, very nice, very good. Very cool. Let's move you up here so that you have power. These guys should be cool. Okay, and then I can get rid of these bits down here because they are unnecessary. Message at first, but that's to be expected. Yeah, sometimes I think of trying to also stream to YouTube, then nights like this happen and Well, to be fair, this has nothing to do with YouTube. This is entirely my internet. It's just being weird. I couldn't tell you why. Most nights, it goes completely fine, and then some days I have days like this. At least it's not a repeat of Bob's and Angels Day 16, which I am still working on a base tour to replace that failed livestream. I just keep having real-life things keep interrupting. I haven't had the opportunity to edit that video very much. Not that it's even the video editing that's mostly the issue. Mostly I just can't get audio recordings that I'm satisfied with. That's one of the reasons I like streaming. I can be less of a perfectionist. Anyway, that's going to be a lot more LDS for cheaper. Now rocket fuel's the only one kind of left out. And even then, really, I can do that. That might knock it down below 1 per second, but if it does, oh well. So, how's this going now? I nearly have 5 artillery cannons, and I'm nearly full on artillery shells. Very nice. Okay. I think it's time for some fun. Look at all these rocks. This is from explosive rocketing my way through here to try and clear the way. So these should all finally be full of wooden ammo. I do think I finally succeeded in filling them all. It took absolutely forever, but I did do it. So in each of the corners, you are going to get an artillery cannon. Have occasionally tried to record voice, guitar, keyboard for just a little fun, and it was terrible. Can't even think of making a full video. That's kind of where I'm at, is that, like, I know part of it is just that it is me, and it makes it harder to tell what's good and what isn't. And, you know, that's true of most anyone, but I definitely see some of my perfectionist qualities coming out there, and I don't mean that at all in a positive way. Like that, if that doesn't read as anything but a full scathing remark, I don't know what would. But yeah, I have more than half. It's hard to say exactly how much, but I do have more than half of it finished. I just have to actually finish it, which seems to be the difficult part. So let's see. Oh, the Spidertron's going around and clearing things again. You can see how inefficient it is against the little ones. If they come one at a time, it literally sends an entire rocket for just one of them. But, you know, it is what it is. He has to keep the nests off the walls or we would have already died by now. Like these. These are pretty close. I would actually really like it if he could rocket them, but unfortunately, he's running by so fast that they're just going to regen. But anyway, that's what the artillery's for. So there's one cannon. And I'm going to take off auto-targeting, just for right now. I'm going to put an inserter in, and make sure you have a requester chest. Right there. And you're going to request no less than 10 shells. So let's request 10 shells right there. And you are going to need power. That works. So let's just copy that and get you spread all the way around everywhere. I did not want the laser turret. We can leave that one alone. Other corner. And finally, up top in this corner. Very good. Okay. So none of those should auto-fire. It should wait until everything's placed and I can get them loaded with shells to finally turn on. Man, that's even with 2 speeds, huh? It's not very speedy. But at the very least, they are getting made, which is what matters. That is what matters. Okay, so getting deliveries. There's already 10 in this one, which means there must be 10 in this one, I would assume. Yes, there is. This was the last one I placed, so he's going to be the last to get anything, and he's already got 6 on the way. This one down here. Let's get that tree out of the way. You only have 5, oddly enough. That's weird. But anyway, more shells are on the way. So I don't know if I'm going to wait for it to fully fill up, but, you know, mostly fill up, if nothing else. Yeah, how many am I missing? Let me just see. You have literally 1 in you. Okay, I guess I was reading something wrong before. Or maybe it said, like, on the way, and that was before it had loaded them into the cannon. But yeah, you have literally 1 there. You have 6. Okay. Look, see that base? The spider trend ran by, and it wasn't even able to kill it this time. So that's why I'm like, yeah, this, we really needed another solution here. We need something else to happen. And looking at where the ranges of the artilleries are, I honestly might need a little bit of range research, or I need more artillery in the middle. I don't think one's necessarily better than the other, it's just, you know, necessary. Speaking of, might not be a bad time to start new research. So, here's artillery range right there. And then, might as well get, maybe not firing speed, but damage. Damage would be cool. Scrap prod, sure, why not? But, okay, productivity on blue circuits, that definitely gets moved up. Personal Roboport 2 is cool. I do want Tesla first, though. Don't even really care about the higher tier lightning collector because I'm kind of already done with Fulgora. It doesn't serve much purpose at this point. Electric weapon damage, let's go with that. All cool. I get why they changed it, but I still don't like nest health being so high and increasing with Evo. Nest health being... yeah, nest health feels really high. Like, scaling with Evo is fine, IMO, but it's just really high. Okay. I don't have enough artillery shells to take out everything that is within my range, obviously, but I am kind of done waiting for things, so I think it's time for Operation Blow Away All the Wrigglers. So let's get these guys turned on, and I have to watch the first artillery fire. There we go. Oh, it's beautiful. Watch it go. Oh yeah, it's so good. And it's 1 shell. We only get 1 raft per shell, of course, so it's so expensive. But you know what? It is worth it. There we go. Let's get them all turned on and moving. Get going, guys. You've got some cleaning to do. Yep, there we go. That's what Lignumus is needed for a long time. And especially now that I'm basically completely out of gold. I don't even think these are hooked into my gold production anymore. Like there's ore here, but I don't even know where that ore goes. Okay, technically it does come down. So what are you stuck on? We're stuck on stromatolite seed. Okay. I guess because I'm not doing anything with that? Really? A moist stromatolite comes down and gets roasted, I think. Yeah, hold on. Whoa, what? So, why are you stuck? Okay, because you don't have an output anymore. So, stromatolite seeds, I have to go do something with that if I want gold to continue being produced. Okay. I really don't like having to rely on the farms here, but I guess it is what it is. So let's put another one of you here. And then I guess right there looks like it fits. It's really hard to tell, but I think that's correct. And finally, you can just be botted. So just input, output, grab a requester chest, and a fighter. So you require stromatolite seed and fuel of some sort, so peat. I remembered there was something on this planet, I just had to remember what it was. So peat into you, and stromatolite. Strum? No, hold on. Maybe I can just look for gold? There you are. Gold stromatolite. I knew you were there. There's a part in SE absolutely ruined by the change. Oh, really? I never even considered how mods made before and after might interact, but that sounds awful, actually. Where is... It's hard to tell where your squares are. I believe that's the top of a square right there. So let's put you right there. Yeah, I think that's correct. Anyway, I guess I need to actually do stuff with this now. I can't just throw it in a chest and say good enough. So let's see what I can do with stromatolite. So I can just throw you in an assembler and turn you into peat and gold, or you can be used to turn into nectar. Okay. As long as I keep a stockpile down in the nectar area, make sure you have priority, and maybe increase the amount that you want. Let's increase you to like 100 each. Yep, there we go. Then I can go somewhere else and do whatever the other thing was. I honestly don't even remember. Actually, you should also be request with priority. And probably also bump your number up a bit. You should be putting fuel into that guy. You're holding a stromatolite, okay. I see. Okay, I'll just break that into two then, I guess. This one can be requesting peat, which is over here somewhere. I'm pretty sure. Peat. 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 There you are. Okay, that's better, I guess. I was watching Guy stream SE and saw the part where he gets the cool weapon because it was one of my favorite moments, only for him to be completely underwhelmed because it no longer one-shots nests. That's awful. Yeah. Balance changes are hit and miss, but like, yeah, that does kind of suck. Oh well. Not much to be done about it, I suppose. How do I get... Okay, I can bring power in from behind, I guess. I just have to figure out a way to get back to you. That's not too bad. This is more gold, though, and apparently I do want that. So maybe, like, right here? That's too low, I think. It's a little hard to tell. Let's see, if I put you there, that looks like you line up perfectly. If anything, I think I can move you one square to the left, and that should be good. Okay. move that back, combine you together, and then long power pole, move you up, I guess, and then long power pole? Yeah, there we go, okay. Okay, all cool. Do need a roboport, understandable. Put that in over there somewhere. There is a little more room if I want more gold harvesting, but I have more room up this way also, so I guess that's not that big of a deal. Anyway, once these guys start harvesting, you produce moisture stromatolite, gold bacteria, which will become gold ore, and gold stromatolite seed. Gold ore, we can just move up this way somewhere. I should have more red belts, so let's get this upgraded to red belt in here. There you go. And there we go. Okay, let's find a place to dump gold ore onto here somehow. So, blue chest. Okay, it's not pretty, but it works. There we go. You want both gold ore and gold bacteria, so let's just search for gold, gold ore, and gold bacteria. There we are. And then the same over here, and then that'll just dump onto the belts whenever we happen to have some. That'll request from these guys. What I do need, though, I need something to do with the stromatolites, and I believe I can just throw them into an assembler, and they become gold ore and peat. Works. So let's just grab an assembler and throw it somewhere in this area. You know what, you can go... Nope, that has no power, never mind. You can go up in here. Let's just have... 2. Like that. There we go. And you're going to request whatever that stuff was, and output it. Bio, I believe? Yes, it is. Okay. So you go in there, and you're gonna request stromatolite, which is over here, and like 20 of it, sure. What does that do? 70. Okay, that's actually quite a lot. Maybe I'll do like 150 then. I do have all the inserters flipped around the wrong way, but there we go. That's gonna produce peat and gold ore. I almost kind of wish there was some way I could guarantee that this gets used first, because that's just going to fill up with peat, and then it's going to break. Like, there are things that request peat. Get me wrong. But not a lot. Most of the peat just goes onto the belt. Maybe the idea then should be that I request peat and just throw it onto the belt myself. Like, I come down here and just put something right here to request peat and throw it onto the belt. I think that works. What I will want to do, though, is make sure I leave some peat. So go inserter, logistics network, and you only output if peat is more than like 200. There we go. And that just allows me to output any extra so that production doesn't back up anywhere. Okay, making sure I am properly sorting out the stone there, because I panicked a little bit when I saw the mixed belt coming out. This guy just isn't doing me any favors anymore, so he can just go. Same with this guy down here. All of that can just go away. Does clean this area up a good bit. Not gonna claim it wasn't in the way. And there we go. So I am going to want more of those in the future, but, you know, I don't even know where that's going to come from. So I'm trying to just use my sustainable stuff while I can. I am losing a zone due to this power pole, which kind of sucks. But it is what it is, I guess. There's no real good way to get power in here other than that. Like, even if I wanted to use a substation, it doesn't have a big enough range. So these are running. They just take 20 minutes to fully work themselves out. And that's a long time. So maybe I do want one more up this way somewhere. Let's see, so I can build it right in here, then another behind it. At least that's what it looks like. So right there. And then right here. That looks like the correct distance. Oh, hello, Spidertron. And there we are. So those have power at least. Doubt you have robo coverage, but I can solve that problem easily enough. Yeah, okay. All good. Okay. That just needs to get placed and we're all good. Best thing from Gleba is electric agricultural towers for this mod anyway. Yeah, electric ag towers would... Well, all it would really do, to be honest, is get rid of this on the bottom. So it's not that big of a deal. It's not like it's gonna make my gold grow any faster or anything, which would be nicer, but a little unreasonable. I guess with some laser damage upgrades, it's able to pick off the smaller guys pretty easy. I was just trashing the lasers earlier, but it managed that pretty well. And... kaboom! Nice. Then the spider can pick off the little stragglers like this, or the ones that are trying to make new nests. I'm pretty sure that was actually an expansion party right there. I would love to come over and grab this gold, but I think that's a little more time than I want to spend on Vulcanus for right now. As long as I have enough gold to keep science flowing, and it does look like I do, then I am perfectly satisfied. Let's go ahead and get this upgraded. Not because it needs it, but just because watching all the items flow that slowly fills me with dread. I just don't... It doesn't please me. It makes me unhappy. There we go. Let's get all those upgraded in. That is a very, very small amount of gold coming in right now, but granted, these guys have only just started, so we've got a long time before we see the fruits of our labors there. Especially this guy. Let me reroute this belt so that he is hugging the wall and not taking up literally 3 zones. There we are. Once the bots have that picked up, yeah, there you go. Now you should be able to plant in this area. There you go, look at that. Okay, that gives me another 3 squares at least. Which is great, since it doesn't look like I have that many to spare. There's wood in here. Let's go ahead and get that wood out. Fixed my purely bot-based ag towers the other day. Had 4K Logibots working 100% of the time. Oh no. Oh, a bigger range. Okay, a bigger range would be very nice. If they do, I haven't even noticed. Like if I grab a real one. Oh, they do have a bigger range. That is nice. Okay, I didn't even realize. Yeah, that's a whole extra square around the outside. Okay, yeah, that's very nice. That's not even covered by artillery, so I think I will go ahead and put just one more in the centers. So right wherever this dip is, you get to go there. Let's make sure that lines up, and then you go. And then same over on this side. Let's get you right in here. The bottom seems fine-ish, and the top seems fine-ish. It's really just the sides, because my base looks perfectly square to me, but evidently is not. So once those get placed, we'll start shelling some of these guys a little too close for comfort. And yeah, I think it's time to get out of here. So let's hop back in the shuttle and head on home and start making preparations to head to Gleba. And probably once I land on Gleba, that's where I'm going to call it a night today. Oh, not build new platform. Let's not build new platform. Not that I even could from Nauvis, but you know, let's not press our luck. So dump the science, that'll make it leave. Oh, you're also waiting on an explosives delivery. Okay. Not enough to fill a rocket. It is very slowly ticking up. Very slowly. Maybe I just need more explosive production. Maybe expanding that was not enough. Also, you have no power, evidently. Let's fix that. Let's just throw speed in these guys, and then copy them and make them again. Yeah, just copy all of that, and that can come down here. Yeah, that works just fine. I have to get the pipe down. That's no biggie. Oh, cool. Come on, guys. There we go. Okay. We do need power down here. Everything always wants power. Let's just throw a pole down there. That's fine. Yeah, we're good. So, that's gonna make that quite a bit faster now. Where is Moon Science? So, you're waiting for 500? Okay, you have 900 out of 1,000. I think you're fine, man. Let's just go. And so once that does get here, I can travel the platform, and that'll get me back to Nauvis at least. I'm looking over at the stream, and the stream is still completely stuck for me. I have no idea if it is for you guys or not. Like I said, maybe it's just being weird for me, but it's completely gone. In we go. And now we just wait for the science to arrive, and once it pops in, we just take the 10-second shuttle back to Nauvis. Let's see. So there's that one. And then this one should also be launching. Unless it's this one here. Oh, it's put it in this one for some reason. Oh, because I took that one. Whoopsie, sorry. Let's just get rid of that. Re-enable. And then one of the other rockets can take it. Sorry guys, my bad. I thought it was taking a little while. That would be why. And away you go. Very nice. Let's see. We are still doing research. Shockingly. I kind of thought research was dead. I guess this research just takes this long. It says remaining time an hour and 10 minutes. Maybe I need more labs. Maybe more labs would be cool. Maybe that's something I can do once I pop back onto Nauvis. Okay. There we are. Planet Express, not enough. Yeah, you're looking pretty full. Both, yeah, both Vulcanus and Nauvis wanting all of these materials is kind of a lot. So maybe you just need more storage. Gonna make you slower. Oh well. We need the space. Somehow you seemingly were able to build most of that. I'm honestly surprised. Oh, look at you go. You're only missing just a smidge of stuff. Oh, you're just missing the cargo bay itself. Okay. Well, isn't that cool? That'll give you plenty more room to send up many stacks of tungsten plate and calcite. And there's the tungsten. Still waiting on the cargo bay itself, but that's fine. Anyway, now that I'm back on Nauvis, maybe I look into lab speed just a little bit. I think 3 labs is usually about the most you can get from chain feeding them. After that, you kind of get diminishing returns. It gets a little weird. So I think I will just copy this, and the roboports are right there, kind of in the way. So I think I will just bring it down this level, and pop it right there. So that power pole has to move, which is kind of an important power pole. But seemingly we're fine, because we still have power, I guess. Okay. I guess it's fine. I'll just put one over here so that we have large power pole connection from power gen to base. That's just always important. Oh, look at the swarm of science coming in. That's kind of awesome. I actually love that. That's so cool. That was so cool looking. Let's get a matching roboport over on this side for hot charging. There literally already is one. Never mind. Just literally can't see. Let's get rid of all that. There we go. Well, that's a way to casually double your lab speed, I guess. Now we're down to only 40 minutes-ish. I do notice that science per minute shows in the 80s, which is not true. We're just working through the backlog now, because all of my science the entire game has been made 1 per second, so we should have 60 science per second. But I guess if there is a backlog, we might as well start working through it. So let me make my way over to the silos now. I am completely ready. I have my suit ready. I have all the supplies I could need, I'm pretty sure. Let me double check. Cat Kid is ready to go. Is there literally anything else I could want? I even have E-implants seemingly somewhere. I can't actually see them, but it says I do. I don't think that's the case, actually. Let me drop the normal electric drills. I just don't need those anymore. Yeah, I don't think I actually have the E-implants. So let's send you back to Fulgora to go pick those up. Yeah, that's fine. Heck Kid only needs the E-implants. So once he's blasted his way there, we can make our way to Gleba and call it a night. In the meantime, how's the old reactor doing? Should hopefully have a full chest of fuel. Indeed we do. Uranium mine getting a little bare, but I have quite a lot of supplies stored away. There's 700 uranium-235. Wow. Funny enough, fuel cells actually do need uranium-238. I am kind of at risk of just turning all of my 238 into 235, which is very funny, but maybe not something that I want to happen. Okay, I do have several chests full of 238, I guess. Yeah, I guess that's fair. But still, you know, that's a lot of 235. I am certainly good on uranium for a long time. I actually have no idea. Like, if I hit P and go to 1 hour, where are my fuel cells? Just out of curiosity. I burn 24 an hour. Look at that. So yeah, with like thousands in stock, I am very much good. I am pretty solid. Okay, Hat Kid, you are over Fulgora now. You are getting some implants on the way 15. I guess the third silo did finally get placed. So since the third one is now placed, can I get any more? Let's just copy that, move it. Not the thing on top. I can just do that. Get rid of it. That works. There we go. I don't have the production to send this full time or anything, but it does at least allow me to buffer rockets, kind of the same way that I do on Nauvis. That way, whenever demand does arrive, it at least has rockets ready to meet it. Yeah, that should be okay. So up here, what are you working on? So you need LDS. Well, we're not likely to get very much LDS, so I guess that's fine. Okay, you are capable of outputting now. I don't know what's different from what you were doing before, but I'm happy to hear it. Let's throw maybe not even that many speed mods in you, because that's just too many. Let's do like one apiece. Just to improve throughput just a little bit. I can just click and drag. I kind of forgot I could do that. There we go. And that'll surely saturate that belt from this output. Just because this is a little slow. Okay, you have some LDS now as well. Fair enough, fair enough. Do I put LDS in a chest? I do. Do I use it for literally anything else in here? I don't think so. I got sidetracked by a science I didn't recognize and then noticed it was Meraxis, so that's why I didn't recognize it. Okay, so I don't need LDS for anything on this planet. I can just request LDS into the silos along with blue circuits. There's really no reason not to do that. And that just gives me maximum chance to keep them from being erroneously recycled. There we go. So we'll burn through the backlog of that pretty quickly, but that will at least give me a temporary boost here. At least once the bots decide to bring it in. There we go. Okay, so these are all running now? Yes, they are. Very good. Love to see it. Oh, this one's ready to send up. So that should be more E-implants for me. And then this one will be yet another shipment of E-implants. Yep, there they go. So how many shipments do I even need? Because I might be here a minute, if it's many more than these two. let's see, I've already got 30, I'm only requesting 40. Okay, these 2 shipments will do it. These are the last 2. So, Hekid, once you have requests, you're gonna go to Lignumus. I'll catch you around Nauvis. In fact, I'll just move this up here, and you already have passenger present set so that you won't leave without me. So that's cool. You should also be accruing ammo. Yes, you are full. Okay. All good. You just have to wait for them to actually appear. Once they've actually arrived, then we are all good to go. Yep, the rocket's already launched. We're just waiting for it to actually... Oh, there we go. Okay, we're on our way back to Nauvis. By the way, my stream, still completely dead. It never recovered, it just crashed and went away. I would refresh the page, but I'm worried at this point that if I do, it'll just break harder. I'll lose, like, chat too or something, so... I guess it's fine. It just gets to stay. I'm just looking at a still screen right now of Lignumus, which is from literally, like, half an hour ago. The bullet damage has made this so much less sketchy. This is so much more comfortable flying through space now than it was even at the beginning of the day. Just a couple levels of bullet damage really do make a big difference. I think about the time it crashed, mine crashed and restarted. Well, let's see. If I completely disappear, then you know the reason. Let's just see if that does anything. Okay, this is actually live. Shocking. That's actually where I am. Oh, okay. So, here we are. Let's hop in a rocket. Let's hop in a rocket. And we're off. Is this still going? It is still going. It just truly is that slow. Alright then. It can be slow if it wants. You're still here too. Well, how oddly comforting. I would have really liked to have had mecha armor by the time I was leaving for Gleba, actually. I haven't even considered the fact that I don't have mecha armor and I'm leaving for Gleba. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I was being hasty. Okay, new plan. Go here. I'm gonna drop back to Nauvis. I'll go to Gleba next time, once I have the mech armor, because, oh man, trying to get around Gleba without mech armor is an absolute pain in the neck. It's so bad. Once you do it once, you never do it again. So, let's drop back to Nauvis. I will wait for this research to complete, and, like I said, I'll go to Gleba next time. I don't know if I want to just, kill 20 minutes trying to do busy work on Nauvis or not before I end stream, or if that can be for next time. I could also maybe try and just add more labs, just to speed things along a little bit. Like, maybe I'll do 4 tiers since I have prod mods. It's slowing them down a little bit. Maybe I can get away with a 4th tier in here. Right there, and right there. Oh, the Fulgora science just came in, I guess. We got the whole squad coming in. There we are. And fortunately, I'm not missing anything. For one of the first times in the game, I am not missing anything. Pretty nice, actually. So, once all the mods are in place, thus soon they are, everything's running, everything's cool. What does that bring it down to? Still shows about 20 minutes. Okay, it is ticking down now. Again, I'm just burning through backlog. I'm not actually producing science this quickly. But I figure if I can just burn through my backlog quickly enough, that'll get me the armor before too long. Also, Tesla weapons would be really cool, so I'll have them queued up next. And probably productivity on blue circuits afterwards. And then maybe electric damage. That seems reasonable. Let's see. Okay, down to 17 minutes and still ticking down faster than real time. Interesting. Yeah, we're still going through the averaging stage, it looks like. Yeah, probably about 15 minutes if I had to guess. That's not too bad. What is the recipe for you so I can have a head start? Oh, lots of Fulgora tech. I did kind of forget that I need lots of Fulgora tech. Maybe I'll fly to Fulgora first. So let's go to Fulgora and just throw an assembler down somewhere. Just like over here. Of course, I can't actually set the recipe yet because I don't have the recipe. I feel like there's a way to do this. I know there's got to be a way to do this. So let's say I just set that, for instance. Then I go into here. There's the mech suit. I can set recipe from the circuit network. Works. And I have constant combinators. So you, good. And set recipe. Okay. I was really hoping that would work. I guess not. Like, I've set recipes for things that I don't have researched yet. I know there is a way to do that. I'm just completely blanking on what that is. Alright, we can just pick that up, that's fine. I guess in the meantime, I'll just have to manually request the materials. So let's see, 100 processing, 200 holmium. Leave map view. So 200 holmium. And 100 processing units. I need 50 supers, 50 superconductors, and 50 supercapacitors. So let's make sure to grab those. So 50 of you, and 50 of you. Just have those start piling in. Go ahead and throw an inserter in there, why not? And of course the Mark II is just the armor that I'm currently wearing, so that's no big deal. And those are gonna take a while. Especially if science eats most of them. Yeah, I really do need more green circuits, don't I? Oh, I can request green circuits because I have a lot. Okay. That changes things just a little bit. Green circuit right there. Let's say like 50 so I don't eat them too terribly fast. I do want green circuits for other things also, but I certainly want green circuits for these guys. Yeah, okay, that's fine. What I might do... What, you are reading contents, that is correct. You automate up to 8, but your recipe is 4, I assume, yes? So what I think I will do is I will have these inserters so that circuit condition, green circuit, they only insert up to 4. The reason being, if green circuits are passing by on the belt, I do want to be able to pick them up. I don't want to completely fill off of
Okay, hold on, you have to be red. And then I'll finish that thought. If it's green, then they combine together, and that's no good. Red gets them individually, and that's what I want. Anyway, since you can hold up to 8 before you stop taking any more from inserters, if there happens to be green circuits on the belt, I do want to pick them up and put them in the machine, because otherwise they just get recycled needlessly. I need green circuits, let's not throw them away. But of course I do want to load enough that it can do a recipe, so 4 it is. Anyway, that's got those going much, much faster now. You'll have to see it. If anything, it's actually batteries now that are a problem. Oh, cool. Okay. So... any of that going into the crafter that I set up? Somewhere? Over here? Yes, okay, you are filling up. Very nice. So we actually already have these guys. And we are filling up on super capacitors, so by the time I make it to Fulgora, that will be ready for me. In fact, I should probably hop in a rocket and go ahead and head in that direction. So let's go get on it. Grab this very first one right here. Travel to Redeemer. That's my Fulgora science ship. Because, you know, everything it makes is from recycled scrap, so Redeemer. And up we go. Very slowly. Slowly but surely. There we are. Okay. So you're just waiting for ammo to be able to leave Nauvis safely. I think 400 is plenty enough. So let's just head out. Oh yeah, I don't want to forget to do drop the planet. That's a pretty important one. Don't want to just bounce between planets while I'm looking at something else. Speaking of looking at something else, how is it coming along? Still just 16. Okay. Yeah, we are short on batteries now. I guess if it's not one thing, it'll be something else. Accumulators are probably eating most of the batteries because they get burst pass at them. Yeah, that's eating a lot of batteries, it looks like. So we are about to hit the accumulator cap. So once we cap on accumulators, all the batteries will come up and be made into supercapacitors. We do obviously need accumulators for science, but science only requests very few of them. Still only at 20 though. I'm glad I did this when I thought about it, because otherwise I would have been waiting quite a while for this after the research was finished, and that wouldn't have been very cool at all. Oh, there we go. Just jump scare, and then you're suddenly falling from a rocket. You know, I should probably send Hat Kid to Fulgora. Hat Kid's already going to Fulgora. Okay. Let me set a condition so that you only leave with a passenger, and that way I can leave directly from Fulgora to Gleba. Next time, of course. I'm probably not doing it this time, because we've still got another 7 minutes, and I think I'm going to run down here and call it a night. This will be a wonderful way to start off next time. Once I have the mech armor researched, I'll be able to make it, fly off this planet, and go start Gleba. And that sounds like a wonderful way to start a 24-hour stream. Oh god. It's just kind of setting in now. Oh goody. Well, that's gonna do it for me tonight, guys. Thanks everyone for coming by, stopping by. Always appreciate seeing you guys giving me tips and tricks and everything else. I say it every time, doesn't make it less true. It makes the experience more fun, and that's really the reason I'm even still going, because if it were just up to me and just my free time, I probably wouldn't still be going. So, with all of that said, I'm going to remember to save, because you always have to remember to save. I'm gonna wish you all a good night, and until next time.